let's talk about your squad, man, because there's a decent chance you might face those Dukies. Obviously, what was the emotion like for you last night when you see American pop up on the screen?
Surprisingly, man, I thought like, hey, this is just a formality. I was just so focused on like, man, let's just find out who we're playing so I can get the film and sit down and start watching. But to see it pop up, man, it was like, surprisingly, I felt it. It was like, man, that's pretty damn cool. And more importantly, just how our school community responded, man, and seeing their enthusiasm and their joy, man, that did it for me.
It was really neat for me to be over there before the Navy game, before the championship game, and you could feel just the buzz in the stadium and during shoot around and everything. Now you know where you're headed for the playing game. Is that better for you guys because you kind of get a national stage?
Yeah. I've been telling people hit me up last night, man, that's BS. You guys should have been in the tournament outright and everything. I'm like, no, man. Like, I remember what it felt like my sophomore year, and we're in Wichita. We're playing that very first game. It's like, it feels like you're playing almost like in a dream for the first 10 minutes, man. Like, it seems like the ball is hard and you can't dribble it. It seems like everything's just extra fast. And, like, to be able to get that game underneath your belt, man, is like, it's huge. And I don't care if you're a McDonald's All-American and you're a potential lottery pick. Like, it's the first time that you're playing the NCAA tournament. And if you can get that game under your belt, man, and just play solid and get a win, the second game is almost more like normal.
Coach, Matt Rogers has been outstanding for you throughout the year. Do you feel you need to get him started and involved early to make sure this game go your way?
Yeah, absolutely. And depending on the matchups, I've watched Mount St. Mary's all last night. And, Matt, the benefit of having somebody like Matt, man, like he can hurt you from the outside and the inside. And a lot of teams haven't quite seen somebody like Matt Rogers who can do some damage inside, but also step outside and shoot 42, 43% from three. And, we're going to move him around. It could be his first shot could be a pick and pop three, or it could be a cross screen for a post up. That's the beauty of having somebody like Matt.
We are talking with American University head men's basketball coach, Mr. Dwayne Simkins, a DeMatha product, a Maryland product, and now in just your second year, you've got the Eagles in the tourney. What has this year meant to you on a personal level?
It means a lot, man. Just, I've this coaching journey is, it's different for everybody. I've made a conscious decision for me, man, to like just do it the right way. Not to say that guys don't, but I didn't try to cut any corners. I didn't try to align myself with certain organizations in order to get players and kind of ride their coattails to get a job. And, hell, I struck out at 3 different times trying to be an assistant coach at my alma mater. So I just had to trust this process, man, and say, hey, God's going to have me where I'm supposed to be at the anointed time, and here we are.
Coach, a lot of coaches have different mindsets. They like to empower some of their players. Some coaches don't. Have you had guys step up to where you feel like they can help you run this team?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the reason why we're here where we are right now. I mean, we've evolved into a player-led team. And I told our guys, like, a coach leading a team, you'll win some games, you ain't winning no championship. And we've gotten to the point, man, with this last month, we've become a player-led team. You can hear the voices in practice. You can hear them at halftime. You can hear them in huddles during the timeout, during the game. That's when you got a special team. If the coach has got to do everything and try to create energy for you and everything, man, that's fool's gold.
Absolutely. And then how do you even – you said you already mentioned that you've watched a bunch of Mount St. Mary's tape. Do you know those guys at all? I mean, Mount St. Mary's is what, probably 90 minutes from the AU campus, maybe a little less than that?
Yeah. I know Donnie Lynn, man, for some years now. It's funny, Coach Donnie Lynn, he and I text a few hours before the selection came out and everything. He was like, I hope we don't have to play each other. I was like, yeah, but it looks like we probably are. So him, the point guard for him who went to St. Stephen St. Agnes, who's a really good player, familiar with him. He and Colin Smalls, my senior guard, they actually played AAU ball together. So yeah, there's some connections there. And obviously, Mount St. Mary's being just up the road, man, you get a chance to see those guys on the recruiting trail at different high school games locally.
It's funny that you play the Mount, and you guys got to fly out to Ohio to do it.
Instead of playing,
it's funny. We were talking about trying to put a game together next year, start another home series, but we'll probably got to put that on hold for a little while.
Yeah, I bet.
Well, Coach, they rely on the 3-pointer very much. Well, how do you plan on trying to defend that?
Well, we've been really good, man, defensively, but in particular defending the 3-point line. That's one of the adjustments that we made from a schematic standpoint defensively. Last year, teams, they shot a lot of threes and they made a lot of threes at like a 37-38% clip. And, the way that our defense is structured, we're like top 120 in the country now defending the 3-point line. So, our defense is already structured for that. We don't have a shot blocker, but we will usher you into the lane and try to make you take tough contested twos. So that's going to be the thing we're going to try to do, make them, get them off the 3-point line. They're going to drive it. We got to contest those mid-range shots, make them tough shots. But I feel pretty good about what we already have in place.
That's great, man. And do you allow yourself, will you watch some Duke tape?
No,
okay.
no, won't do it. Won't do it. I've done that. I've been doing this thing as an assistant coach now for 14 years, and now a head coach for a couple of years. I've done it a couple of times. It's never worked out well. Worked out well.
I got you.
One at a time.
And then, I'm curious. We're talking with American University head basketball coach Dwayne Simkins here on the Rude Guest Hotline. The AU Eagles have beat the Patriot League, took down the title, got to play it on their home court. How cool is that you get to play that as a home game?
Awesome, man. Awesome. Yeah, I was a little pissed that we had the, lack of a better term, the dumbest tiebreaker scenario that I've ever heard of. But we ended up being co-champions.
Tell everybody.
I mean, it's a lot of stuff that goes into it. But this is my argument. We finished tied with Bucknell for first. In theory, I'm thinking, okay, all right, whoever is going to be seated third, what did you two do? You two teams do? What did Bucknell do? What did American do against said team? And in this particular case, it was Colgate. Well, we had swept Colgate, and Bucknell split with them. So in theory, I'm thinking, okay, we get the nod because the third place team, we actually have the better record against them. But it goes into, a quadrant of teams that finished tied for third and the total best record or some crazy stuff, whatever it is. But believe me, I'm going to be at the coaches meeting this April. I'm going to be beating the drum on that one.
It's funny. B and I always joke about there's a cottage business of making football seem more complicated than it is. Sounds like there might be a cottage business of making tiebreakers more complex than they need to be.
It's not rocket science, man. Just keep it simple.
I bet.
But we're here. It worked out perfect because Davey went up there and beat Bucknell in the semifinals. And that ended up giving us the home court for the championship game. So everything worked out as it should.
And then as you go forward here, do you allow yourself to did you watch the selection show, all of it, and see who's seated where? Or do you kind of just lock into your stuff?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, man. The only thing I checked on was see what my Terps were going to be. But
yeah, we got screwed, Coach. We got screwed yet again.
So we're going to Seattle. Is that right?
Yo, why is Arizona in the East and Maryland in the West?
But you see Duke playing in Raleigh.
Well, they got the number 1 seed. That's why you try to get the number 1 seed, right? But I don't have the time for it, man. I got home.
I know. You don't need to hear
late last night, and I was like, I'm going to start looking at the brackets. I was like, man, I'm going to sleep. So I couldn't even tell you who is where right now.
Well, Coach, don't if you want to hear about it, just keep your radio on 106.7 because I'm going to talk about it.
You do.
I know we'll be watching and rooting for you. It's bizarre that it's like kind of a quasi DMV matchup.
Yeah. But it's way where?
The Mount's almost in Pennsylvania, I think.
Yeah, but still, we're not playing on the East Coast. We're playing way over somewhere else.
I know.
We're going to Dayton, Ohio. It'll be a good matchup.
They got buses full of students driving out there, or what are they doing?
Yeah, they've got we got our band coming with us, I think, and cheerleaders, but all of them can't come. But they're going to have a bus for them, and I think some students are talking about renting cars and buses and stuff and vans. So I think we should have a nice contingent out there in Dayton.
I'm looking it up right now, and I'm going to challenge the AU Eagle students who I saw there that night before the Navy game. That was a rowdy bunch. Man,
they've been awesome all year, man. They've been awesome.
All
awesome.
Right. From here to Dayton, and we're downtown. You probably save a solid half hour being in Tenleytown. From here to Dayton, it looks like it's about a 7-hour drive. I was a college kid. That's a breeze. Blow off a couple classes, drive out to Ohio.
See, you didn't go to class anyway, Jay.
Yeah,
in America, tell them, Coach, they actually go to class. JP didn't go to class.
He mentioned of all people talking about somebody not going to class.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Hey, Coach, I was a chemical engineering major now. Come on, I was in class.
You also got paid to watch people build a bridge. I don't know exactly how much.
That was a job before school started.
Coach, I know you're busy, man. Thank you for making time for us.
Appreciate you, Coach. Good luck to you, man.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thanks so much, man.
All right, brother.
AU head coach Dwayne Simkins, Terp, a DeMatha Stag, a local guy that's got a local team back in the tourney. I think first time in over a decade they're back in the tourney.
Hey, man. Good
Pretty
stuff
cool.
here. Rock.
And to do it in his second year.
Hey, man. That means he has the ear of his players. And you know what? He got a bunch of players, as he stated, that like to lead their team.
Well, here's what I would never say to him. But that dude's going to have some options pretty soon. And maybe you just want to stay at AU. It's a pretty little campus. But I don't know. You're going to have some options.
JP is the agent, boy. He always try to get somebody paid.
Yeah, that college sports. Hell, that's all anybody's about now.
Hey, hell yeah.
We all gave up on pretending about amateurism. How are you, Brian?
I'm good, man. I'm sure everybody from AU telling you, man, be quiet right now. Let the man do. Let him get here first. Hell.
Like the PR guy that was kind enough to get him on for it. It's crazy, though. So obviously, it's bracket mania. There's a lot for us to talk about. Laramie Tunsil is going to have his introductory press conference this afternoon. We're going to get that as much as we can on our show. We're going to talk a ton of hoops. We got to talk some Caps because Ovi keeps scoring. They keep winning. He's now 8 away. Caps play tomorrow night at home, I believe, against Detroit. Some wild golf. Did you watch the end of the golf this morning?
I just finished watching it right here.
Dude, so
I actually played that course yesterday I told you a little place in Maryland.
Oh, in the sim?
Which it's like you get to play that in Virginia. I played that actual course, and I can see exactly why both of them just pushed the ball to the right on 18. Ain't no bell out on the left. It's nothing but water down that left side, so you end up in those trees rather quickly.
That joint was over as soon as Rory went driver wedge on a 600-yard hole. Bro, he went like 350 over the trees and then had like 165 in and hit a wedge. Yeah. Now, granted, he was downwind, but
hey, who cares?
Yeah.
Now, we can have a jet pushing our ball. We won't hit at 350.
No, I felt bad for Spawn, too. 17.
But on 17, he hit a shot. He said, that's the shot I planned for. Yeah. He hit it, and the wind just didn't knock it down. And that's what you get sometimes where you hit those gusts. Like we got a lot of them yesterday.
Right.
Hell, I had grills turned over, all kind of stuff in my house. But
did you?
You get a gust, and then all of a sudden the next guy hitting it stops.
Yeah, man. It's fun to have that kind of random Monday morning golf to watch too. I enjoyed that. So obviously the biggest story in the country is the NCAA tournament coming.
Hell yeah.
We got these first 4 games. First one's tomorrow night, I think. I think Carolina's tomorrow night, and then AU Mount St. Mary's will be Wednesday night. Then the real stuff starts Thursday and Friday. B and I will be at MGM both days doing the show, which is going to be great.
Come out and check us out.
I was out at Maryland yesterday. I went out to University of Maryland. I think we're going to be able to get Coach Willard and Coach Freeze on the show this week, which will be really cool. Both the Maryland men and women got 4 seeds, which is very cool. I personally think Maryland kind of got screwed because they have to go out west. I will say, though, White Brian's Auburn Tigers might have gotten not the biggest screw job, but they got screwed pretty good. So Auburn, assuming they win and the 8 seed wins. So Auburn was the overall number 1 seed. Okay. They're supposed to get the best draw. Their second round matchup, B-Mitch, is slated to be against Louisville in Kentucky. I'm just saying that's a pretty damn hostile crowd.
I understand the hostile crowd, but see, this is where you and I think differently on that. I understand what you're saying, but hell, if you're the best team, you're the best team. You knock them off. The fans ain't playing.
Yeah.
And Auburn's problem is not the fans. Auburn's problem is they sometimes show up and they leave all their game at home.
It's because
they're right, Brian?
It's because they're 35 years old. They average 33 years old per player.
They look it.
The Auburn Tigers are undoubtedly older than the Washington Wizards. I would like. I would put a real wager on that.
Young people look old these days, bro.
The one dude, they have a 28-year-old player. Speak, White Brian. Speak.
He's 25.
No, that's their stud. Another dude is actually 28.
They don't have a 28-year-old.
Well, I'm going to keep saying it.
Hey, because they be like to start stuff. I played against a team in college, Memphis State. They had 2 guys that were over 27. They play by the rules.
Yeah, but 50 dudes play on a football team. Basketball's 5.
But they were starting. And I was running for my life.
But
you got to beat whoever to win it. So
you remember last week when Greenberg is like, I'm fading the SEC. I'm fading the SEC.
Well, they got 14 teams in there.
I think I'm fading them too.
Well, hell, the whole SEC is in the damn tournament.
I saw this tweet per a source. This got sent to me. Under no circumstances should a single conference get 13 at-large bids into the NCAA tournament.
Why not?
Hold on, I'm going to read this whole thing to you. I don't know who this dude is. This is a tweet from.
He's a hater.
Dane Miller.
Hater.
Who is a editor and senior writer for Super West Sports, which is not an outlet I'm familiar with. But he says, under no circumstances should a single conference get 13 at-large bids into the NCAA tournament. No league is that deep. Ready? Ready for this? Going deep state. Landville, play the X-Files music. The SEC and its primary partner, ESPN, engaged in a coordinated media campaign to hype up the conference, and it worked.
I don't think they hyped.
I think you got to chill a little bit.
I don't believe they hyped up the conference. I think they were good. The conference was good this year, and that happens sometimes. I think people have to understand. And I would love to know, what conference does he support?
I'm guessing
probably they didn't get the teams he wanted in there.
The fact that he writes for something called Super West Sports, I'm guessing he roots for a conference that no longer exists in the Pac-12. It was very bizarre. This weekend, even more so than football, felt very bizarre. There was no Pac-12 basketball tournament.
Hey,
or Pac-10 or whatever.
It's all good. Whatever it was.
I think the bottom of the SEC, they just had good wins. Oklahoma, I think, beat Michigan. I think Georgia beat St. John's. I look forward. Here's my advice for conspiracy theory guy. Just bet against them. If you're so convinced it's a conspiracy, it's not going to be a conspiracy, when St. Mary's plays Vandy. Super West Sports. Take the Gales, dog.
Yeah, take them.
I do think my Maryland Terrapins got screwed. Coach Willard didn't want to hear it. And in a lot of ways, did you see Saturday's game?
When they didn't win it? Yeah. If they win that game, maybe they don't get screwed.
Dog, their 8 losses this year are by 28 points. That is nuts.
Because, you look and then you see Michigan Michigan went on and won it, right?
Yeah.
You thinking, that should have been us.
Well, it was really funny because, for me, I circled back to the conversation we were having about, would you rather have a Big Ten title or a Sweet 16? And all of a sudden in my head, I'm like, man, this Big
Ten, you wouldn't mind that title.
Big Ten title seems a little more appealing. I stand by my Sweet 16 has more value to the program, but so I asked Willard yesterday, how do you flush that out of your system? And he was very honest, and I think in a very raw emotional state. He's like, dude, I still haven't slept. But he said his wife told him, all right, at 5:00 today, you gotta move forward. Yeah. Because you got to get those kids ready for the next. You got selection Sunday.
The coach damn sure got to move forward, because if he doesn't move, those kids are stuck.
But I thought he was honest about it, though, saying it took him.
Right. Anytime you're in there, you're going through that battle. Everyone wants to be able to believe they could just let it go. It doesn't happen for every game. It does not happen.
Well, I think
there's some games I'm probably still troubled by from high school and college.
I get that. And I think I just applauded his honesty. I think a lot of coaches were like, oh, we're moving forward. Like, nah, man, that sucked. He said, I would have rather got blown out than that. But hopefully Maryland also learned something from it, because as impressive as the comeback was, as impressive as all that was, the defense on the last possession was awful. Just they let the kid get the ball and just go.
Mhm.
I mean, the two big boys were in the lane, and neither of them went to stop the ball. It was unbelievably
They were
bad.
worried about fouling.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe one of them thought the other was going or something. Maybe it was. I'd rather
I would have sandwiched them.
I'd rather hammer them and make them make 2 free
Yeah,
throws.
that's what I'm saying.
Hammer them.
Hey, sometimes you just got to go for it. You never know.
Yeah,
But now you get your possibility of your Sweet 16.
Right. A lot for us to talk about. We got to get a lot of Commanders. We got to check in on what the Bengals did.
They did it, man.
Bengals had a
I
big
just hope
Sunday
that they
night.
got a defense.
I also want to explain something to people. Adam Peters talked about this a while back at the Combine, and I feel like there's this fundamental misunderstanding of cash versus salary cap space. And it's a very big difference, especially if you're the owner of the Bengals and probably has to cut about $100 million in checks in the next week or so. Here is where there's not a difference. In the NFL, you've got cash, you got salary cap, all these different ways to juggle numbers. When you're looking to buy or sell a house, there's one way to understand exactly what you can and can't do. The best tool out there, go to johnsellsdmv.com, check out the home valuation tool. He can tell you how much your house is worth, and from there, you can make a big-time decision.
You can definitely do that. Ferdy reached out to John because he had a home to sell in Rockville. But the problem was it was totally stuck in the past and needed some upgrades, along with a full rehab to attract modern buyers. Thanks to the guidance of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group, the property's complete top-to-bottom upgrades sparked a bidding war, resulting in multiple offers. And what followed put a big smile on Ferdy's face, as the property sold in 6 weeks for $14,000 over the asking price. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, John's guaranteed offer just might be for you. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
I would take 14 G's over asking. I'll tell you that much. Let's be real, though. Sometimes the reason you got to sell a house is stress. There's a lot of upheaval right now with people's jobs in the DMV. We don't know what the heck's going to happen over these next couple months. Maybe you have a divorce, death in the family, whatever it is. Talk to John and the Fine Living Group because they have the options and the strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most cash possible and the least amount of stress. That's where John can be the difference. Trust me. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
2 this hour, the Washington Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore will be their opening day starter. The Houston Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. is the NFL's new highest paid defensive back at 3 years, $90 million, according to Ian Rappaport. George Washington versus Boise State and Georgetown versus Washington State in the Crown basketball tournament in Las Vegas, March 31st. Certainly not a fun loss for Maryland against Michigan, only by 1 point, but that doesn't matter now because now the Terps are in the NCAA tournament taking on Grand Canyon. That's Friday at 4:35 p.m. American Eagles will begin Wednesday against Mount St. Mary's at 6:40 p.m. VCU takes on BYU in Denver on Thursday at 4. It's Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida as your number 1 seeds. Tourney starts tomorrow with the first 4. St. Francis against Alabama State, and North Carolina takes on San Diego State. George Mason loses to VCU 68-63 in the A-10 championship, so the Patriots will take on Samford in the NIT Wednesday at 7. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with AU head coach Dwayne Simkins, get on that app. Hit
Check it
rewind,
out.
Talk to the coach. All right, so yesterday was fun, man. The VCU George Mason game was pretty awesome. Did you watch any of that?
Some of that, yep.
That big fella for Mason is a dog. He's not the most skilled with the ball in his hands, but physically he's a force.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that game. It's weird. It was more fun watching Mason, but VCU was always winning. If that made it seemed like it was Mason's game, but VCU had the lead, I think, throughout.
Maya was losing her mind.
Was she watching?
That's her alma mater.
Well, dude, I met up with a dude last night so my buddy Ed was in town from Utah. So when I got done in College Park, I went and met him for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was just talking college hoops. And I was talking with some folks that are VCU folks. And I had been texting with AJ, our friend AJ, who's a VCU guy. Apparently, VCU wants in the Big East because they're just better than whatever that league is now, A-10. Guess who's not letting them in?
Who?
Georgetown.
Don't want to deal with them.
They're like, yo, it's too close. It's our recruiting base. It's our television base, blah, 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 blah.
Play them then.
Oh, you know they won't play them if they're not letting them in.
Play them at least.
You know they won't do that. But it's pretty interesting because I didn't realize the resources and money and stuff that VCU devotes to hoops is pretty significant. And I feel like in Richmond, I love Richmond. We've all spent a bunch of time down there. I feel like that is a hot ticket. You know what I'm saying? Like for the whole city.
Yeah.
To go to VCU hoops.
Yeah.
And the arena's right downtown and it's just a good vibe. And dude, if they could get into the Big East, then all of a sudden that job's not like a stepping stone job. That's I'm going to stay here. Pay me job.
Totally. That's probably why G-Town don't want to deal with it.
Totally. And I don't know, man. I just find that kind of lame. But VCU is in. A lot of folks thought Mason was going to get an at-large bid. Thanks to my homie White Brian, who's a college hoops nerd. He's been telling me for some time if Mason doesn't win the tournament, they're not in. And
that's normally how it is, though, in that league.
There have been times where the A-10 would get
but
more
they
than
were
one
out.
in.
They were outstanding. Both teams at that time.
What was the deal? Mason didn't have any quad 1 wins or whatever?
Yeah, they were ranked like 70-something in net. If they would have won, VCU had a good case for an at-large, so we could have seen them both get in.
Right, but they didn't. The kid had a shot at the end to tie it. He just missed it. White Brian, as the college hoops expert, what do you think about Maryland seeding and how badly they got screwed?
I think the 4 makes sense for them, but they are in the region of death, unfortunately.
Not only the region
Brian
of
said
death.
the region of death. Brian, you kind of got JP a little upset yesterday, didn't you? You just saying, wow, tough. And then JP, you just went off on the man.
Well, he was wrong. He said they were going to play Drake, and I said
He
no.
said they about to pull Drake, but they're still in the tough damn
Well,
region.
he also had them being a higher seed than they deserved because Drake was going to get, I thought, a 12. I thought Maryland was going to get a 4. If you're saying they're playing Drake, that means Maryland's 5. He got me upset, and I responded aggressively in the group chat. That did occur. Well, we can read the transcript. I'm willing to show the receipts here. What did White Brian say to me? He said, I got to scroll way up here. Where the hell was White Brian's insult? On Friday night, I said White Brian about to poach some eggs when he had his betting account up to $2.37. And then I don't know. I told White Brian.
He said Maryland region is stacked. That's all he said.
Maryland region is stacked.
And you came back aggressive as hell.
About to get Drake in the first round. And I said, hey, White Brian, shut the bleep up.
So I don't think that deserves something like that, Jay.
Yeah, you're right, Brian. White Brian, left hand up. That was a little aggressive. Sorry, pal.
JP got a little emotional.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, dog.
Yeah, I did. So the Terps play Friday at 4:30. That's in early. I thought for sure they were going to play Friday night at like 11 because they're out west. Friday at 4:30, we'll be jumping. It'll be fun. What do I need to know about Grand Canyon, White Brian?
They have 2 players that could maybe play in the NBA. Tyon Grant Foster and Jacoby Coles. Coles will be matched up with Derek Queen, so that'll be the fun matchup.
Huh.
Bryce Drew is the coach.
Do you think he has a chance against Queen?
Yeah, I think he's good. The problem is Grand Canyon doesn't have much beyond those 2 guys.
Okay.
Is Bryce Drew, wasn't he at Baylor? Like, what is going on? I know he made the shot for Valpo. I remember that. But was Bryce, get me up to speed on Bryce Drew. How the hell is he at Grand Canyon?
He might be, is he Scott Drew's son?
No, he's Homer Drew's son.
Okay.
Maybe Scott Drew's his brother or something?
Maybe.
Who's the head coach at Baylor?
That's Scott Drew.
Okay, and that dude seems pretty shady.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Baylor have like the kids killing each other or something? There was like some serious stuff going on down there.
So that's you blame that on the coach?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't want to be.
Bryce Drew was at Vanderbilt.
Okay, this must be a different Drew family. So my gut tells me this team just chucks threes, and Maryland's got to play some defense.
Sort of, yeah.
Well, I
Grant
hope they play
Foster
defense every game.
can't really shoot, so he's just going to run up and down the floor and kick it out for a 3-pointer.
But
So just don't play him for him to shoot.
Maryland's an 11-point favorite in this thing. That makes me nervous. Everything makes me nervous.
Dude, if they win by 1, they win. Who cares?
I don't know. I want to ask, I mean, what other locals do we have in? Are we including VCU as a local this week, B?
Yeah, they're from Virginia, not West Virginia.
West Virginia got screwed probably by North Carolina, honestly.
North Carolina shouldn't have been in it.
No. They have one quad 1 win, and they want to Here's my thing with Carolina. Scott Van Pelt always says this, that it's a TV show. So you want Carolina in. You especially want Carolina in the first 4, because that's going to help
The ratings.
the rating for that significantly, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay.
That should be a shot at them. They should feel bad.
Are we going to count Liberty Bibberty?
Yeah, Denton Day's alma mater?
Yeah.
Sure. So what do we got? Liberty Bibberty, VCU, AU, Mount St. Mary's, Maryland.
Liberty.
Is that it?
I think that's it.
Colorado State?
Nope, that's not local.
Okay.
How the hell you gonna count Colorado?
I was
State?
just, Steve Sands went there. He's from here.
I don't know where McNeese is. Is it possible that's
in
local?
Louisiana, dude.
That's local for B-Mitch.
Nah,
Kinda.
but they're not being counted in the
Quasi.
DMV.
Wofford, that's your team, B.
Wofford's about they go playing against a tough team. They're gonna lose.
Wofford's in South Carolina.
Don't
I
let
think.
them start shooting threes. And if you think you're gonna just blow them out, sit back and let them shoot threes.
What
Don't
about
Norfolk
High
State?
Point? Can we claim High Point?
Norfolk State.
claim High Point. No, they're in North Carolina.
A lot of people from Maryland go to High Point.
Who cares?
My buddy's son went there.
Okay.
Are we claiming Norfolk State? That might be as far as we can go.
I think yes.
Okay, so we got
I think there's enough people from the area that go there.
Norfolk State, Liberty Bibberty,
Mhm.
VCU, AU, Mount St. Mary's, and Maryland. 6 teams locally.
All right.
I also heard the VCU coach is about to go to UVA.
You heard that?
Yeah, I think that's like widely. I don't think I'm like breaking news there, right, Brian? Isn't that like a widely reported thing?
Yeah, it's a pretty strong rumor.
I wonder. VCU has hired really good coaches over the years.
Yes, they have.
I wonder what they'll do. Dude, if you're Tony Skinn or Dwayne Simkins, are you calling about that?
About what?
Go to Richmond?
ECU?
All those artsy students?
Oh, don't worry. They may be calling them.
I'm just saying. That thing could be moving quick.
They may be calling them. Don't worry about
also,
that.
Tony Skinn looks like he's 24 years old. Did you, like, when you see him on the sideline, you think he's like the assistant, a graduate assistant.
Yeah, man. Some people look young, like, Tony.
You have heard me talk about my garage door. I'm going to give you a real life example. I got a new garage door probably in January now from the folks over at Door Pro America. They do a great job. But more and more now, when I come in at night, it's a lot easier for me to go in through the garage than going through my front door because it might wake up my 6-year-old who's nuts. And I got a text from my wife yesterday. It said, I've decorated for the leprechaun. Don't use the bathroom. I'm like, what? So apparently for St. Patrick's Day now for the kids, I hope no kids are listening. If you are, earmuffs. My wife puts green food coloring in the downstairs, the actual toilet. And then my girls wake up and they're like, oh my God, the leprechaun went potty. And I really had to use the bathroom. So I went in through the basement so I could use the non-green toilet. I was able to do that because I got a new garage door from Door Pro America. They've never had a radio read like this, I promise, B. Because it's so damn quiet, it doesn't wake up anyone in the house. Everybody kept sleeping. I came in, got on my phone. That's when all the Bengals news started hitting. So I was kind of working for a minute. We're going to talk about that Bengals news. But I'm telling you, if you are trying to avoid messing up St. Patrick's Day decorations when everyone's sleeping in your house, get a new garage door. Shane and Vince from Door Pro America have a huge catalog of choices for every style, the unique look of your home and budget. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow it down. They got the install done in hours. They left my garage in better shape than it was when they got there. They're based locally. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. Their team handles everything. They can do repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Call today and you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you. Or you can check them out now at doorproamerica.com. Where they chop cars. College Park after dark, baby. I will say I'm very happy and proud of my alma mater, both men's and women's teams in the tournament. How many teams? I'm sure it's a lot, White Brian, but like how many teams have both men's and women's in the tournament? Like 20, 10, 30?
I'll look it up. I have no idea.
The Mason women are in.
I'm going to say it's at least 17.
How did you just arbitrarily come up with 17? Or is it on the show sheet?
Did USC men make it?
I'm saying there's like a lot of big schools here.
Well, UCLA?
I know
men?
Ole Miss did it.
Okay.
UConn?
UCLA men did. UConn both
Auburn.
definitely did. Auburn fired their women's coach.
Damn. That's rough.
Not that good.
Wasn't a good year.
I don't know. I bet it's about I think 17 is probably a reasonable guess. We'll find out. One of the boys will track that number down for us. Landfill has a very interesting question. So we went over all the locals, and we're casting a wide net, okay? From Norfolk to Pennsylvania, basically.
I just read that.
We're going from Norfolk to Emmitsburg, Maryland, I think is Mount St. Mary's.
I don't know.
I believe that's the case.
We'll let's make that it.
Yeah. Congratulations. Mount St. Mary's is, where the hell are you? I think it's Emmitsburg, Maryland. How many, what do we think the mileage is from Emmitsburg to Norfolk? I mean,
Emmitsburg to Norfolk.
200 miles?
Norfolk. Oh, that's probably a little more than that, dog.
I mean, I bet you could drive to New York faster, but let's find out. Norfolk, VA from Emmitsburg. So our local basketball teams, damn, dude, it's 4.5 hours from Emmitsburg to Norfolk. And that's without traffic. But whatever, that's our local net. So we've determined there are 6 teams: VCU, Maryland, Norfolk State, Mount St. Mary's, AU, and who else? Who was our 6th that I'm forgetting?
Said Maryland, right?
I did.
VCU.
Maryland, VCU, AU, Mount St. Mary's,
Liberty.
Liberty.
Yeah, Liberty.
Of the 6 teams, how many do you think get to the second weekend, B?
Of the 6, probably 2.
Hell. I mean, that's, I think, pretty optimistic. Only Maryland is favored, I would say. Well, you know what's interesting, too? If we were just going to count the total number of wins, they're guaranteed at least one.
Right, because Mount St. Mary's and AU play each other.
Right. Like, no matter what, the B. Mitch and Finley local basketball teams will get at least one dub.
Yep. I gave you 2. That might be right on point.
Yo, and I don't know the Mount St. Mary's folks, but I get tweets from some Mount St. Mary's people. We would love to have the Mount St. Mary's coach on the show if he's available, he or she's available before the game. Certainly invited. What do you think about Carolina getting in?
I just think they sucked all year, so there's no reason, no way they should have been in. But one thing about it, I've said this with football. The people of these committees, they care about eyes and butts and seats.
Yeah.
Carolina does that.
Yep. Especially for the Tuesday night game.
And if they're looking at some of those other schools, they're going, they ain't bringing no fans. Carolina will.
How about this? According to our crack research team, which is White Brian and Google, there's 27 teams that the men and women both made the tournament. 27 universities. That's great. I think, the women's draw is a big damn deal now, too. People pay a lot of attention to that.
It was, they seem to have as many people talking about that yesterday because they did the men at 6, came back at 8, and there were lots of folks discussing that.
I think, White Brian, as our resident bracketologist, what'd you think of Carolina getting in?
It's a joke. I feel bad for Boise State. Feel bad for West Virginia. North Carolina had no business, and they're going to win 2 games, and then their fans are going to say, "Oh, look, they deserved it."
I kind of think they'll go to the Sweet 16,
and that's just not how it works. They can win it all, and they still don't deserve to be in this tournament.
If they win it all, bro, then you can't make that comment. If they win it all, then they're supposed to be in every damn tournament moving forward because they are not that good.
You can be the best team at the end, but you got to deserve to get into the tournament.
They
but
got in because of the name on the front.
The name got them in there, but I'm saying if you're the best team at the end, then it's gonna be hard to ever say that they don't deserve it anymore.
Yeah, I agree. What state got the most teams in? Carolina got Carolina, Duke, UNC Wilmington. Hell, Maryland got 2.
Yeah.
If Towson had won, Towson lost to damn Delaware.
Mhm.
Maryland, little old Maryland could have had 3. Virginia's got 3. Liberty, Norfolk, and VCU.
Yeah.
If UVA or Tech didn't have their head in their ass, Virginia could have sent 5 teams. Or hell, if Mason had won. I guess Mason would have taken out VCU, though.
Yeah.
I imagine like
Both of them couldn't go, Jay.
California's got to have
But they could have.
9 or something, right? Here's what we're going to do. Quick break. Joe Beninati. We've got to talk some Caps hockey. We're going to get into some football stuff. We'll circle back to college hoops a little later in the program. Nobody go anywhere.
Big NFL signings. The Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. is the NFL's new highest paid defensive back, according to Ian Rappaport. Stingley gets a deal 3 years, $90 million. Wide receivers Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and the Bengals have agreed to major deals. Chase 4 years, $161. Higgins 4 years, $115. In baseball, the Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore will be their opening day starter. They're going to play the Orioles March 24th. In a preseason game at Nats Park. George Washington basketball against Boise State and Georgetown against Washington State in the Crown Tournament from Las Vegas beginning March 31st. The NCAA tournament begins with American against Mount St. Mary's 6:40 on Wednesday. The Eagles win, setting up a date for Duke. Cooper Flagg's goal is to play Friday, so that could be a gigantic matchup. VCU against BYU Thursday at 4:05. Maryland against Grand Canyon 4:35 Friday. Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida are your top 4 seeds. A record 14 teams get in from the Southeastern Conference. George Mason to the NIT Wednesday against Samford at Eagle Bank Arena. They'll tip at 7. VCU defeated George Mason 68-63 in D.C. Over 12,000 at Capital One Arena, the second largest crowd to watch an A-10 championship in conference history. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah.
To all that celebrate.
Some people get threatened by 6-year-olds in the morning.
Well, maybe we'll play that audio. We right now are really fired up to get to the rude guest hotline. Talk to our friend Mr. Joe Beninati, Caps play-by-play voice. Joe B, how are you, man? Happy St. Patty's.
If it's not rude, it's not right.
There you go. There you go.
Damn right, Joe. How you've been on the road, man? How was that West Coast trip for you?
That wasn't that rude. No, the West Coast trip was good. You know what was rude though? Honestly, the weather. You look forward to good weather in California, and especially in March if it's been a little bit frigid back here. And honestly, guys, it rained, I want to say 5 of the 6 days that we were out there.
Wow.
And so that was a bit rude, but all in all, the team played well. Took 2 of 3. Alex got a goal to come home with. The points keep rising for this team. They're in a great place in the Metro and in the Eastern Conference. So all in all, a good trip.
A quick aside here, Joe. When you go on a week-long Cali trip like that, will you bring your golf clubs or is that just not done on a hockey trip?
JP, honestly, in 30 years of hockey in the NHL and even before that in the American Hockey League, I have never brought my sticks on a trip.
Wow. Okay.
Ever.
So
yeah, we don't
season's over.
I know it's a baseball thing. I know the guys bring it up quite a bit. You know, if you're going to go and be in Anaheim for 3 or 4 days, and I know the baseball pitchers are all single-digit handicaps or plus handicaps.
Yeah.
But no, I've never brought my clubs. It's not the thing.
Brian and I don't bring our clubs either. We just rent them. It's a lot easier.
Attaboy.
No, I bring mine. I have special grips. I don't like those little skinny grips.
All right, so let's start with the chase. Got our friend Joe Beninati on the line. Look, Ovi's now 8 goals away. Obviously, it's a national story. It's something my kids are really excited by. Everybody's really excited by it. How does Ovi feel about it?
I think he's excited because when he scores, the team tends to win. And that's been basically the mantra for the coaching staff and for this entire roster. You know, it's like almost one hand washes the other. When they play well Alex tends to score. When Alex tends to score, they tend to win. So one hand washes the other there. I think when I see Alex from day to day, I know he wants to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
And not necessarily like, I've had enough of this. I want to put it past me. I'm bored. He's not bored by it in any stretch, but it can be overwhelming in that every new city we go to, everybody, that's the first thing you want to talk about. And it's understandable. It's an all-time record. It is phenomenal history, what we're seeing here. And this is a guy who normally when he gets close to individual milestones, he tends to break those doors down very quickly. And all of a sudden he's got a dozen goals in his last 17 games, and he's 7 from tying, 8 from breaking. You've got 15 games left. You do the math. It's within reach.
Yeah.
And I get the sense that he would prefer to slam through and break through that wall and climb the hill this year.
I think, and the thing of it, he's so focused on what's happening at the moment that I don't think people even understand that he don't give himself a chance to start looking forward. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely, B. Mitch. It's a day-to-day thing. And again, I keep coming back to the sayings and the teachings and the mantra that Spencer Carberry has given this team every step of this season as they were exploding in the first 2 months, as they've been continuing to climb and look for the overall division championship, the Eastern Conference, the President's Trophy, the record for Alex. He keeps coming back to stay in the moment.
Yeah.
Stay in the moment. He keeps hammering that home to the guys. Well, stay in the moment is focus upon Detroit, a team that's really going to come in desperate to play good hockey tomorrow, since they're on the bubble right now with regard to the wild card. Stay in the moment. Focus on trying to beat them, and things will take care of themselves.
So, Joe B., it's interesting you talk about that. They've got the Red Wings tomorrow night at Capital One Arena. I imagine, are all these games kind of starting to sell out now, or even just to watch Ovi at the maybe they were sold out anyway, but I feel like these ticket prices are really going to start jumping as more and more folks want to be there for that historic moment.
Yeah, I completely understand that. I have friends telling me that, wow, the ticket prices are jumping and the buildings are full. The buildings are very much, if not at capacity, wherever we go, whether assuredly in D.C., but very much so on the road. And what I do notice even more and more, it's not that Caps fans don't travel well, but Caps fans have been traveling extremely well in the last month or so. It's not hard to get Caps fans to want to go to the games in California, but they tend to travel really well in places like Denver. I know Vegas is a hot spot all the way around, but you'll see more and more Caps fans, especially on these farther west trips than we've seen. And I think a lot of hockey fans in general are throwing on Capitals colors, and more often than not, that has a number 8 on the back of it because of what he's achieving and what he's close to accomplishing.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Talking with Joe Beninati here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Joe a follow at Joe B PXP. Make sure you're watching him every night on Monumental Sports Network. So Joe, I'm looking at the standings and I'm starting to watch this because we're gonna be on the road for these playoff games and all this stuff. If the season ended today, the Caps would play the Rangers, I believe.
Absolutely right.
But there's so much more hockey to play, and that bottom of the wild card is so jumbled up. But I can't help but notice a couple of these win streaks. The Hurricanes have won 7 in a row. Ottawa's won 6 in a row. I mean, I feel like hockey is so important how hot you are coming into the playoffs. How do you see kind of where the East is at right now?
Well, you're talking about that wild card bubble. You've got 5 teams separated by 4 points.
Damn.
From the Rangers to the Canadiens to the Blue Jackets to the Red Wings to the Islanders. So nothing is done there. And it sure looks like Washington, you would expect, unless there was a really precipitous fall from grace there, that the Capitals appear to be the number 1 seed in the East, and they would play that second wild card. So as of right now, that would be, as of today, the New York Rangers. Yes, it's all about being hot at the right moment. JP, I agree with you. There are some things, I think that any way you look at it, I could find an uncomfortable matchup in any of those 5 or 6 teams that we just itemized. As far as a first round, yes, the Caps would definitely be the prohibitive favorite against a Rangers team, but facing Igor Shesterkin in a best of 7, the Rangers' outstanding goalie, would make things a little uncomfortable. That's okay. You're gonna need to get over some hurdles if you're gonna go where you want to go. If you're gonna want to win it all, it's not gonna be smooth and 4 straight sweeps. It's just not likely to ever happen like that. So I could find difficulties in any first round, second round matchup. You mentioned Carolina. I am always of the opinion that Rod Brindamore's team is an extremely difficult out. They play the game ferociously. They have tremendous team speed. Their forecheck is a real pain in the butt. They would be uncomfortable in that second round were you to get through the first. They're always tough matchups all the way through. And then if you got to the third round, what's waiting for you from the other side? I think a lot of people would sit there and tell you that the 3 teams that possibly come out of the Atlantic, whether they be Toronto, Florida, Tampa, would all present an interesting matchup for whomever comes into that conference final. I sure think most people are starting to believe in Washington now as, hey, you know what? This team really looks like a Final Four kind of team, a championship round 3 conference final type team. I sure hope that's the case. And I hope that they'll be battle tested along the way. They've found a way to do things throughout the season, whether it was early in the year, guys, when they would just beat your brains in with offense. In the last month or so, they found a way to rally back and win games, so many of them in the third period. They'll be playing. The key thing is to be playing the right way and get hot at the right time once April starts to roll around.
Yeah, I think it's more like the other teams play well, but this team have to worry about what it's doing, not what somebody else is doing.
Sure. All the coaches always say it's not about the opponent, it's about us.
Yeah.
Every coach in every sport, regardless, across the board, well, are you worried about what they're going to be? No, I worry about what we do.
True.
And if the Washington Capitals play the way they've been playing for the first 5 months of the season, they'll be in really good shape. And that's got to be at the top of the to-do list for the coaches, the captains, the leadership group of this club that's been so good. They've really played beautifully over the course of 67 games, and I don't expect that to change.
It's funny. One of my favorite moments in the Commanders in that building, in that locker room, was earlier this year before they were going to play Detroit in the divisional round. And we were talking to Quan Martin, and he said something about facing the Lions in Detroit. He's like, yeah, man, they're really good, but we're good too. Like, yeah, it's got to be driven from inside your own dressing room, locker room, clubhouse. And to that point, Joe, the 2 best teams in hockey, I kind of love how removed these are, but it's Washington and it's Winnipeg. And if you look, remember last year that the Caps got into the playoffs with a negative goal differential, and that was a big storyline. That ain't the case this year. They're plus 69 in goal differential. The only team with a better goal differential than them is Winnipeg at plus 81, which is crazy. The Caps right now have 96 points on the season. The Jets have 98. Like, this thing for the President's Trophy is going to come down to the wire. And there's a game next week, Washington at Winnipeg. How'd you start? Like, that thing should be pretty supercharged, right?
Absolutely. Winnipeg's fabulous. Again, team speed, 5-man concepts, all the offense that they can throw at you. Perhaps the game's best goalie. If you break it down, I think Connor Hellebuck is likely to win his third Vezina in his career. Winnipeg has had playoff issues. They've had demons swirling around them, but there's no questioning what they've done this regular season. The 2 teams met a few weeks ago in D.C. Winnipeg won in overtime. And the thing I will tell you, JP and B-Mitch, about the Jets and their home arena, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Salt Lake City might be smaller by total capacity because it's not necessarily built for hockey. But the Winnipeg rink, I don't know, maybe seats 15,000. It sounds like 150,000 in there. It's really loud. The crowd is right on top of you. So yes, if that's the marquee matchup coming up in Winnipeg in a week or so's time, that's going to be amazing theater to watch. Those 2 teams have been by far, heads and shoulders, the best in their respective conferences. No disrespect to Dallas and Colorado, two teams that got a whole lot better around the trade deadline. But it's been Washington and Winnipeg battling for that President's Trophy for quite a while.
Well, Joe, just so you know, the official stance of the B. Mitch and Finley radio program is we've never heard anything nice about Winnipeg, ever. Now, a lot of that is we just have never heard anything about Winnipeg, but we've never heard anything nice, and we have nothing nice to say about them. And honestly, I can't wait for that game. So it's kind of crazy just from a straight scheduling thing. The Caps just had this big Cali trip. Now they're back. And then there's one more big road trip, right? It's Winnipeg and then Minnesota within a week. And then everything, there's some more roadies, but everything's pretty close, like travel-wise. Things kind of settle down into the playoffs, right?
Yeah, that was the stretch that we just concluded in California. Those are the last games against the Pacific Division for the Caps this season. You mentioned Minnesota and Winnipeg, one more whack of frosty cold and windy weather.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, the road trips are all within short distances with plenty of time to spare in terms of day on, day off, days of rest. I know down the stretch, the Caps do finish with their last two on the road. I want to say it's another trip to Long Island, and they finish up in Pittsburgh to end the regular season. But from a schedule standpoint, knock on wood, it seems very, very manageable. That Minnesota-Winnipeg trip will be difficult. Those two teams are very, very good. Minnesota's been especially good on the road like the Caps, and Winnipeg, as we mentioned, they've just been all around league beaters this season. Their style of play, their size, it's funny. We go from rink to rink. The Caps are such a big team, height and weight wise. They did not look overwhelmingly bigger than the Jets. So again, if you're built that way, most general managers will say, those bigger, stronger, heavier teams are tougher to play against over the course of 7-game series. There's a reason why you do it that way. And I think both of them, Winnipeg and Washington, both have a lot of things in common.
It seems like it. Well, we will be watching that game.
All of them.
Everybody make sure you give Joe B a follow at Joe B PXP. Watch the Caps games. Just doing a great job. And
Joe, what special bottle you have for the night that the record is broken?
Ooh.
Nice. Great question, B-Mitch. Great question. Love it. I don't think there aren't very many Russian Cabernets that I have downstairs in the cellar. I wish I could bring a Russian Syrah up for that one, but we'll have to do something. We'll have to do something. I got an
idea, Joe.
Go for it.
What about Russian River Valley?
See, now we're going great Pinot. I love it.
I'm trying to think outside the box.
You just did. You nailed it. You just nailed it. So this guy's almost 40 years old. Let's see. We got to try. Maybe we could do something by special vintage. I like it, B. Mitch. You've given me a homework project to do.
All right. I know you love your wine, man.
I love that. Joe, last thing. Obviously, you are synonymous with Capitals hockey. And we had Alan on, I don't know, last week, 2 weeks ago. And everybody's praying for Locker. I'm seeing the updates on Instagram and stuff. He's obviously improving. But I do want you to know that you and Alan have been great. And obviously that's a big change, but we're still enjoying it. And I'm praying like hell that Ovi breaks it on a monumental game.
Yeah, we all are. And obviously with regard to Craig, everything that matters with Craig is just about getting back to full health. It's all about his recovery. And I've texted with him recently, and would you believe this son of a gun's telling me he's already back, starting to pedal away on the Peloton?
I believe honestly.
That must be a good sign from the doctors and his care team that they've given him the green light to do that.
Yeah,
he wants desperately to be back for the time that Alex does break the record. In the meantime, Alan's done a great job. We threw him into the deep end of the pool here, and he's done incredibly well. His timing gets better and better with each telecast that we work on. And I know that they're both rooting for each other. Alan is hopeful that, yes, we do have that live game on Monumental. Yes, that Locker is well enough to be in the booth, 100% with all safety and everything with regard to his health. At the same time, the great people at Monumental and the Caps and the league have come up with a way for us to be involved for archive purposes. If it falls on one of those 4 remaining national exclusives, we'll be there. We'll be calling it basically into a tape machine, and we'll have the ability to play it back shortly thereafter in social media platforms, play it back as a Capitals classic broadcast, if you will, on Monumental. We won't interfere, obviously, with the exclusivity of the national rights holders, but all we can do is thank them for allowing us to be there, and thank the Caps and the league for coming to that agreement. It would be wonderful. Best case, guys, he does it at a home game, a live game on Monumental where the national partners are working side by side with us. Everybody wins. That would be perfect. But you never know. It's hard to nail down. I had an interview with Cal Ripken, and when Cal was breaking 21-31, he could point to that date and say, there it is. Alex can't do the same.
Yeah. Well, JP and I like to believe that we kind of threw it out there and somebody heard us and ran with it.
We spoke it into existence to keep Joe B and Locker involved in some capacity.
We'll have a little taste of it. Like I said, if it's not on that Monumental night where it's live, we'll have a little taste of it, and that's a great fallback position, and we appreciate it.
Yeah. Joe, thank you, man.
Hi, Joe. Appreciate
your time.
Guys, my pleasure. Let's do it again soon.
All right, brother.
We will.
Peace.
We will. That is Joe Beninati. You can give him a follow at JoeBPXP. Simply fantastic at what he does, and what a fun year it's been for the Caps.
It has been.
You get this OV chase right into the playoffs. It's going to be incredible. We are going to talk a little football. Big news out of Cincinnati late last night. What, if any, impact does that have in Washington? Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The latest news this hour, Rory McIlroy has beat J.J. Spawn in a playoff to win the Players' Championship. The Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore is their opening day starter. The Texans give cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. a very good contract, 3 years and $90 million. The Crown Tournament will have George Washington against Boise State and Georgetown against Washington State beginning March 31st in Las Vegas. Iona basketball has fired Tobin Anderson after just 2 seasons. NCAA tournament field is set with American Wednesday against Mount St. Mary's, VCU versus BYU Thursday, and the Maryland Terrapins start Friday against Grand Canyon. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. I'm Byron Curran on The Fan.
You know, when you work in an audio medium, eating peanuts during a commercial break is really pretty stupid.
And yet I continue to do it, Landfill.
Well, you continue to do it.
Shout out to the people on the stream. Shout out to B Mitch for wearing green.
Your daughter threatened me.
My daughter threatened him.
She said, JP said, she started, if you don't wear green, you're going to get pitched. And JP said, me too? He said, yeah. I say, how about Mr. B. Mitch? Especially Mr. B. Mitch.
Play that audio if you get it, Landini. It's kind of funny. We're all wearing green though. We're locked and loaded.
I was so in the TV in the kitchen, they always had the TV on some shows,
soap operas. No, talk shows.
Yeah, talk shows. And they were saying how like St. Patrick's Day has become a sober endeavor.
No, it's not.
And I was like, holy!
It's one of the drunkest days of the day of the year.
I feel like it might be the.
Nah, the drunkest day of the year is the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that Wednesday night.
Yeah.
But
nah, who said that?
I think we're not going to name names. There was a show saying that, and they were interviewing this lady about mocktails for St. Patrick's Day, and she's like, "Oh, well, we can make a Moscow Mule." The lady's like, "Well, what's in it?" She's like, "Well, normally it's vodka and ginger beer, so it's just ginger beer."
Well,
like, you can't call that a Moscow
Mule. That's
Mule.
just the ginger beer.
You're right.
It's not no damn Moscow Mule.
I would love if somebody wants to walk over to like Irish Times and be our correspondent. Maybe walk by the Dubliner and tell me how sober St. Patrick's Day is. I imagine the Guinness is flowing. All right, but speaking of stuff flowing, here's my daughter's threatening Ryan.
Go ahead.
Wear green or I'm gonna pinch you. Wear green or else we're gonna pinch you.
Even Mr. B Mitch?
Yeah, especially Mr. B.
Especially, hey, Ainsley, she's something else.
Ainsley's no joke, dude.
I just looked on the three. I hadn't looked on the text thing for a while. I look up here and I'm looking at Tay. Tay said, I'm asking JP for my beef Friday at the MGL. I guess he meant beer. Because I just sent a pause to it.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not out here giving away beef, all right? I think, all right, so let's talk about what Cincinnati did.
Oh, man.
Cincinnati last night, major news. Shout out to Jordan Schultz for getting a serious scoop and not Rapp and Schefter. Cincinnati paid both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And,
yes, he did.
And, dude, I thought it was pretty cool. Both those T. Higgins and Jamar Chase kind of like retweeted his tweet to make sure that it was obviously real. Now, a number of reporters had kind of said, this is about to happen. Seems like they're really making progress. Chase is now the highest paid non-quarterback in football. Jamar Chase got a 4-year, $160 million deal that includes $112 million guaranteed, while Higgins gets 4 years of $115 with, I think, $60 million guaranteed. And once they franchised him and kind of made sure that we want to keep you here, you're not going anywhere. And then I think when Burrow at the Super Bowl went out of his way to say, why can't we pay everybody? Other teams do it. I think Cincinnati was kind of boxed in because either you're really gonna start pissing some people off, and in the modern player kind of led NFL, one or both, or people would have started demanding trades. Like, that situation was ripe for trouble.
It was ripe for trouble, but still, just because they paid them don't mean they're going to have some success, because they are behind where the Eagles were when they started paying their guys.
Sure.
The Eagles had a defense. And I don't know how good Cincinnati's defense is.
No.
I don't know if they're going to be able to sign Hendrickson.
So that becomes really, really important and interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had this disagreement with somebody on the internet. Shocker. Somebody on the internet had a random disagreement. But from a salary cap perspective, the Bengals are now in better position to figure it out with Hendrickson.
Mm-hmm.
From a salary cap perspective. But because on the salary cap, you're able to spread out bonus money over the length of the years of the contract.
Uh-huh.
Which helps you a lot from a salary cap perspective. But what Adam Peters mentioned in Indianapolis at the Combine was that, like, a lot of teams don't operate that way. They operate in a cash mindset, which means how much cash is actually going out.
Yeah.
If you're Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, the salary cap is terrific. Like, you want it to work out a number of different ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the actual cash going out to get those two deals done,
that's
the numbers that are fully guaranteed at signing, he's cutting that check. I don't know, today, tomorrow.
You have to that money, whether they get it at that moment or not, that money has to be put into an escrow account. Yeah. So they have to put that out there. So that's where the difference pop up.
So it's yes, what they've done helps the cap, certainly. But the guaranteed money on those deals has to be guaranteed. Thus the term. Thus somebody is cutting a check.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. Is so they are putting significant. I mean, how many zeros is that?
Lots.
Right? Sevens of million, 9 figures into an escrow account. That's a lot of cash going out. And what does Hendrickson want, if we're being honest? I'm sure he wants to stay in Cincinnati.
He probably wants more than he wanted at first now, since all these other people have been signing.
Since Crosby and Garrett
and all those.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And what Hendrickson's not going to do, especially because he just did it, I highly doubt he's going to do it again. Got no guaranteed money on his current deal. And he's now making, Garrett got 40 mil?
Yeah.
Did you see what Derek Stingley just got?
Mm-hmm.
Texans cornerback?
30-something a year.
The market is getting reset all over the place. Hendrickson ain't going to play with no guaranteed money on that deal.
Mm-mm.
And
he's going to want to be somewhere up there.
Well, and dude, from a salary cap point of view, the Bengals got themselves in a better position by getting these deals done with Chase and Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
They did. But the amount of cash going out the door, is that owner ready to cut another gigantic check? That's the conversation.
That's the question.
I don't know the answer. There's a million people
based
saying
off
a million
of what
things.
He's been doing. What he did yesterday was out of his ordinary. Is he going to do it again on the other side of the ball?
Right.
I can see him want to keep Joe Burrow happy.
Totally. There's an interesting debate. I want to open the phones at noon on this, and I want Brian's answer when we come back. Washington has been aggressive in free agency, but it's a lot of veterans, one-year deals, some big-time trades. Laramie Tunsil's going to address the media coming up today at 1 o'clock. Are the Commanders making a championship push? Are they all in for a Super Bowl? Or is this just how the operation has to run because they're still bereft of young players coming up through their system? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Landville, your last text in the text thread, I'd love to have an on-air debate about that, but I feel like that's best served for behind closed doors. So, B, I think a lot of people have looked at Washington's offseason and said, like, oh, man, they're all in for a Super Bowl. And I think they're definitely trying to get better.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if you listen to Peters and Quinn in Indy, they were telling the truth when they're like, yeah, we're going to be really busy because we don't have any players. Like the roster construction is such that, I mean, they were tied for the least amount of players signed going into the new league year.
Uh-huh.
So a lot of these moves are necessity.
Yeah.
Some of the big swings maybe are more than that, but it's driven by necessity.
And if you're trying to build an overall team, you can't just get into every major deal out there with every player and just spending money all the time, because then you won't be able to put together a damn whole team. You know what I mean? You got to get some people in place. Then you can take those chances. And as they stated, it won't happen overnight. You have to do it as the years go on. And they had a hell of a jump last year. I think they expect to have a jump this year. And who knows, if you add a few players here or there, have a little bit less mistakes, you may end up being able to do something, or you keep going the next year. But I don't think they ever want to try and just put themselves in a position where they're handcuffed.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think the trades, I mean, going all the way back to Lattimore, if you will, but people ask me what move I've liked most. And to me, it's easy that it's Debo, because the Debo trade is basically all next to no risk, all reward, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that goes poorly. Now, I don't think they overpaid for Tunsil, but to get a left tackle costs you more.
Costs more.
And a small part of me, Brian, wonders, Tunsil's a stud. He's an absolute stud. Now the second time he's been traded.
Yeah,
Miami traded him to Houston. Houston traded him to Washington.
I don't worry about that no more with the NFL, because the NFL, they have a salary cap to where a lot of them don't know how to work it. And they end up trading good people a lot. They try to get something for it because they don't want to pay the certain amount. Dude's a baller, man.
For sure. He can play, dude.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be interesting. You paid more, but that costs more.
Mm-hmm.
That to me has the potential to be their biggest move. If Tunsil comes in and plays like he is shown to play, and then wherever you move Coleman, your entire group's going to get better, and there's going to be a period of time where Cosby's not back. They should be stronger for that period of time too.
Yeah.
So the potential effect of that trade is significant. You still have potentially Lattimore. If Lattimore gets healthy and plays the way people expect, I think it would be significant, obviously.
Mm.
If
Lattimore can get back to where he was, that does wonders for the defensive side of the ball.
Completely.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know that he can.
No, I don't know, but
if he can get back to,
if he does,
90%
he don't
of it.
He don't have to be 100% of it. But if he gets close to where he was, man, then you can let him check one guy.
Right. So I guess my question is this. Cincinnati just made significant moves. It has improved their salary cap situation. Cincinnati now maybe can work out a deal for Trey Hendrickson better than they could have 2 weeks ago when Higgins and Chase weren't under contract long term. That said, they'd still have to pay a ton of cash. Do you feel like at this point where Washington, from a salary cap space, they can make moves if they choose to. Now, they don't have a lot of space left anymore. They have like under $20 million in effective cap space, which takes into account a rookie class you're going to bring in.
Mm-hmm.
But you could make a deal work with Hendrickson. Does it feel more or less likely that Washington, that really didn't do a lot to address the edge defensively, maybe you think Kinlaw is going to be a strict edge player here? He hasn't shown that in the past.
Martin.
Maybe he could be that. Yeah. But they certainly didn't get a tone setter. They didn't get
No.
A stud edge guy.
No.
Do you think there's still a move coming? Or is this probably the group they've got coming in?
I think.
Tell me when we come back. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067.
The latest news, Rory McIlroy has defeated J.J. Spawn in a playoff to win the Players' Championship. The Washington Nationals getting ready for their matchup with the Cardinals today. Mackenzie Gore is starting in that matchup, and he's also going to be the opening day starter for the Nats. In the NFL, the Texans cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. has signed a 3-year, $90 million deal to stay with Houston. Also, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are now the highest paid non-QB and wide receiver twos in the NFL. Iona has fired Coach Tobin Anderson after just 2 seasons. He just led Iona to the MAAC title game and was 17-17 this year. GW is going to take on Boise State and Georgetown against Washington State at the inaugural Crown basketball tournament in Las Vegas, March 31st. American faces Mount St. Mary's 6:40 p.m. Wednesday in the NCAA tournament. If they win, they'll play Duke on Friday. Cooper Flagg's goal is to play in that game. VCU versus BYU Thursday at 4:05 p.m. Maryland Terrapins against Grand Canyon 4:35 on Friday. The number 1 seeds are Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida. NIT will feature George Mason against Samford Wednesday at Eagle Bank Arena at 7. In the women's bracket, George Mason against Florida State, Maryland against Norfolk State, and William & Mary takes on High Point. Wizards basketball against the Blazers tonight at 9:45 on Team 980. Capitals Red Wings tomorrow night. Alex Ovechkin, goal number 887 against San Jose. Mookie Betts will not play for the Dodgers in the 2-game series in Tokyo because he has an illness. I'm Byron Kurt on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. Taking some calls. Basically, the Trey Hendrickson thing is out there. I also think it's worth pointing out that nobody had Laramie Tunsil getting traded before he got traded. Washington at this point has made 2 really significant trades to get Deebo Samuel and Laramie Tunsil. They've signed a bunch of players. They don't have a ton of cap space left as it's currently constituted. They can still make moves and create it, though. At this point, we are 1 week into the new league year, right?
Yeah.
A lot of moves have been made around the league. Do you feel like this is your Washington team, or is there another? Obviously, the draft is to come, but is there another one of these big moves to come? Rusty's in Delaware. What up, Rusto?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Happy St. Patrick's Day.
All right, send me you, man.
Hey, before I get into my answer, real quick, you mentioned earlier, JP, about the holiday becoming less and less alcohol fueled. I think I'm 42 years old, but I think the numbers kind of show that the next group of people under us are not drinking as much. So I think that's where that's
stoned all the time.
Probably since it's legal almost everywhere. Probably, I mean, you could have a good time and not worry about getting in trouble, and you wake up in the morning and you can go to work. So, and on a personal note, tomorrow is 150 days sober for me. So,
good for you, man. Congrats.
Yeah, man. Not a problem, but it was just I was somewhere where I shouldn't have been, and someone gave me a drink that had something in it, and the effects of that caused me to say, "Nah, I'm good."
Yep.
So,
drink at home.
yeah. So, as far as the moves, when Peters took over, I kind of told my buddies, "Hey, we have no depth. The guys that Rivera had drafted and brought into the team just didn't provide anything as far as deep. I mean, hell, it probably didn't provide a whole lot of starters either, as we've seen. But I was thinking that we would go to the old model of you draft offense and you sign free agents on defense. Kind of looks like that's the plan. I didn't see the 1-year stuff happening, but I do feel like when the draft time comes, the best player available, I think will go offensive best player available. And I do think that there will be a move for a defensive end, an edge rusher, somebody of that nature, maybe even that kid out of Cincinnati.
You still think it's coming? All right. Thank you, Rusty.
Yep.
Appreciate it, bud. And what about you, Brian?
I kind of agree with Rusty. I think that they're still trying to get something done, but if not, they're going to try to make something happen in the draft.
I think in the draft, there's not a lot they can make happen.
I mean, they can. I'm just saying, draft someone.
Draft.
That's what I'm saying. Make something happen like by drafting someone, because let's be real. They are going to, if they're trying to work stuff out, something doesn't happen, they have to make another move. You know what I mean? But I think you're going to try, because as we get closer to the draft, you and I both stated this. When you start getting closer to deadlines, things begin to happen.
Yeah.
And that is going to happen too. When think about Cincinnati, as they get close to the draft, either they're going to have him done, or they're going to have to be thinking about something, because they got to sign their rookies.
Jordan Reed is a friend of the program, ESPN draft analyst. He tweeted out this morning, and I retweeted it. I just thought it was well said. Draft wide receivers, tackles, and edge rushers early, because good ones that are worth it hardly ever hit the open free agent market. I think we've all got to change our opinions about free agency between the rising salary cap and the tags, the franchise tag, transition tag. People don't hit free agency, man. I'm curious if you think Washington still has a big move coming. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are open. Landini, what say you, dude?
I'm happy with what they did. I think that they need a pass rusher. Other than that, I'm good.
I'm with you. I think the kind of the consensus I've heard is that they definitely got better offensively. You had Debo, you had Tunsil. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty significant play. Defensively, there's a question there, especially you lose John Allen. I think losing Allen, a lot of that is about getting Newton on the field more. I think they clearly think they found something in Kinlaw. I know that not everybody agrees, but we don't know what that's going to look like. I think I'm really fascinated about the Eddie Goldman deal. Dietrich Wise, I think, helps them more than people realize. I know you like what the tape you watched of the kid, Martin. Not even a kid, Jacob Martin, the Bears guy. He's been on a lot of teams. Will Harris, I think, is interesting. Defensively, it will be interesting. I think they're definitely going to add there in the draft, but I think at 29, it's a BPA situation anyway. Like you're adding what you can. Do they have another move in there? They don't have. If you try to make a trade for Hendrickson at this point, you're really, really low on draft capital. It doesn't mean they can't do it, but you'd be really, really low. Would you be comfortable? Right now, they have 5 picks.
I think if they get a guy like Henderson, I mean, I know everyone talks about draft capital. If I got Henderson on my team, he's better than 2 or 3 draft capital people. So if I got the guy that's legit, then I don't need to have those 2 or 3 picks. Because I got somebody who is legit, who's proven, and can play. So I drafted somebody, and then I got to wait and see if it's going to hit or not.
Well, and I think if you have a top 5, top 10 pick, you should feel like that's an immediate starter game changer.
Mm-hmm.
But at 29 and then 61, people get caught up in prospects. Hendrickson is not a prospect. He's a dude that can play tomorrow and help. Looking at mock drafts now, you do see a lot of Commanders taking edge help early on. I don't know what the hell they're going to do, honestly.
I believe they're going to address the edge. I mean, I know people say best player available, this, that, and the other. If they don't have a move, my belief is that they're going to address the edge. And I think, listen, we don't know exactly who can hit for them. And I know we look at things first 10 picked or whatever. You can find other guys later on that can probably get it done. And I keep harping on the way that they develop people. That makes a world of difference to me.
Let's hope it happens, right? I mean, this year they drafted, of their draft picks, you got significant playing time maybe not the offensive production you wanted, but you had guys playing. I think they did pretty good with Jaden. Do you think they did good with Jaden?
They did outstanding.
Okay. So Jaden counts 1 for 1. Johnny Newton, once he was healthy, was on the field a lot. Samerstill, I think, if you hadn't drafted Jaden freaking Daniels, we'd all be talking about
Mikey was believable.
Right, a great pick Mikey was. Sennett, you didn't get the production you wanted, but he was on the field a good amount. I'm cool with that pick. Coleman played a ton.
Yep.
McCaffrey played a lot. Again, the production wasn't there, but he's still on the field a lot. And then McGee, Hampton, Javonte Jean-Baptiste was your last pick, who actually kind of developed into a rotational player for you. If you could stack a couple of those drafts, just this year, they're not going to have the volume that they did last year. And as of now, they won't have it next year either. So it will. I think if you look at Philly, and everybody talks about Philly as like kind of the standard bearer, they've just drafted really well over a series of years.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit of news here. Maybe this happened over the weekend, or maybe I just missed this.
Where is it?
Did OZ sign with Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Let's look here. It looks like Olamide Zaccheaus has signed with the Bears. So that, does take one guy off that had whether he should have had that big of a role or not, he had a pretty big role last year in Washington. He was probably their third leading receiver. It was Friday afternoon. It must have been Friday after we got off. But if you have Debo, I like OZ a lot.
That's 3 days ago. There was some things saying he was signing with them.
Yeah, I don't know that it's like official yet. But OZ's wasn't really like a deep threat for them, I would say. And maybe they just viewed Debo as the much better option there. Because OZ did a lot of that little underneath action on the crossers and stuff. I wonder, clearly they targeted Debo and let OZ walk because they brought Noah Brown back.
Debo does a lot of what the kids was doing. So
hopefully better.
Yeah.
OZ was an interesting dude though, man. Really like thoughtful, smart guy, UVA guy. I missed that one, dude. So OZ's gone. I think I'm curious about Crowder. I don't believe he's signed anywhere. If they want to bring him in, Sheldon Day they brought back.
Yeah.
Noah they brought back. I think Trent Scott they brought back. So there's a bunch of folks that they're kind of re-racking. Wiley apparently redid his deal. I don't close the door on them making another move, but I think it's hard. Just given the draft situation now, part of me still thinks something's lingering out there. But I won't be shocked if this is more or less the team they've got going into the season.
No, I wouldn't be shocked. But
plus whatever draft picks.
I believe we, with our mindset, put more on the amount of draft picks than they do. They want more, but if they don't have them, then that makes them have to be a little bit more meticulous about who they're going to get. And if you just look at last year, they hit on their draft picks. More than you'll say that they didn't, they hit. And if you put 3 years of that together while doing the things they've done, you set yourself up for now. You start to have that farm, like a farm team type thing going.
That's the way to do it.
And I think that's the ultimate goal of what they want to do is have it established to where when veteran guys are now beginning to get close to the end, the guys you drafted are hitting their stride. And if you can keep it like that, that works out perfectly for you.
That's got to be the plan. That's how Philly's able to operate and let Sweat leave and let Milton Williams leave because they have replacements for them in the building. And then, I mean, in the ideal world, this is what Baltimore's done forever, is you keep losing players to free agency, getting those comp picks, which are overstated in what they're supposed to be. Then you don't actually get a fourth or whatever, but
it's after the fourth.
It certainly helps.
But if you are a team who drafts well, that can help you. Teams that don't know what the hell they're doing half the time, it won't help them. They pick wrong when they got their regular picks. They're
more
pick
cracks at the pinata,
guy.
man.
Yeah.
That's what you want. Did you see the Stingley money?
Yeah.
That is significant, dude.
Yeah.
30 mil for a corner.
But you think about it, receivers and quarterbacks are getting paid. Pass rushers and defensive backs, cornerbacks, they have to get paid. You know, if you're going to have, they're making that money and I got to go against them and I'm considered the best or one of the best, I got to get paid as well.
Totally, dude. I mean, that's just a lot of cash. And did you see that the stat Landfill sent us? Kirk Cousins has now made more money on the football field than Tom Brady.
Yeah. I think Tom might have a little bit more, though, because he's done some stuff off that field.
Sure, but
even though he had the divorce, he got some cheddar, bro. But what it shows you, it's not necessarily it is better. It's just the money is different these days. Like, hell, we talk about Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer. Tiger made 10 times more money than all of them put together.
Yeah.
Because the money is totally bigger and different. But we still look at, when you look at Jack making $1 million 40 years ago, if you were to add inflation to it and you see what that is today, then you might have a difference. But it's never like that. We just look at the number how it was.
Inflation, get your ass, man. What do you think of the Falcons holding on to Kirk?
I don't
think
understand.
There's a move coming there?
I think that as you get closer to the draft, or even after, people want to do stuff. You know, they want to see. That's when they want to work and maneuver things. Somebody may call you and want something for them. At least you'll get something for them instead of just letting them walk for nothing.
I wonder if you actually just really want him as your backup. You got a young quarterback. What did Penix start? 5-6 games, maybe?
Hell no, you don't want no $50 million backup.
Penix got hurt a lot.
Yeah, but you don't want a $50 million backup. You want to be able to have that dude, a backup, make less money, not 50, and you hold on to him right now because it could be a benefit. But the moment they see Penix is working this thing, they're not going to have no $50 million. That is killing your cap. For a backup?
But they've already paid him. Like, they've already committed the cash.
Don't make a difference, Jay. You still got to put a team out on the field. And I'd be damned if they want this one guy who.
Dog, they just had to give him another 10 mil. He just hit his roster bonus because he was on the roster.
Hey, man,
3
like
days into the.
Why not? They already gave it to him, but still, I don't think they want to continue this thing on because it's going to handcuff them building a team.
Oh, they're not going to re-sign him, but he's already signed, sealed, delivered for this year. That's why. Remember, that's why he went to Atlanta, because Minnesota would only give him the 1 year.
Yeah, okay.
I think one person that should be miserable is my man White Bryan. The Giants quarterback situation just continues to be a mess. I currently waiting for Aaron Rodgers. They hosted Russell Wilson and now host Jameis Winston. If you got to pick one of that crew, B, who do you want?
I want Jameis. I think he's a better interview. He's more entertaining.
He's definitely.
And then I want to be able to sit up here and laugh with White Bryan at him all the time.
White Bryan, Rodgers, Russ, and Jameis, dog.
I'd also prefer Jameis.
Really?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
So you don't care about winning or losing?
I hope they lose in a fun way.
See, if we had that mindset back in the day, we'd have been much better off.
Much peaceful. Much more peace. All right, we're going to get back to the NCAA tournament. Troy Machir is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when your underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. We talked about VCU and American. I hope those are going to be those guys going through the tournament and upset somebody. We will definitely love to see somebody knock off Duke. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 hours required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America, garage door service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. New this half hour, the Washington Commanders have re-signed defensive tackle Sheldon Day. The Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore is their opening day starter. The Crown Basketball Tournament has announced 2 local teams will play in it in Las Vegas March 31st. George Washington against Boise State and the Hoyas from Georgetown versus Washington State. American prepares for the NCAA tournament Wednesday against Mount St. Mary's, and it's the Maryland Terrapins against Grand Canyon Friday at 4:35. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Brackets came out last night. On PFT's podcast this morning, they were talking about this, B. Landfill's vibing. Who is this, Sticks?
Yep.
Shout out to Sticks. Of non-sporting sporting events. So PFT commenter contended that the bracket reveal, the selection show, is the best non-sporting sporting event. However, I think I'd say NFL draft.
Yeah. NFL draft kills it.
The draft is...
But let's think about this. Free agency coming around. You don't even have a TV show. And people are paying attention to that more than any damn thing out there.
Well, I mean, NFL free agency broke Twitter.
That's what I'm saying. So, no, it's not the best. I mean,
it's up there.
It's up there, but it's not the best.
What else even? All the drafts, I guess.
I think the NBA draft lottery is pretty good.
NBA draft lottery is a good one.
The NBA trade deadline, if you count that.
Yeah. Baseball, all the trade deadlines, because the football's gotten juicy all of a sudden. I would say NFL draft 1, selection show 2, and then honestly, the NBA draft lottery is pretty damn good. Like this year, I'm going to watch the hell out of the lottery.
Why?
See if you
Cooper
get flag.
What's up with his ankle, White Bryant? Is he going to play?
John Shire said he is hopeful he can play on Friday.
I asked this question. Washington was good. Would y'all be watching it then? No. Because you think Washington might get him. So why are we going to watch it?
I'd watch.
I haven't. Because, I mean, I'll see myself trying to tune into it too because they may get that guy.
Listen, let's be real here. For most of all of our lives, Washington's been in the lottery. I've been watching.
It ain't been this bad.
That when they won the lottery,
have perfected this one.
When they won the lottery in 2010, that was arguably the biggest moment in Wizards history.
Is that when they got Wall?
Yeah.
I remember where I was. I was at Capitol Lounge, and it was like, whoa, we get John Wall.
I think I was in a drive-thru at Burger King.
Sweet. What'd you get?
I don't remember. Probably delicious cheesy tots.
Mitch Tischler claims that the Burger King chicken sandwich is better than all chicken sandwiches.
It's a bold statement, Mitch.
And I think he's including like the Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, all of the chicken sandwich wars. going on in America?
I can say what he want. I doubt it.
What's your 1 seed chicken sandwich?
1 seed chicken sandwich. I still like that Popeyes thing, man. Spicy thing. The spicy one.
Popeyes
Not the
is good.
regular. I like spicy.
Yo, I had a chicken sandwich at Lido's over the weekend. I had a bunch of girls playing lacrosse, and then I had to do something with them, and we went to Lido's, and it was kind of fun. We got a pizza, and I got a chicken sandwich with hot honey on it. Banging. It's quite good. White Brian, I'm going to need your. All right, so pop quiz, B. If you don't make the NCAA tournament, where do you go?
NIT normally.
Right. What the hell is the crown? There's a new thing. I feel like they roll out a new thing every couple of years.
I guess they try to get every team to be able to play somewhere.
They used to have the CBI was a thing.
Yeah.
Is that
the crown now?
No. So the CBI is still a thing, and I can't remember which team it was, but the NIT invited the same team that the CBI invited, so they're gonna have to figure that out.
Is the crown now bigger than the NIT?
The crown is basically Fox's plan to take away viewership from the NIT. They're inviting 2 teams from the Big East, 2 teams from the Big Ten.
So looking at this, I'm looking at the crown right now, and it looks like they went and tried to get like big name teams, even if they were bad. Like Georgetown and DePaul were bad. And Georgetown and DePaul are in this thing. Villanova, like that's a brand name. I honestly think, I don't know that this basketball will be any good, but I think this product is smart because.
But it's just everybody get a trophy type mindset that even these big businesses and stuff are starting to do. They are not good enough to be playing in no damn postseason anything.
I think this is just a straight up cash grab. I think the reason you
I don't want to see 2 bad teams playing each other.
Gamblers do. Like the people that are going to watch Nebraska versus Arizona State at 5:30 on a Monday are watching it because they bet on it. And the whole tournament's in Vegas.
Those people betting on all the other teams too.
What's the best record of any of these teams? The Hoyas went 500 on the year, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they went 17 and 15. All these teams are going to be around 500.
Yeah, like you're not rolling this out for the basketball product. You're rolling this out because you get some brand value in these names.
Yeah, and I believe it's set up like the Players Era tournament in the preseason where if you win, you get an NIL allocation of some kind.
Wow.
Oh, see that now? What they're doing is getting the players to be invested. Because normally players know this is crap. We're not going to play this. Oh, I can get NIL money. It may be a little bit like you said. It's going to be where they went right. Get the players to buy in. Because if it's just a school and the coaches getting paid, they don't give a damn.
Yo, Georgetown was 17 and 15. They went 8 and 12 in the Big East, and they lost to DePaul 3 times. DePaul went 14 and 19 overall and went 4 and 16.
So they're gonna give them a 4th time to try and beat them.
Yo, they're both in this crown tournament.
Can you tell me what the motto is of these teams in this tournament?
The motto
you can 25%.
But they got who's favored to win the crown? USC.
USC's in it too.
Yo, GW's in it. We got another local dancing. Landfill.
We got 2.
Yeah, GW and Georgetown are in it. And
now we got 8 teams out there.
Yo, Mason's got to be in the NIT, right?
They're a
9.
1 seed.
What's that?
They are the 2 seed in the NIT, I believe.
Mason's a 2 seed. All right, go get them. I'm gonna left hand up. I fear I'm gonna end up watching the crown and probably betting on it, which is exactly what they want. If you're going out to Vegas, looks like it'd be kind of fun. They're playing these games at MGM Grand.
When is the tournament, Jay?
It looks like it is.
Is it on the night of the NCAA tournament?
No.
Okay.
The first day, I guess, is Monday, March 31st.
And they're just trying to take money from the NIT?
Something. They're not. It doesn't. I don't even. It strikes me that they're not even going up against the tournament once. Now they're going up against the ladies tournament, but it's I like this. It's every day. It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday. So I kind of like that. And it's after the Elite Eight, before the Final Four. They're jamming it all in that week.
So
kind of smart, man.
Those Saturday games will lead up to the Final Four.
Are you sure, though? Dude, yes, you are sure. So 10:30 a.m. Pacific is what, 1:30 Eastern?
1:30 Eastern and 4 o'clock Eastern.
And then the first Final Four games at like 6?
Yeah,
like 6 and 8:30 or something? Brian? This is smart. People are going to watch this stuff because you get into this like that Sweet 16 weekend and Elite 8 weekend when you do nothing but watch college hoops for 4 days, and then you feel this like college hoops vacuum. Here's your answer.
Won't be mine. It'll be yours.
Landini, any Crown basketball in your future? I bet we all watch it. Maybe not you, but it's going to be some bad basketball. Who's the opener? Utah versus Butler?
How many teams in this thing?
2, 4, 6, 8, 16.
And all of them at best 17 and 15.
Around there. I mean, some of them are bad. Yo, DePaul's 14 and 19, and they're in this joint. I think they're just trying to get like big brand names with maybe a television market, try to get people in Chicago to look at it.
Apparently, GW was 21 and 12.
See, if
Not bad.
they got all teams like that, 21 and 12, that would interest me. But teams that are 14 and 19 and stuff like that, and no, that doesn't interest me.
All right, let's look at the what are the teams they got? So they got Arizona State in there, B.
What's their record?
13 and 19.
That doesn't interest me.
They got Colorado, Buffaloes.
What's their
Deion's coaching.
He's a football coach.
Maybe he'll show up.
Still, what is their record?
14 and 20.
Does not interest me. See, I don't like how we going. And we are giving everybody the hope that, you could be terrible, but no, you get a chance to play for a trophy.
I think the college football bowl system.
No,
I don't like the team when the team is 6 and whatever 8. No, you don't have a winning record. Don't send them nothing.
Cincinnati's in.
They must have a below 500 record because that's
18 and 15.
Must hit it over. I at least pay
they got
attention
a lot
to that.
of these Big 12 teams. It's also so bizarre to me that UCF is in the Big 12. UCF is in 17 and 6. 17 and 16. Sorry.
Okay.
How can you possibly call your tournament the Crown when it's the third tier tournament?
Doug,
fourth.
It's the fourth tier
The
tournament.
NCAA, NIT, CBI, then them.
this joint might beat CBI. Why, Brian, is this better than the CBI?
It will get more eyeballs than the CBI. I think the CBI is on Flow Sports.
I don't even know what that is. This will be a fascinating because, B, you say in general we want to watch the best, right? And I think it's the biggest problem MLS has because MLS has built this league in the United States and dedicated fans go to it. And I'm sure there's people watching on Apple, but like if you're an American and you're watching MLS, you know it's tier 4 of professional soccer.
Yeah.
Right? Like England, Europe, various European leagues.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it's the trouble MLS has, but I don't know. I kind of equate to that, but people watch it. People bet on it. People buy the jerseys.
We'll see.
Tell Bees, they're playing these games at MGM Grand. Tell Bees we need to go cover the Crown.
MGM Grand in Vegas?
Yeah.
You think B's going to fly us out there? We need to tell Odyssey we need to cover it.
They don't fly us anywhere.
Well, we won't be covering it. I would watch it then.
You know what has you covered? Crop Metcalf. The temperatures are heating up, and you better be sure your air conditioning system is ready to rock. Now is the perfect time to schedule a $99 cooling and heating check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star tech will check both your home's cooling and heating system for one low price. There's a ton of benefits to a Crop Metcalf maintenance check, including increasing the efficiency of your systems, decreasing your energy bills, and most importantly, finding those small problems before they turn into major costly repairs. Don't wait. Call today and get peace of mind no matter what the unpredictable DC weather is tomorrow. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. All right, that's a great song in that film. I want to be sure you guys were in unison on this, in accord. I feel like we've covered the Crown. Are we good? Do we need to go more in depth on the Crown?
No.
More break. You want to break down to the Oregon State UCF matchup, B?
No.
Okay, B feels good. Let's get back to the actual bracket, where there's a ton of local teams. At least one of them will win because American's playing Mount St. Mary's. I also think I feel more confident than I did this morning in my Terps. I really, really just want a Sweet 16 berth. I am really, really grumpy that they landed in Seattle, and then if they make it to the Sweet 16, that game's in San Francisco.
So we won't be going to that one?
I don't know. Doesn't seem likely, Brian.
All right.
That's a haul, dude.
I was getting ready, man.
You should go. Go visit Willie.
No. You said you would be there, so we were going to be going together. Willie is no longer in San Francisco. I told you that.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, Willie's moving to North Carolina. He'll be there by the end of this month.
No way.
Yeah.
So you'll have both of them right there.
Yeah, right. 15
Where's he
minutes
moving?
apart. Raleigh.
In Raleigh also? Oh, that's great. That's a lot closer in California.
Hell yeah.
And then that's great because the kids can just be playing together all the time. That's great. I did not know that. Congrats, Willie. Yeah, I'm pissed about the locations for Maryland, but whatever. I could persevere. I was thinking we could go around the brackets and everybody that's got a upset, it's upset season. White Brian, you lead us off. College Basketball Insider for B. Mitch Finley. Job carries no financial reward. Give us some upsets.
I really like Montana against Wisconsin.
Nobody talks more and louder than Chris when we're trying to talk to someone else in the studio. We noticed that last week with Jeff. Where the hell is Jeff, by the way? He worked 5 straight days, just needed a break. Montana, why? Is that the Grizzlies?
The Grizzlies out of the Big Sky. They have Money Williams as their 6th man, leading scorer.
That's his name?
Money Williams.
I like that.
Hold on, he's the 6th man and the leading scorer?
Yep.
That's kind of weird,
His
right?
name Money. When he comes in the game, he's money.
They score a lot of points. They got 2 40% 3-point shooters behind him.
Some 6 men are as good as anybody in the top 5.
Sure. Who are they playing?
They're playing Wisconsin. So Wisconsin's going to need to shoot like they did in the Big Ten title game. But if they have a bad shooting night, Montana can do it.
Heavy Metal Chris, please just hang up on that dude. Can you relay that message to him? So are you down on the Big Ten?
I really like Oregon. I like their draw. I like Maryland. I don't.
So there's always a 5-12. What's the 12 you like upsetting somebody? McNeese over Clemson?
No, UC San Diego is going to be the popular one. I don't think they've lost since December.
Damn.
Michigan just won the Big Ten tournament.
Yeah, the issue with them is I think
problem.
they have 17 wins by 3 points or less. So it's at some point the luck's got to run out for them. But I do like Michigan.
Is there any of these like high seeds you think could get on a run? Like what's High Point all about?
High Point's a lot of fun. They can score and go on runs. I think in their championship game they went on like a 20-5 run to win that game. They don't play much defense though, and it's not a good matchup for them.
I know Drake tries to slow it down. Are there any schools that still like go that route?
So Wofford against Tennessee is interesting because they play the second lowest pace in the country.
Wofford does?
And they make their threes when they shoot.
Oh, I've been telling you about them.
That's your team. But, dude, Tennessee doesn't really go up-tempo, especially for an SEC team.
No.
They don't go up-tempo, but I think Wofford's going to have to hit every 3-pointer to beat Tennessee.
Yeah, but if you have that kind of game where it's like 65-60 and Wofford could keep it ugly, if they're hitting the threes and Tennessee gets a little bit
I don't know if
stressed
Wofford's
out.
big enough to deal with them, though.
No, they do have a center that shoots Granny-style free throws.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's incredible.
No, he does. He shoots like, and he's horrible though.
Yeah, he's terrible.
He's like 47%.
He airballed one in their championship game.
That is, I need a.
In 2025, you should not be still shooting like that.
How can I mean, all of these young guys now are like nobody is developed to be a basketball player with their back to the basket anymore. How can someone be that bad of a free throw shooter?
Well, why is he still shooting like this, Jay? I mean,
He just hit his mic.
I hit my mic more times than he hit his free throw shots.
I mean, this is remarkable. Kyler Thilewich. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I mean that there's gonna be a dude in the 2025 NCAA tournament shooting his free throws granny style,
like Pistol Pete Maverick.
Yo, that's how my daughter bowls. My 6-year-old.
That's understandable for her, not for him.
You got an upset you like, B?
See, the 5-12 always jumps in there. So of the 5-12s, I've talked about Wofford, but I think Tennessee's a little bit too much for him, but you never know. I'm going to see the other one I got. Oregon and Liberty, Michigan and UC San Diego, and then Colorado State, Memphis.
See, I think the 5-12 has become such a disgust upset. That
It still happens, though.
You got to look else. Like, what's up with Lipscomb? Doesn't Iowa State have a player that's hurt? That's like an important player for them.
Yeah, their sixth man who also leads their team in scoring.
Is his name also Money?
No, it's Curtis Jones, I believe.
What's up with Lipscomb? Where are they from?
They're in the A-Sun. They beat North Alabama, who I really liked to get to the tournament. They can score too.
Does anybody know where Lipscomb is?
It's in Nashville.
Okay.
So do you think a 4-13 might be a problem, Jay?
I think I'm just looking.
Maryland's a 4. Y'all playing a 13?
That's a 3-14, sir. I'm just looking elsewhere, dude. You know me. I'm trying to zag. Yo, what about my UNC Wilmington Seahawks?
I don't think they have any chance.
That's a 4-13, sir.
It's a 3-14.
I do like Akron as a 13.
It's a 4-13. Maryland and Grand Canyon. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Texas Tech and UNC Wilmington.
No, I told you Maryland and Grand Canyon. What are you talking about Texas Tech for?
I'm trying to find my upset. What's the one you like, Brian? Akron?
Akron, again, they can score a lot, and Arizona does not play a lot of defense. So if they get trapped into that high-scoring type game.
Yeah, see, I like
Caleb Love.
I like that 13 line.
That's Caleb Love, yep.
How old is Caleb Love at this point?
He's in his 5th year.
I 23. It's crazy. There's going to be 27-year-olds playing college sports.
Hell, some of them have stayed.
Besides just the Auburn Tigers. When we return, we're going to keep the college hoops conversation going. Troy Machir joins the program.
This update presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. The Washington Commanders have re-signed defensive tackle Sheldon Day. He appeared in 12 games last year and recorded a single-season career high in combined tackles with 24. The Texans and cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. agreed to a 3-year, $90 million deal, making him the NFL's new highest-paid defensive back. The Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore will be their opening day starter. GW will take on Boise State and Georgetown against Washington State in the Crown basketball tournament from Las Vegas beginning March 31st. Iona has fired Tobin Anderson after just 2 seasons. The NCAA tournament begins tomorrow. Maryland against Grand Canyon Friday. American versus Mount St. Mary's Wednesday. If they win that game, they play Duke Friday. George Mason against Samford in the NIT. That's Wednesday. Wizards basketball against the Blazers tonight at 9:45 on Team 980. Capitals tomorrow against the Red Wings. Alex Ovechkin now at 887 goals. He needs 7 to tie Wayne Gretzky. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Oh. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Time to talk a little more college hoops. Our friend Troy Machir joining the program. T-Roy, what's up, dude? How you been?
What's going on, guys? It's a great day to talk hoops. Great week to talk hoops, actually.
Yeah, man. We broke down every matchup in the Crown. We feel like we're really well prepared for that. But man, when you look at the bracket, let's start big picture. I think they got a lot right. What seems right to you?
I think the number 1 seeds seem right to me. I think the placement of the number 2 seeds, with maybe one exception, seem right to me. I do generally believe that the SEC was right to get in at least 12 teams. I may take umbrage with 2 teams, Oklahoma and Texas, but I think they're right on how many teams got in. You know, I think they're right on only giving 4 to the ACC. I kind of expected maybe one more team in there, and I actually thought the 2 teams over North Carolina were more deserving. But my issues with what they did was with some seedings towards the 5, 6, 7 seeds, some placements in terms of location and just how they laid it out. But when you have 14 teams from one conference, it's really hard to lay it out where you're not having half of the SEC in one region.
You mentioned North Carolina. Why were they put in?
I think, they had a pretty dreadful quad 1 record. It was like 1-8 or something, but they did pick up a ton of wins against quad 2 opponents. They were like 8-3 or something. I don't know. I've heard it, it's like, well, they needed the brand. This was a brand play to get North Carolina tournament. And I'm like, if this were the conference or college football playoff, maybe. But there's 68 teams. It doesn't benefit the tournament at all to have North Carolina in there. I think
you don't think it benefits the first 4 game to have that caliber of a team? Those first 4s aren't watched like the first round is.
Yeah, I don't think so, because we know exactly what they are. They're to whet our palate. It doesn't really matter who's playing in there. I don't think adding North Carolina is going to move the needle all that much. I think some of the other teams like Boise State, the Mountain West kind of fell apart towards the end. I would have loved to see some low majors get a second team in like UC Irvine, but the metrics just don't match up. I wish the committee looked at it more like the college football committee does, which is we want to make the best tournament. And I wish the college football committee did what the college basketball committee does and say, we're going to put in the best teams based off resume. And that would have gotten us, Alabama in over an SMU or something like that. I think there were some better teams in terms of what we want as the viewing public that didn't get in over a team like North Carolina, who has been aggressively mediocre all season.
I like that, aggressively mediocre.
I mean, it's true. Dude, or is there anybody you kind of are looking to fade going into this? We had Neil Greenberg on from the Post last week, and he said he kind of thinks the bottom half of the SEC might be ripe for some fading. And I remember for a lot of years, the Big Ten would get 8, 10, 11 teams in. And then when they started playing the games, they just were getting rocked. Is there any way that's possible with I'm not talking Auburn and Florida, but like kind of Mizzou and Oklahoma, some of those teams?
Absolutely. I really like who is Missouri playing? There's so many teams I'm blanking on it, but Missouri's playing Drake. They're playing Drake in the Midwest. Drake is obviously, I believe, in Nebraska. They're playing in Kansas City. Drake was an exceptional team this year, won their conference. That's a 6-11 game. I think Missouri has been good. They've picked up some good wins. I think they're the upper echelon of the middle of the pack of the ACC. I'm absolutely fading Texas A&M against Yale. Yale has done way too much in the tournament. They don't shoot a lot of three-pointers, but they're exceptional at making three-pointers. I do love Buzz Williams, but Yale has won tournament games, like multiple tournament games over the last 5 or 6 years. And they're a very, very good team. I think Texas A&M at a 4 is kind of crazy. I have no desire to see Ole Miss play. They're going to play one of the 11 seeds that's playing in Dayton. And we know an 11 seed that plays in Dayton always wins at least one game. I have no desire to see Ole Miss. The only team from the SEC that's towards the bottom that I actually like is Vanderbilt. They play St. Mary's team that should be seated higher. I don't like that St. Mary's is 7. They should be a 5. But St. Mary's has not played well down the stretch. They've struggled in the last 2 or 3 games. And Vanderbilt plays everyone tight. They play everyone close. They picked off more wins than they shouldn't have had than any other team in the SEC. They've been super impressive. I think that is a team that could easily win their first-round game. The problem is they're going to end up playing Alabama, a team that they've faced already. And while, that will give them some identity and give them a better game plan, I don't really want to see an SEC game in the second round. I want to see unique matchups, different matchups. That's one of the issues I have with so many teams getting in. But make no mistake about it, the SEC was the best conference in the country by a large margin and could make the case as one of the best conferences in a single year of all time.
Troy, which are the number ones you think and will probably be the first to go?
Well, potentially Houston only because they could play Gonzaga in the second round, and I think Gonzaga will match up really well with them. I'm kind of leaning Auburn only because Auburn's lost 3 of their last 4. And a team that's lost 3 of their last 4 has never won a national championship. Now they'll have to play Louisville or Creighton, and Creighton has the size. Louisville has the tempo. I think it might be Auburn, even though they're the number 1 overall seed. They've been the best team in the country. They have one of the 2 best players in the country in Janai Broome. But I think it's either Auburn or Houston just because of what they potentially face in the second round, where I don't have as much faith as Mississippi State or Baylor beating Duke or UConn or Oklahoma beating Florida.
Man, AU's about to take out Duke. Just watch. I do think it's funny, Troy, and you may not be aware of this. We're talking with our friend Troy Machir here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Troy at Troy Machir, Machir. Check out his work over at Bet Rivers, all the content stuff. The amount of betting information you have tweeted out in the last 12 hours is just astonishing. But our video producer, his name is White Brian, and he's in Auburn grad and runs auburnwire.com, and he was just shaking his head as you were saying the Tigers might get knocked off.
I think a week ago, I had them penciled into the Final Four, but I love looking at trends because a lot of times that's all we really have to go off of. And they help you kind of shape what you're thinking. They can support or go against it. And we don't get a chalk Final Four. Someone's going to have to lose. And I know people would lean, it's got to be Duke. They potentially have a banged up Cooper Flag, but they played really well in the ACC tournament without him. Granted, the ACC is not as strong as the SEC. I get that. I like Auburn. For some reason, it's like a weird thing where it's like, I don't really have a lot of evidence to suggest that there's a metric that means that they're going to lose in the second round of the Sweet 16. I just have a bad feeling. about it, and I would love to see Bruce Pearl win a national championship. He's one of my favorite coaches in the country. But for some reason, there's just something that makes me believe that, having to play Louisville or Creighton, those are tough outs. Then potentially, Michigan team that is playing much, much better. I think really if they can get through their second round game, if they make the Sweet 16, I think their region and their pot of their region is pretty weak, but I have concerns about their second round game.
I think that's fair. And they're playing it in Kentucky, which White Brian also is completely dismissive of. I think, what's up with Flag? Is he healthy?
I think rolled big time, man.
Man, can I make a societal point?
Uh-huh.
I think we're overusing the wheelchair. Like,
the wheelchair.
Put his arms around some coaches.
Yeah. Just walk your ass off.
Chill
the
with
court,
the
man.
wheelchair.
Don't need the wheelchair.
Yeah,
they rolled.
Going back to the Paul Pierce game, I 1,000% agree.
Yeah,
he rolled that thing a little much though, but he didn't need no damn wheelchair.
Yeah, like you could just put your arm around the trainer and walk back there on one leg. Anyway, wheelchair aside,
be a man like Kobe was.
Sure,
Kobe walked.
Wheelchair aside, what do you think of the Dukies?
They're good. They have three players who can pick up the slack, and Colin Knuppel, Kamen Maluk, who's a big center, and Tyrese Proxer. They have some three-point shooters off the bench. Listen, they're not super deep, and I thought, they would struggle in the ACC tournament without Cooper Flagg, to the point where I hammered North Carolina to cover. I think it was like 10.5, and they ended up covering, but Duke was up 15-16 late in the first, early in the second. I think Cooper Flagg will come back and will be at 80% for game one. Here's the thing. You don't need him for anything more than an 80%. Yes, I do know that 16s have beaten once, and our local market has been privy to one of those 16 over ones. And I do not think that it will matter all that much. So really, he needs to be ready by, Sunday? I think Duke is playing, are they playing on Friday afternoon? So they won't play again until Sunday. So really, that's over a week. I think he'll be healthy. He's really young, very athletic. I don't have a lot of fear that it will hamper them. Now, if he re-injures it, then you're screwed. Yeah. If you do try to, because even though he might be healthy, mentally, you may want to not go 100%. And when you can't fully commit to your knee, your ankle, something that you have to put weight on, you could aggravate it even more because you aren't fully committed to playing through it. So that is, I think, one aspect of the game that could really, hinder their long-term chances if he isn't mentally ready to play on sub 100% ankle and re-aggravating that injury.
That's going to be interesting. Another team that I think is really interesting. We're talking with our friend Troy Machir. Now that we got our brackets, trying to figure them out. St. John's, the job Rick Pitino's done, and dude, it's not a surprise that Rick Pitino has another team top coach. 10. The moral grandstanding and pearl clutching that happened with Pitino is just kind of crazy in a world where everybody now just openly gets paid. But regardless, what do you think of the Johnnies?
Yeah, well, there's a little bit more salaciousness to several Pitino-related issues, which I think is what kind of bubbled it up a little bit more. The Johnnies have been incredibly impressive. And what I find impressive is every single college he has taken to the NCAA tournament has the exact same identity, going back to the teams from the 80s. They press, they play incredibly tough defense. They force turnovers. They pick up the pace on their defensive to offensive transition, and they're not great three-point shooting teams. And I think that is a concern come tournament time. Now, that's not to say that he's never had success in the tournament. He's taken multiple teams to the Final Four. Louisville, he won a national championship, but he had two really good three-point shooters on that team. He has good scorers on this team. I watched Omaha play. They're a pretty good team. They should run through that. What's really interesting is they could potentially play Arkansas in the second round, and Rick Pitino and John Calipari do not like each other, at all. It's up there with the coach from John Chamey and John Calipari. That's how much they do not like each other.
I want to see the game just for that.
Yeah, seriously.
I want that to happen. Would be great.
I think St. John's has the size. I think they have the ball handlers. I think they have the playmakers, and I think they have the coach to make a deep run. Now, can they win a national championship? They're probably in my second tier to win a national championship, but we ultimately know that it all depends on how the bracket breaks, and I do like their matchup. Texas Tech at the 3 seed is a tough out, but like Missouri, we've already discussed, not super confident in them. Florida and Maryland are probably the two teams that pose the biggest threat to them. Maybe Kansas or Arkansas just because of the talent they have, but they're wildly inconsistent. So, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw like St. John's, Maryland in the Elite Eight to make a Final Four. I truly believe that.
Wow. That'd be nuts. Elite Eight might get my ass to San Francisco. We'll see. Let's talk a little bit about the Terps draw. What do I need to know about Grand Canyon?
They play a lot like Maryland. They play fast. They have a crazy tempo. They like to shoot 3-pointers. They're not as good at shooting 3-pointers as Maryland, but in their conference tournament championship game against Utah Valley, another really good low major who plays really good half court. They just want to slow it down and play half court. They applied pressure, and even though they are lightly undersized, they have two former power conference players from Kansas and Butler, I believe. And the concern I have with Maryland is their interior defense and really their interior offense as well. Not saying that Julian Reese and Derek Queen can't get it done. We obviously know that. But if you look at the Michigan State game, Michigan State, it seems like they got a hand on the ball every time they went up for a layup or a tough basket in the paint. We obviously saw what Michigan did, not just on the final play going coast to coast, but the entire second half. They were gutting Maryland's interior defense. I think because Maryland only plays 5 guys, maybe 6 guys, when things get stressed down the stretch, they're exhausted, they're tired, and usually you take a play off on defense. And that could really hurt you against a team that plays with a really high tempo in Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon's a team that won a tournament game last year. They've made 4 of the last 5 NCAA tournaments. This is a very good team that certainly doesn't play the quality of competition that Maryland does, but they have all the advanced analytics. And when you watch them play, they do pass the eye test. They look like a more pro-style team than any of the other teams in their conference tournament. Granted, the WAC is a weak tournament, but I do think that Grand Canyon could pose a lot of threats to Maryland. But at the same time, Maryland they don't lose games they shouldn't. They lost to Penn State on the road. I think they lost to Minnesota or someone on the road. They're all by 6 points or less. 4 of their 8 losses have come at the buzzer, which is just brutal. I think, I don't love the line at 10.5, but I do think Maryland does pull this one away because they have superior talent and 3-point shooting, which you need in the NCAA tournament.
Troy, every year we have 5 and 12, and the 12 beats a 5. Which one of these you think is the best chance that the 12 beats a 5?
I think it's probably – I love all of the 12-5s. I love UC San Diego. I've been out on Michigan, even though Michigan just won 3 games to win the Big East tournament or Big Ten tournament. They have to go out west to play UC San Diego, who's the best team in the country for covering the spread. But I think it's probably Colorado State against Memphis. Memphis squeaked by UAB in their championship game. The score was a little bit bigger than the game made it seem. Colorado State has won 9 in a row. They ran roughshod through the Mountain West tournament, which is just a brutal conference tournament. Their head coach is going to be at Minnesota or will be at another power conference school next year. Colorado State's the only lower seed that's favored to beat their higher seed. Memphis, was knocked out last year in the first round. Yeah, 2.5.
Wow.
Yeah. I think it could be Colorado State. Now, I don't think this is their best roster. I think their best roster was 2 years ago when they had David Roddy, who was drafted. But Colorado State has been playing so well. And Memphis, even though they have an All-American and P.J. Haggerty, who's really, really good, I think Colorado State, they love to rebound on the offensive glass. They're really good at forcing turnovers. And those are 2 things you need extra possessions, and you need to turn 2s into 3s and get to the foul line when the clock stops. Maximizing possessions is how you win in March Madness, and Colorado State does that really well.
B, how do you think Sands is going to handle it if it's Colorado State, his alma mater, versus Maryland in the second round?
He'll lose his mind.
I think he might, dude.
Yeah. He might combust.
Yo, is there any – now, this is impossible, right? But I do remember – I feel like I remember you at least not necessarily calling the upset, but saying you liked UMBC's chances or something like that. Do I remember that correctly?
You do. And at least I'm a multi-bracket guy. I know a lot of people don't like that. At least in one of my brackets, I had UMBC beating Virginia. And it came down to, style of play in the NCAA tournament. Virginia was slow, the slowest. They don't score a lot. And things can happen where if you get down, how are you going to score points? And sure. UMBC had a guy who was shooting 3-pointers after 3-pointers. And the real thing that put me over the edge was DeAndre Hunter got injured in the last game of the conference tournament, and he was ruled out for the first-round game with a wrist injury. He was their only scoring option. Now, Virginia was kind of a mirage where there are not very many teams like that score 40 points a game and beat everyone. So I don't know if there's anything like that this year. I still maintain that I don't think any 16 seeds should play in Dayton. Give the low majors their shot. They shouldn't have to play another.
It's interesting you say that because we had Dwayne Simkins on the show this morning, and his point about playing in Dayton is they get the national spotlight. He thinks it's actually good for for the AU brand.
Yeah,
and maybe he's just finding a silver lining. I don't know, but
no, that's totally right. I agree, but at the same token, and you do get an extra game under your belt. Now you have to get back on the bus and the plane and travel someplace else, usually in the locale closer to the team you're playing. But if you win your conference tournament, you shouldn't have to then play in to get in the tournament. I think the last 8 at-large teams should be playing to get in. They didn't do enough in their conference tournament. And also, this tournament is ultimately about the little guy. Don't make it harder for the little guy to have a crack at it.
Yeah, I hear you theoretically for sure.
Yes.
So let's do this. And what's your biggest upset? And then who's your Final Four?
So I think a wacky upset is going to happen that no one is predicting. Like, not like Robert Morris over Alabama. I do think Bryant could make things really difficult for Michigan State. I know it's the January, February Izzo. Michigan State does have a big, ugly loss to Middle Tennessee from a couple years ago. Bryant was very impressive in their conference tournament. They've been impressive all year. I wouldn't be surprised if we do have 15 seed beat a 2 seed. I also think Tennessee is ripe for the picking because they're very slow on offense. Wofford likes to shoot 3-pointers.
Loves Wofford.
That is I think there's a big upset to be had that not enough people are talking about. Potentially Lipscomb at 14 over number 3 Iowa State. Iowa State's best player won't be playing in the tournament because of injury. It's not going to be one of those sexy 5-12 matchups that everyone talks about. There's always a head scratcher, like when St. Peter's beat Kentucky or when Oakland beat Kentucky.
Right. All right. Now, what's your Final Four, dude?
Oh, geez. Gosh. Excuse me. I have Duke in there. I have Clemson in there. Give me St. John's and give me Auburn, even though I said I don't think Auburn's going to make it. This is all to say that the bracket came out like 18 hours ago, and I have not even taken one look at the potential for a Final Four, solely focusing on the first weekend. But I think because the conference tournaments produced a lot of 1 and 2 seeds winning, the matchups that we see in the first round are going to be so tight. So I think this year, more than any other, we could have a lot of upsets that are not true upsets because these teams are good enough. This isn't the 7 seed from the Southland Conference. From the Southland, from the Horizon, from the Summit, from the Big West, all of those 1 seeds won. So we are getting really the best mid-majors and low majors in the country, which should lead to some of the best first-round action in the tournament.
Can't wait for it.
All right. Thanks, dude. Appreciate your time.
All right, Troy. Appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Troy Machir, Bet Rivers. Give him a follow at Troy Machir, Machir. The madness is coming, and I cannot wait. Neither can you.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. So you just heard Troy talking to us. Go check out some of those 12s. Put some money on them. You may make you some money early on when the tournament starts. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. Because after all, anything can happen in March. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
begin with college basketball, the news of tournaments, a tough one. South Alabama got a call from the NCAA inviting them to the NIT at 9:30 p.m. last night because UC Riverside was locked into the CBI. They were told they were 100% in. Then the NCAA called back about an hour later to say they no longer had a spot for South Alabama after head coach Richie Riley had already told his team they were in. Iona has fired Tobin Anderson after just 2 seasons. He led his team to the title game in the conference and finished 17-17. GW will take on Boise State and Georgetown against Washington State in the Crown Tournament from Las Vegas, March 31st. The NCAA tournament has American against St. Mary's, Maryland against Grand Canyon. George Mason takes on Samford Wednesday in the NIT. The Commanders have re-signed defensive tackle Sheldon Day. The Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore will be their opening day starter. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Lay down. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm a happy idiot.
You said it.
How do you feel, B? Apparently, the governor of West Virginia is, I mean, I think he's currently having a press conference right now.
Hey.
DMWV, stand up. Trying to sue the NCAA for the Mountaineers not getting in.
Well, I listen, I think it's asinine, but I think when you look at the fact, if this is true, based off the reports, that the guy on the committee got extra money because North Carolina got in, and he also has affiliation with North Carolina, I think something has to be checked.
Now, he did say, he was asked, and he said he recused himself from the discussion whenever Carolina came up.
I would love to see a copy of it and see if he really did.
Listen, I think West Virginia should have gotten in, but I also think the governor trying to, you got to have something better to do, dog. There's got to
obviously he doesn't.
There's got to be a more pressing issue in the state of West Virginia. It just seems like such a political grandstand kind of operation.
Well, it could be, could not be. Never know.
What if he challenged Bubba Cunningham to a fight, the Carolina AD that you're questioning?
Hey, let's see. See if Bubba got. See if Bubba built like that.
All right. So what do we want to do for a wager? What didn't we just set up a wager for something?
What
was the? Oh, it's for Ovi's goal.
Yeah,
that hasn't come to fruition.
Roy got that going.
What do you want to do for the brackets between us? Do we know if Jeff's working this week?
We don't know, so let's come up with whatever.
White Brian, what are you willing to wager? Because you
got to be out of the cents. We're not doing no.
I'm not
20
doing
cents. 25 cents. That's not happening.
$20?
Oh,
you bet $20?
That's
I'm
massive.
confident in my bracket.
Oh,
how many brackets do you do?
Most years 2. This year just 1.
Because you that confident?
Yeah, well, normally I do 2 because I just have to pick Auburn.
How many teams you pick the best, right?
But I actually think Auburn can win it this year.
I think they won't.
So you're going to put $20 up for a bracket. And
sure.
You'd also do that with us.
Yeah.
How many brackets do you join, B?
Probably 1.
I do want to. The problem with these is that because they're so, everything is just online now. So I'll get 50 emails today from various brackets I've joined over the last 20 years.
Learn how to ignore people sometimes. Just don't do it.
I'm going to. And I think if we do one, just heavy metal Chris can or cannot be involved. It's up to him. But like, if we do
I definitely want to be involved.
Okay, me, B, White Brian, heavy metal Chris, Landfill, and Jeff. That is how many people? 7? 6? 6. And it's $20 a pop. I think I'm in on that.
I'm with that.
Are you in on that?
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very cutthroat, though, because if you're bad, there's only 6 of us. And I feel like I've generally been bad at these bracket contests for a long time. The last time I won one, I remember the last time I won one.
It's $20, Jay.
Yeah. No, I'm not as worried about the $20 as I am being made fun of incessantly.
But that's going to happen anyway.
That's a good point. The last time I won a bracket challenge, guess what team won the NCAA tournament?
Maryland.
No. After that, the first Florida team, that Joe Kim Noah team.
Okay.
That was probably 2000.
Long time ago.
That's a George Mason year.
2005.
Yeah, no, I think it was 06, right?
Yeah, 05, 06.
Yeah, 05, 06. Yeah, so it's been some years. I feel like I've watched a lot more college hoops this year. Landville, are you in for a $20 bracket challenge?
I'm in, but how does the scoring work precisely?
So here's what I have another suggestion for our bracket challenge.
Okay.
I don't want it to be online. I want it to be an actual bracket we fill out, and somebody's got to keep track of them. Probably White Brian. He's the nerdiest, most responsible.
I used to run a pool with like 50 to 60 people in it every year for like 20 years. I can do this. And I didn't run it online with like a Yahoo or
I
anything.
used to do that too. It was so much more fun than the online ones.
Yeah,
I want a physical copy of my bracket, and then you like highlight your winners.
Yeah.
We're going back in time, B.
I'm cool with that.
You, me, and Huey Lewis in the news.
I'm cool with that.
All right, so now we've got some really good parameters here.
They have to have them done by tomorrow.
No.
They have games tomorrow, the 8th.
Yeah, but you don't have to pick.
Wait till Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't have to pick the play-ins. I don't want to have to pick. Picking between AU and Mount St. Mary's would be like picking between my children.
No, it's not. You don't like either one of them teams that much. Stop lying.
I root for AU.
Okay.
I drive by AU 3 times a day every day.
Just because you pass by them, you cheer for them?
I root for them.
You pass by the trucks every day that got your traffic hooked up, and you don't like them?
I root for
when
AU.
have you, Mount St. Mary's, when have you ever been up there?
I've driven by it.
When?
Going to Gettysburg.
You pass right by the school.
Yo, you go right by
and
it. Route 15.
Everything you pass,
You've probably
you like.
ridden your bike past it.
Everything you pass, you like.
Dude, B, I live right next to AU. I know, like,
I'm asking you a question. You say I passed by. You passed by what's called once.
Dog, Shelby's best friend's babysitter is a student at AU. I know AU people. I root for AU. Not significantly. I don't
best
lose much
friend's
sleep.
Babysitter. What's her name?
I don't know. Lucy's babysitter. Yo, we just had Coach Simkins.
We got Coach Simkins, but
you want a real answer? Wayne Simkins is a Terp, and he's their coach, so I'm rooting for him.
I'm not. You trying to say they're like your children? I can't see how Mount St. Mary's is like your children.
Dog, I was kidding.
Okay,
They're not
just
like
making
my
sure.
children.
I told you, like when you say stuff, I'm gonna take what you say, but you like to just say.
If for no other reason, I'm rooting for AU for David Aldridge's sanity. Is that a fair thing?
Yeah.
You know what DA confessed to?
What?
Now, I may be incorrect. And obviously, David Aldridge knows more about basketball than he has forgotten more about basketball than I will ever know.
Okay.
That said, I still don't think DA is on the coaching staff. And he's
what?
Of the AU Eagles.
He's not.
He's not. In our text thread earlier today, he said, he's been watching Mount St. Mary's games. Said, I watched their game against Marist last night. I wish I was kidding. He's scouting the opponent for the playing game. Now that is dedication.
Hey, man, when you go to a school, you have that dedication.
You know what?
Like every time anything happens, you think somebody's trying to mess over Maryland.
White Brian, I'm gonna need some Grand Canyon tape. I'm gonna need to. I think I got to grind a little bit of Grand Canyon, and not the women's team. You perv. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
I had the Rude guys out at the house last week, man. Really excited, and I'm most excited because Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, no more knocking in the middle of the night, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the savings. I know you were able to take advantage of federal tax credits. You can save up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check them out at rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
That's Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right. Tell me what you gonna do. But it's just a sweet, sweet fantasy, baby, when love crossed your mind. This video was awesome. You're like a 13-year-old watching MTV in the summer. Mariah got it done, man. Mariah might get it done. That might be current tense, not past tense.
Trying to tell us something? You got a little crush?
You know, I liked her. My boy Brian loved her. Not even white Brian. Brian Calorie.
Brian Calorie.
Yeah, he's my boy. Growing up.
Okay.
Shout out to Mariah Carey. I wonder who she's taking in her bracket.
Hey, we gonna pass by that statement.
I don't even know that was funny business.
I don't know, Jay.
All right, so we got to take a vote. We have people texting us, friends of the program, if they can get in our closed to the public bracket.
You already announced it that it's closed to the public.
Yeah, but these are friends of the program. Now,
if you're gonna text me, don't know.
Landfill said yes. B Mitch says no.
And not if I'm getting extra text. No.
B Mitch wants fewer texts. And something tells me that this closed to the public bracket pool will create more texts. Vortex.
No, I'm gonna just put block on everything.
Can we let Rooster in?
Y'all do whatever you want with this thing, man.
Do you think Rooster would pay $20?
Probably yes.
That is a we need to be paid up front kind of situation.
Oh no, he don't have to pay it.
Oh, Landville's really messing with you now, B. Just sending one letter text message.
Don't worry, I'll just block it off here. I don't need to be on the text thread. I give it that.
Heavy Metal Chris, we haven't heard from you. Who you liking? How you feeling about your bracket?
I mean, I'm the kind of guy that likes to fill it out like the last minute, like the Wednesday night before or whatever. I'm still kind of absorbing it all. But I will tell you, maybe it's just a weird hunch. I don't know. I kind of like Yale over Texas A&M as an early upset.
Yale over A&M.
Yeah.
All right. I'm excited. I'm most excited that I feel like my Terps could actually go on a deep run. And it's not easy. The committee screwed them as always by making them go out west when they could have just gone to Providence or Raleigh or something. But whatever. That's what the committee does. Maryland has been and remains always in no man's land. Like we were in the ACC. We were in a Southern school. Now we're in the Big Ten. We're not a Midwest school. Landfill and B-Mitch have declared jihad on each other in the text thread. There's always a lot of moving parts at the end of this program. But just know that I am always here to complain for my fellow Terp fans.
You complain a lot about everything.
So when is due date for the close to the public bracket pools? Thursday at noon. Okay?
This close to the public, going to have about 25 people by the time the bar come in.
Well, here's all I'm saying. To get into this joint, it's a physical copy of the bracket.
We will be at the casino at that time.
Oh, hell. So a lot of people can just randomly just start showing us.
If we don't already talk to you on a regular basis, we're not going to be talking to you on a damn regular basis. So, now, see, I'm putting my foot down. Okay, if it's somebody we already deal with, yes. These people out the blue, to hell with them. No, we're not doing it.
So everybody come to the casino on Thursday and hand B-Mitch your bracket with a $20 bill.
No, if I don't text you to bring a bracket, don't bring me one.
Oh God, Biaggi wants to be in on it. There's a lot of people want to be in the close.
Sometimes I tell you about taking everything to the damn radio, boy. I tell you. One day you're going to learn, or one day I'm going to just have to assault you. I'm going to stop this.
I'm just going to have to assault you.
I'm just going to stop this. I don't care what it is. JP going to bring everything to the radio.
I mean, Landfill wants as many people as possible in our close to the public pool. Why is that,
Landfill don't like anybody.
I know.
So I'd be damned if he want to have all these extra people involved.
I think he feels good about it and thinks he's going to win and wants to drive that pot up.
No.
I'm very happy after vacation. Plus, I'm thinking
I'm gonna make him change his mind. Wildcard Scotty, come to the studio tomorrow.
Oh,
you get to sit right there with Landfill. What you want to talk about?
Well, I was thinking, whoever wins, if we know him, we could guilt him into buying us stuff.
What if you win?
Nah, screw you guys. I don't know you.
Chris Kerwin just texted me. He said, I'm bringing an empty bracket and $21 bills for B-Mitch at the casino on Thursday.
Chris, I'm going to split your wig, too. I'll let you know right now.
Oh, boy. Bracket Mania is coming. Feel free. There's a website. You got to find it for the B-Mitch and Finley closed to the public bracket pool challenge tournament. Is there not like an official thing? I would think.
Yeah, I'm sure they got official things all over the place.
Just not ours. Ours is closed to the public, and you need a physical bracket.
Mine, we have some rules that I haven't even told you yet, JP.
Yo, 1 entry per person.
I will tell you. I will tell you the rules once the tournament starts, and everybody. And I got all the things.
I think the points should double per round, so it's like a 1 point, a 2 point, a 4 point.
We get bonuses for upsets. That's the other question.
Put your money in there, be just done. We're not doing all that extra stuff.
No bonuses.
This is just straight 10, 10, 10. We're not trying to have all the damn Sandys and all that type of stuff.
Nah, but like getting 3 out of 4 Final Four teams right needs to be worth more than getting 3 first-round games right.
Don't worry. If you got 3 first-round games right, you're going to lose because you're not going to be around in there.
That didn't even make any sense.
Yeah,
how about this? Call number 10 right now. 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Nats opening day, March 27th against Philly. First 20,000 fans get an opening day T-shirt for the complete Nats schedule and tickets. Check out thefandc.com. Thank you to everybody listening to the program today. Thank you to Joe Beninati and Troy Machir. We got to go. Grant and Danny live in Florida next. You made it this far. Those guys owe you a beer.
This update brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. A lot of impressive comments from Laramie Tunsil in his first interviews with the Washington Commanders media. He says, quote, "I'm damn sure can't wait to block for Jaden Daniels." And he said, "I think I could make a huge impact quickly. They traded me for that reason." The team also re-signed defensive tackle Sheldon Day. Day played in 12 games last year and recorded a single-season career high in combined tackles with 24. The Nationals have announced that Mackenzie Gore will be their opening day starter. GW versus Boise State and Georgetown against Washington State in the Crown basketball tournament in Las Vegas, March 31st. The NCAA tournament includes Maryland against Grand Canyon Friday at 4:35 p.m. American takes on Mount St. Mary's at 6:40 on Wednesday. The top seeds are Auburn, Duke, Houston, and Florida. The tourney begins tomorrow with St. Francis against Alabama State and UNC against San Diego State. The NIT for George Mason Wednesday against Samford at 7. On the women's side, George Mason will face Florida State, Maryland against Norfolk State, and William & Mary against High Point. Wizards basketball against the Blazers tonight at 9:45 on Team 980. Capitals against the Red Wings tomorrow night. Alex Ovechkin at 887. He's 8 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. This March only, get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What a gorgeous day for baseball and for fun and for fellowship.
All of it.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are live in West Palm Beach. One final ride from Nats spring training. The lads fly back to D.C. tonight. I'm staying because the family's coming in. We're going to stay for a few days in vacation. I got my little guys coming out to watch some baseball. But, Danny, this is just the way it should happen. Everyone should be here right now. It is warm. I'm going to say it's 75 degrees. It is a little bit of wind. Nice. There are a couple of clouds in the sky, but it is sunny. It is beautiful. And they're playing baseball about 100 yards to our left over in the ballpark right now as we broadcast from the Nationals facility.
Like, not even kidding. As you started talking, 2 different birds descended within my view, kind of like landed, and we're sort of, it's like a Disney movie where like Cinderella's about to sing because she opened her doors, like, it's a beautiful day, like that sort of deal.
Tell those Cardinals they need to get over to the ballpark.
Come on.
They're playing the Nats right now.
Is that what it is? Come on, having some fun. But it's perfect, dude. That's all it is. I don't know how to say this. We've seen so many Nats fans who been so kind to us. When we see them, went to lunch at Cracker Barrel, and super nice lady came over and told us how much she appreciated the show, and she'd seen me do stand up at one point where it's like everything's different when you're away from home, away from the rush, and away from the grind. This is a sports fan's just sort of dream scenario. The players are all right here. Everybody's so accessible. It's different when the regular season starts, and I get this. Walls go up, barriers go up, challenges happen. This is just so relaxed and perfect. The players are getting their work in, but the access is like nothing else. This is the best, man.
We have tickets for you guys to Nats opening day that we're going to be giving away this week. So the way we'll do this is every single day at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz this week, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to a lucky winner to go watch the Nats on what will be an immaculate day in D.C., a holiday as far as sports go in this town, but also the best day for the energy at the ballpark of the season. The closest thing you get to like those 2019 playoff atmospheres when hope springs eternal on opening day. So that's coming up at 4 o'clock if you want those tickets. I would tell you who's on the show today, but I will be gassed and run out of breath. If there's a Nats player you like, you're going to hear from them today on this program as we paint this thing red. I will just tell you that in advance. But some of the highlights, James Wood is stopping by in about an hour at 3 o'clock. Cannot wait to talk to the face of the franchise. At 4:30 today, Nathaniel Lowe, who we've been hanging out with and chatting with since we got here, one of the most insightful, sharpest talkers about baseball, frankly, and hitting that I've interacted with. I think you guys will love hearing from him on the program at 4:30 today. old friend of the program, one of our longest tenured, really good pals.
We go back.
Three best friends anyone could ever have. Jason Werth. For the second time in about a month, after 12 years of kind of hating each other, he will be back on the show with his buddies, Grant and Danny.
I'm still not to a point. Like, you know how we talked about this a bunch where we go, the local Washington football team went to the NFC title game? Like I've said that. I'm aware of the information. I watched the game like everybody else did, but I'm still not quite used to that fact. I'm nowhere near that point with the idea that Jason Werth now comes on our show sometimes. Like, that's still so odd to me.
Yeah, and to be clear, he's going to join us at 5 o'clock today. You're not in shock because it's like, oh, you're really a big fan and, you know, he's such a star or something.
No, it's not like me talking to Cal Ripken or Art Monk or something like that. Whatever the opposite of that is.
It's our relationship was so bad with him for no real reason other than he didn't like us.
He didn't care for us.
But now he doesn't mind us anymore.
You know, the guy that wouldn't let us like talk to Michael A. Taylor for 5 minutes of spring training, who blared music right over his ear or open and
he went full John Cusack and just took a speaker over his head.
He would open and close lockers or like curse real loud.
Good at Jason Werth, that guy.
That guy's like, oh yeah, Grand Daniel, come on, those guys. And just now we hang out.
Boys, you guys want to come over to the house, have some beers, we'll cook out on the grill.
I was like, yeah, that's what we normally do. Just chatting with J-Dub. Just Grant and Danny and J-Dub.
5 o'clock for Jason Werth. We'll talk to Davey Martinez today, back half the show. He's actually managing right now, so we'll get him on when he is done.
He's got work
with the ball game. Dylan Cruz is coming on today, so it's going to be an excellent show. But we should start with the news of the day. And again, we're going to get into the Nats hot and heavy, and I would say they dominate the program. But I did want to react really quickly to the Laramie Tunsil press conference. That's a dude who talks like someone who believes in himself and believes in this team. There was a lot of catnip for fans in there, and for me.
You are Mr. Opening Press Conference.
You know, he gets it, man. He is here to chew bubble gum and tell you he's about to maul some people. And while that's not necessarily his game as a run blocker, as a pass blocker, they just got a top 5 left tackle. I think they're going to be really, really happy with that trade. As much as we debated last week all of the picks that they've given up and maybe the paradigm shift from prioritizing the draft, that move in a vacuum, that specific move, every time, man. I'm giving up non-first-round picks for a left tackle who's really good, and I got a young quarterback I need to protect. Where do I sign?
I mean, seriously, I will sprint to sign it. I will set a world record.
G&D on the Fan. Do you have any fear about all the penalties he committed? I think you were out last week when I had a couple of the Texans people on, and they essentially came on and said he had 19 penalties. We went back and looked. He had 6 in one game. I mean, a lot of it's procedural. He's one of these guys that gets a head start. And other than like the Eagles and Chiefs guys that get to do it every play and nobody seems to care for some reason, when he does it, he gets flagged. Is that something you worry about? Because I've been making the case you can clean that up. It's not like he holds. If he had a bunch of holding penalties, I'd be nervous.
This is
the illegal shift stuff, the false start stuff. To me, that's not as big a deal.
Right. I mean, I'm not happy about it. It's not something that I'm excited and looking forward to seeing. You hope that does get cleaned up, to your point. But to me, the hold is because you're beat. Right. I mean, sometimes you get that bogus hold. I'm blanking on who it was. I don't know if it was it Biotish or Allegretti. Somebody made a great play where he has 2 hands inside and pulls the guy down.
It's Cosme.
It was Cosme. Thank you. Yeah. And so, okay, so that's bogus. But 99% of holds are I'm at a disadvantage because this guy has me beat. So you reach out and hold. Those are the obvious ones. Those are the ones that get called a lot. If that's what was happening, hey, this is a product of somebody that cannot do it and is getting away with holding half the time, the other half the time he's just beat, that's a problem. That's not what's happening here. This is hey, let's come up with a better way, more efficient way to emphasize or to help you out on this front or something to that effect, right? We'll alter your splits. You can, put your head in the midsection of the guy who's already putting his head in the midsection of the guy. So now you're staggered back however many yards, whatever. You could do something about that, right? To me, if you're not physically capable, that's the issue.
I thought that was a win of a press conference, though. And those are hard to screw up, but the line I've heard a couple times from people in Houston that I think is funny is like he's a white-collar star, meaning he wears a shirt and tie and he's out there to pass block, but he's not going to get dirty and scratch and claw in the trenches. And I don't know if that's fair or not. I'll have to watch him more and get back to you on that in October, November. But he sounds like a dude who's ready to scrap. Like he sounds like a dog in the locker room and saying the right things. And I really like that. I don't know if you guys saw the picture, but over the weekend, I was hanging out at the ballpark a lot watching baseball. Nothing like spring training action as far as I'm concerned. You get really close. for normal prices, and the access to the players is just completely unfettered and fantastic. But the Caps were playing a game going back a couple days ago, and Ovi's digging in here. He's getting close to Wayne Gretzky. So I've got to be watching the Caps and Ovi, but I'm at a spring training game, and I think Toby posted a picture. Basically, I've got the Caps directly in front of me, like up against the net behind home plate, and I'm watching Ovi Gretzky while right behind him, James Wood is in the batter's box, basically hitting a home run the opposite field to left field. It was DC Sports just perfection, right? It was an orgasmic moment. It was just the best. But I bring this up, Danny, to tell you that Alex Ovechkin, man, as the Caps dig in here for what is going to be now getting back home at Capital One Arena Tuesday and Thursday, he needs 7 goals to tie Gretzky, 8 to break the record, and he's up to 34 goals with missing a month of the season with a broken leg at 39 years old. He's going to score 40 this year. If not for that injury, this would be a 50-goal season and another Rocket Richard.
And we'd be already doing it, celebrating the record.
But think about at 39, he would have led the NHL in goals scored. This was his goal over the weekend to pull him closer to Wayne Gretzky.
And Ovechkin getting a shot blocked. Now the shot, he scored! And Faravari puts it in from the outside. I think it was tipped by Alex Ovechkin. Redirected. Ovechkin gets goal 887.
That was the goal that he didn't score early in his career. Mm-hmm. There were some, I'm sure, but not as many as there are late. When we say guys reinvent themselves, that's what he's done. It's net front. He's crossing as traffic in front of the goaltender, getting his body and his stick in the way to try to redirect. And the heat map has changed considerably. It's not just the slap shots and the power play office stuff. It's not him getting in transition from the defensive end with speed, deking someone or, curling, dragging around him. There's goals like that too. But it's happening, and it's happening in short order. I'm hoping it does not happen until after I get back from West Palm Beach. We fly back on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, but it's on the table that he could do something ridiculous, like back-to-back hat tricks or two straight 2-goal games.
Would it shock you?
No, of course, nothing should at this point. I mean, we said this yesterday on the extra special Grant and Danny we did on Sunday that ones that people heard. We were talking about this briefly. We don't have the words. We don't have the verbiage to properly describe how patently absurd, sensational, remarkable this all is. The analogy would be, someone comes into Major League Baseball, because we're here at Nats camp, like Roger Clemens, throwing 100 miles an hour with a splitter and is a power pitcher. Then, as their career progresses, they turn into Greg Maddux, who's focused on movement and pinpoint control or something, and be as successful, but in a completely different way. And that's what's happening with the greatest goal scorer to ever live. He's now 7 away in the year when he's 39 years old. Is recovering from a broken leg that caused him to miss time. That's impossible. And here we are.
More on Ovi and the Caps when we get to our Beltway Blitz. We're in West Palm Beach, though, and we've been tracking the Nats very closely over the last few days. And we had the privilege of being in Davey Martinez's office with the media for his daily press conference earlier today when he named Mackenzie Gore the opening day starter for the Nationals. So the 26-year-old lefty, who was originally drafted 3rd overall by the Padres and then traded to Washington in the Soto deal in August of 2022, is going to get the nod to open the season for the Nats on the 27th coming up in 10 days. He's actually pitching right now in a spring game over at the ballpark, which is a couple hundred yards from where we're sitting, and he's allowed 2 runs through 4 innings with 3 strikeouts. But this is one of his dress rehearsals. He's going to throw one more time before he opens the season. But what a accomplishment for Mackenzie Gore, who has steadily gotten better. It maybe has not happened, Danny, at the pace that we would have hoped, in the sense of wanting to kind of microwave an ace, so to speak, because the stuff is so good with him. But in 2022 in the big leagues, he had a 4.5 ERA. In 23, he had a 4.4. Last year, he had a 3.9. That staircase down, right? Every year a little better. Means this year you're going to be in the mid-3s ideally. He's someone who could pitch in the low 3s with his earned run average. When he gets to 200 innings, he could strike out 225, 230 batters in a season and could be a perennial all-star type. The ceiling is just so high. He's got some things he's got to lock in. He's got to be more consistent, get rid of some of the big innings he allows, some of the blow-up games that ruin some of his numbers over a longer haul. He led the league in wild pitches last year. But the stuff is filthy, and for him to have been acquired as just at the time, 24-year-old kid they liked the upside of, to now being the ace of the staff and the opening day starter is indicative of how far he's come in the last couple seasons.
Absolutely. And you look at some of the valleys. I mean, he and CJ Abrams, we talked about this a little bit when we caught up with CJ, when we catch up with CJ rather. The some of those down months, if they weren't as down, that happens. That's the sport, right? You get 7 little duck snort fly balls that fall in, and all of a sudden it looks like you gave up 6 hits and didn't have a good day at the office. But over the course of a season, those missing barrels, limiting the walks, keeping the pitch counts in line. Some days you don't have your electric stuff. Maybe you're an early contact guy to still get your 5, 6, 7 innings 3 times through the order, etc. Some of his valleys and those valley months. If you look at June and July. In June, a 5.13 ERA. In July, a 7.62 ERA for Mackenzie Gore last year. Outside of those months, this is elite, not only all-star, but superstar caliber type stuff. ERA of mid-2s in May, 1.2 in September and October. You're going, wow, that's what he's capable of. If you limit the bad to just regular slump, to regular scuffle, to a couple bad starts, that's different than those balloon, like when you think of a golf round, like you have those snowmen holes. If those are just bogeys, you're still in the round. If you have a couple of huge meltdowns, you lose 3 balls and you throw a golf club, now all of a sudden your season doesn't look the same. So there are enough of those bads. You get rid of some of that, you end up with some pretty incredible numbers. And I think that's happening this year for him. I think that growth comes.
Yeah, if you look at some of how he ranks in his metrics at this point, he's 80th percentile in fastball velocity, and that's from the left side, right, with an average fastball at 96 miles an hour. His average exit velocity is 80th percentile, so you're not getting barreled and crushed a whole lot. His whiff percentage, getting swings and misses, is 74th percentile. He's about a 70th percentile barrel percentage. So there's some really encouraging metrics. The areas where you want, if you're Mackenzie Gore, to do better is walk percentage. He walks too many guys, and he's cut down on that, especially early last year, but it's still 35th percentile. You'd like to be above average into the 55 area. I don't think he's ever going to be elite in that way, and he doesn't need to be, but he should be walking a fewer this year. And the other thing is, and this was interesting to me, Danny, his chase rate is pretty low for a guy with his stuff. It's a 33rd percentile chase rate. When you've got that fastball and slider, you would think more guys are expanding the strike zone and swinging at pitches they don't want to against him. And it's a little bit odd to me that hasn't happened.
And so here's where I think this is what I theorize. I noticed that too. If you're not more consistent with strike one, if you're in the zone more often, then I think you get the chases. But if you're, it's 2-0 a bunch of times when you're not throwing as well, people, kind of tend to be able to spit outside on stuff that isn't close. If all you're doing is pounding the zone, then you get some of the guys to go fishing a little bit, because more often than not, when you're delivering the ball, it's strike one, strike two. Now you get guys in the hole.
Davey Martinez going to join us today. He named Mackenzie Gore the starting pitcher for opening day. Mackenzie Gore caught up with us here at spring training yesterday afternoon. You will hear that conversation next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tournament. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that is an upset not to get upset about, yeah? FanDuel's the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads, money lines, team totals, even player props, depending on where you're at. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Download America's #1 sportsbook today. Get your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. Got to be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seeds required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split evenly among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable, expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Plenty of big contracts for the 2019 LSU Tigers national championship winning team. Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase agreed to a 4-year deal worth $161 million, $112 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Also, the Bengals signed T. Higgins to a 4-year deal worth $115 million. The first 2 years are guaranteed. And another member of that LSU team, cornerback Derek Stingley, signed a extension with the Texans for 3 years, $90 million, $89 million guaranteed, becoming the highest paid corner. In spring training action, the Nationals taking on the Cardinals. They trail 2-0 at the plate now here in the bottom of the 5th inning. The Nationals announced today that Mackenzie Gore is going to be their opening day starter. And it starts today, 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts on 90 pitches. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. All just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We told you that Mackenzie Gore has been named the opening day starting pitcher for your Washington Nationals by Davey Martinez. That's the news of the day out here in West Palm at Nats camp as we welcome you back to Grant and Danny. Well, that happened this morning when we were in Davey's office. Yesterday, we actually caught up with Mackenzie Gore just before the announcement, and we began the conversation by discussing just how different this year was because all signs were pointing toward him being the number one pitcher in this rotation. And that's the first time that's been the case without Patrick Corbin. Here's what he had to say.
Well, I mean, I think I'm getting to the point where I, put everything together and, have a good 6-month season. But I mean, look, when it comes to the top of the rotation, everybody pitches every 5th day. We need all 5 guys and more than that. So, who's at the top, once we get going, it really doesn't matter. We all have a job to do. But I feel great. A lot of confidence coming into the spring. And I'm ready to roll.
So you mentioned the tops. Like there are weeks, there have been months in your career where it's jaw dropping. Like, oh my God, how nasty is this dude, the alpha? And then there's some of that happens to everybody, the valleys. And I imagine that's your focus, right? Is you can't have perfect game stuff every day, every 5th day or whatever. But if the bad is less bad, all of a sudden the numbers will end up kind of going along. How do you get there? That's probably the hardest thing to do, right?
Yeah, everybody likes to use the word consistency, and everybody'd love to be consistent. But you got to figure out how to do that, and really, it just takes some time to figure it out. Understanding, why you're good when you're good, and trying to repeat that over and over.
Mm-hmm.
And with my personality, at times I probably thought about the bad a little too much, and it could be why it took a little longer to get out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Than it should have or could have. And so, just trying to figure out when I'm good and try to do it over and over again. It's kind of where I'm at.
Is that something, though, when you talk about kind of getting in your own head about the bad, just comes with time or experience and that you're just getting better and better at?
Yeah. I mean, I've had to work on it. And it's something that I kind of went into this offseason. And because, it's not like I need to come up with a new pitch this year. There's not anything, there's always small adjustments. But, I didn't have to go, hey, I need to, throw a different pitch coming into spring, and which was great, kind of where I had a lot of confidence coming into spring, and just trying to stack as many good days as you can. And when you have a bad one, it's going to happen, but then try to have a good one the next day.
Yeah, Mackenzie Gore with us here on Grant and Danny, because we've gotten to know you a little bit over the years. You're so competitive. Like you have that mentality of a star, of an ace, of an alpha guy that wants the ball in that big situation. Can that, kind of to your point, I don't say work against you, but because you're so competitive, if you don't execute one pitch, does that sort of compound a little bit, or has that?
Yeah, I think I have to compete with the guy in the box, not myself. Because when I do have in the past when the outings haven't been as good as it's usually I'm beating myself.
Mm-hmm.
So understand that no matter what I have that day, compete with the guy in the box instead of myself. If it's not great execution, it's something I've had, I've worked on this winter, and I feel good so far, and we just got to keep stay on top of that, and we should be all right.
I feel like, the days that are frustrating for you probably are still days a lot of guys in the big leagues would take.
I know.
In the sense that, tell me if you disagree with this, but I feel like some of those days, it's just like Max used to have these days, throwing a lot of pitches, a lot of foul balls. Like you just can't put the guy away. And with your stuff, that's surprising. But it was the same with Max, if you remember.
I do.
There'd be these starts where it'd be like, you look back, it's like 18 foul balls or whatever, and it just, they add up. What is that? Because aces have that kind of thing hanging over them sometimes. Like on days like that, what is it? Is it pitch selection, or maybe the stuff's not the same level?
Well, look, it's probably a lot of it when you go back and look at the start. If, let's say, we end up giving up 3 in an inning with 2 outs, and then you go back and watch it, and you're like, golly, how do we – this is all we had to do
and
right
you're
here.
One pitch away, 9 times or whatever.
And it's usually sometimes when we – guys with good stuff, when we think our stuff's down a little bit, we think we have to work a little harder, but understanding that we still have good stuff that day, it's just not it's not great. Like we still have good stuff to go get people out. And I think I've had to understand that. Like even last year in September, I pitched great, but wasn't out there. I wasn't throwing 99 in September like I was the first 3 months of the year. But I was able to go get guys out and be really good.
Well, speaking of that, your velo's gone up. I mean, stuff-wise, it's sort of continuing to climb. Yeah. Do you feel yourself like getting bigger and stronger, more pliable? Like what is that? Where does that come from?
I don't think I'm not trying to get any bigger.
Right.
I'm always trying to move better, but it's really just getting as efficient as I can delivery-wise. And when you start doing that, everything comes out easier, and this stuff will be better. The velocity. I probably don't need to throw any harder than I am, just from like a risk-reward kind of thing.
Right.
But if I'm clicking with the delivery, the shapes on the heater are going to be good, and it's going to be around 97, and we're going to be fine.
Mackenzie Gore is with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We're in West Palm Beach. Should let you guys know that we have one more live show tomorrow from 2 to 6:30 on 106.7 The Fan before we head back to D.C., which is not as nice as far as the weather goes.
Yeah, this
is
is
right
nicer.
here.
This is better.
In West Palm, but we'll say goodbye to our audience on the Team 980 who's been simulcasting with us right now, and we will continue live on 106.7 The Fan with Mackenzie Gore. So let's talk about the start of the season. You get back, like you've been throwing early on. It was not that many innings in games. I kept looking, and I'm like, you've made one start, and Jake's made 4 or something. But I'm guessing you've done a lot of backfield work because then they built you up pretty good.
Yeah. I've been throwing every 5 days. Just been on the backfield. It was nice to get into the games because it is a little different. So I'll be in another one tomorrow, and a lot of work on the backfields, which was good. Being super under control. I wasn't going out there and giving it everything right up, the bat. And so I feel good now, and it's been kind of nice to slow or ramp up in the games. And I'll have, 90-ish tomorrow, and then we got one more start after that.
What have you learned about yourself in terms of build up and what you need come springtime? I mean, as a kid, you're probably going, whatever you want, Skip, I can't wait. But now you know more. You've done this now a little bit.
This year I was like, we're not going to be throwing near 100 in February.
Yeah.
And just kind of slowly ramping up just because of, how long the season is. And that was kind of the big thing this spring is understanding that if we're, 95-ish through spring, that's right where we need to be. And then as the adrenaline comes, we start ramping up a little bit. So that's probably been the biggest focus is being super under control.
Yeah.
And then everything really has been better. So it's kind of been nice.
How do you, and Mackenzie Gore of the Nationals is with us here on Grant and Danny. How do you go about, you start the season setting goals for yourself? Are you a guy that puts something on your phone numbers-wise, or is it just pitch efficiency and how many did I check as green instead of red? Like, what do you do?
I don't really go and chase stats. Obviously, stats are great, and they're, what everybody.
What's your favorite stat and that you care about, or least favorite?
I like strikeouts, and then the ones that where we can control. ERA is great, but there's always a lot that goes into ERA, good and bad.
Right.
You can have a great one, and you could not be throwing as well as you think. Stuff like that. So, just stuff that I can control. But I just, if I'm in the best version of myself, all those things are going to be pretty good, I believe. And so I just try to take care of that and have a great game plan going in, and then we should have pretty good numbers.
To your point, it's the only sport where they call an average for batting, right? In basketball, it's a shooting percentage. It either went in or it didn't. A 19 hopper can go through, a pop-up can fall in versus a line drive that's caught. For you, process-wise, like, do you know as soon as you let go, okay, I executed that pitch, and maybe the result varies just because that guy gets paid to play too? Is that validating?
Yeah. If you're executing, if you're putting yourself in, good counts, just little things like that, almost like the fundamentals of pitching, sort of. Like when I do those and I'm doing those the right way, I'm going to be successful, and that's just kind of all I'm trying to. Obviously, got to stay on top of your shapes and everything, but if I'm staying on top of that, we're going to have good outings.
Do you like the challenge system?
Yeah, it's just the strike zone changes. Like, I don't know what, because it changes with everybody, and then is it a 3D zone? Is it not? I don't know. I haven't even pitched for the challenge system yet because I don't have it here. There was probably a couple last time I might have challenged, but I don't know if I would have been right or not.
Would you rather it just be the old school, just the umpire, or do you like the technology?
If we want to grade them that way, I think, but we got to have umpires, there's a human element of the game. I understand maybe if we need to grade them more, if, they're really worried about if they're, having bad games and stuff, but umpires are important. We got to have them. We don't want to kick them out of the game. But if we want to, if we play bad, we really hear about it a lot. If you want to do that, where you have a little, like you rank the umpires at the end of the year and something like that, maybe. But I think they're important, and most of them are good. It's just, we're hard on umpires. It's a tough job, but it is also like I said, it's a hard job. We're throwing hard. They got however long it is to make a call. But I don't really love the automatic strike zone.
So I wouldn't ask you to name the guys because it wouldn't help you at all. But are there umpires that like where do you look or before a game or scout that and their kind of repertoire, or like guys where you're like, oh, he's really good, or someone that you're like, oh my god,
he's not going to give this side of the plate.
Well, they all have hot zones. It's like any player. But sometimes it could be it's like any really good player. Sometimes they just don't have a good game. Or if they have they're just dialed in and you're like, you didn't miss today. So which is cool. And like I said, it's part of it. But if we want to be a little tougher on them, maybe we could do that instead of just bringing in like a whatever that thing is they got now.
the new technology called whatever that thing is.
Yeah. I think that's actually the
technical name for it. It's an abbreviation for it. Dude, your stuff is so otherworldly. I know we overfocus on that, but it's so good. But there's different kinds of pitchers on this staff, which I think is always kind of cool, right? Because there's more than one way to skin a cat. What have you kind of picked up maybe from some of those veterans? Like your changeup is harder than Trevor Williams' fastball. You know what I mean? A lot of cases, and he's still getting outs in the show.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's really cool. I'm a vert guy. Throw hard, power stuff.
Yeah.
There is sequencing, so you kind of watch sequences. Like Trevor will pitch up in the zone, but he sinks the ball. And kind of Jake's the same way. He kind of sinks the ball. He'll pitch up in the zone, and there's a lot of different, like you said, a lot of different ways. And yeah, you watch it. It's just they have their strengths and I have mine. But if there is something like a pitch that I want to maybe try out, a breaking ball or something, then you kind of pick their brain and see what it's like.
All right, last one. Put a scouting hat on for us. Give us a name or a couple names of guys that have impressed you at camp, just as a, Mackenzie knows ball kind of assistant general manager here.
Yeah, obviously you got the guy like James. I think the outfielders are going to be really good. The guys who got the corners are going to be, it's going to be great. Nate's a pro, and they've been great ads, and they're going to really do a lot of things that also aren't seen. So I think we need to get excited about them. Everybody has made a step. Everybody kind of looked themselves in the mirror last year, but my James looks really good.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to watch him for a full year. And, we know we're going to get out of 5. CJ's going to be great. And, Dylan, as he gets more comfortable, he's just a ball player. He kind of does all the little things and plays really hard. So he's going to be fun to watch.
I feel like James can just do things that other dudes in the big leagues can't,
Yeah, he's just one of those guys as talented as anybody in the big leagues. And he's fun to watch, too, because he doesn't get really excited. And, goes out there and
he's the most, quiet. I don't know what other way
Whatever
to say
it is,
it.
right.
Shy. I've never met anyone quite like him. And then he just goes, he hits a bomb, and he just the same demeanor going around the bases.
Right.
Yeah, this is great. And, he'll get fired up, here and there. And but, yeah, he's great. That's why he's going to be really good, though, is because he doesn't get too excited.
Well, we appreciate you jumping on with us. Thanks, Mackenzie.
Yep.
James Wood will be joining us at the top of the hour after Mackenzie Gore just told you how outstanding he looks and how good he thinks the big 6'7" left fielder is going to be this season. That is 20 minutes from right now. Remember, at 4:00 today, we've got tickets to Nats opening day on a special Nats Heavy. Grant and Danny, we're live in beautiful West Palm Beach. The tournament bracket has been determined. How did the locals fare? We'll get to that next on The Fan. On site in West Palm Beach. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, covering Nats spring training, getting you closer to the ball club ahead of opening day a week from Thursday. I'll tell you, this is a very young, fun team. They're very easy to chat with in the clubhouse, a lot of friendly guys. There's not jerks. Now, you used to have a lot of stars, a lot of veterans, and I don't know that there were bad guys, but there were certainly players that were less approachable or pleasant sometimes. This is just a genuinely, legitimately great group of dudes. I think it's mostly because there's not a lot of star power, but they're happy to be here. They're very professional, and they're very accommodating to fans. We've seen them signing lots of autographs, and to the media.
Agreed. I mean, you find, it's, as you said, not necessarily to run other groups under the bus. It's just everything takes on its own personality. But I mean, again, when Jason Werth was here and one of the leaders, he was more aloof, not really that interested in doing media stuff. And you add in guys like Steven Strasburg, who would, rather chew glass than sit down with you and me. And not faulting that, by the way, it's just different personalities. But yeah, you're right. This is an approachable, young, fun, energetic group, and starting to translate onto the field with some a pretty prolific talent and skill, and some of those really fun things. We go to the ballpark every night.
I'd love to play Is It Weird, but I don't think we need to. I think it's just weird. So Ryan had to go to the bathroom.
Yep.
And he told us he was going to take his laptop with him, but he's going into the public bathroom here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to be sitting down for this endeavor, just to give you an idea of what kind of business
I think everybody got
he needs to tend to. And so he's like, I need to take my laptop. And his reasoning was that he's going to have to turn our cameras back on when we come back from break. And my point was, you could just turn our cameras on without volume during the break, and then you don't have to take it with you to the bathroom. And of the three of us, I was the only one that thought it was weirder that he would possibly go to the bathroom with a laptop in a public setting, then just turn our cameras on a minute or two early. And then Darius said he could have just asked me. I'd happily turn the cameras on for him. But instead, with his ear pods in, plugged in wired like he's Aaron Rodgers on a beach, not airless AirPods.
Listening to us right now, talk about it.
Yes, he is listening to us in the bathroom with his laptop.
First of all, hi Ryan.
Ryan, I hope everything's going well in there.
Yeah,
that's weirder.
Remember to breathe, buddy.
Someone's going to see him coming out of the bathroom with a laptop.
Yeah, I mean it's not ideal, but this sort of surrounds your whole thing. We've been together for 15 years. You still won't admit that you have to do that too. Some days at work, you pretend that it's not happening.
Not with a laptop.
Yeah, but especially not with the laptop.
I think it's ultra embarrassing.
Anyway.
Well, I agree, but it's super embarrassing. You wouldn't talk on the phone while you're in there. There's just certain things. There's also a security guard that sits right outside the door.
There. There's
Literally
no mystery with him,
next to the bathroom door. And so Ryan's going to go, hey, how you doing? And that guy's going to watch Ryan walking in with a big, heavy laptop.
Yeah.
And he's going to think nothing of it. He's not going to think that's weird.
Well, that guy knows who did what at all times. I mean, he is very close to the business. And I feel terrible for him, by the way. That's a poorly positioned bad beat. Because anybody that's in there for longer than 31 seconds, he knows, you know that he knows. Then there's an odor. There's a Rugendo door. It ain't good.
I just want it on the record for future years when we look back at this, that you basically sided with Ryan and that I was the crazy one to say him taking a laptop into a public bathroom is weird. Just want that acknowledged. But also, while we're talking about things that have happened on this trip, so what night was it that you went to bed really early and we stayed out really long?
Friday.
Friday
when
night.
I got in,
So Danny went full dad mode on us. My joke to the guys was, I feel really good about this thing. You might hear it again later. Is that all you needed was tighty whities and black socks up to your top of your shins, and you would have been the dad, and we were the kids at a sleepover. So we get back from a restaurant. Ryan and I had a couple of drinks. I think we were perfectly fine, but we were just giggling and carry on and having a good time. Danny's been asleep for 4 hours at the house, and so we go play foosball. We go play a little air hockey, and we're sitting there chatting. And Danny comes out of his room. Did you go get water? What were you doing?
No, I woke up. I was just hoping that someone would stop making so much noise.
Right, but where were you going when we saw you?
I went to the restroom and blew my nose.
So
everyone went, oh.
So he comes back to his room. He looks like he hasn't been awake in 3 days. And he looks at us. He goes, could you guys please make more noise, but stand right here? You were so angry.
Yeah,
you were so mad. And it's that I just got woken up anger where you're seething, I think, is
because
what I
all
would
want
say.
to do is go back to sleep, and you can't because of the amount of noise and the inconsideration.
But, it's just a lot of us in a small house.
Sure,
we're all doing this thing together.
Right.
And we did get quieter after that, so we apologize.
Yeah.
But it was just, if you would have had tighty whities on the black socks, I've had that interaction with my dad
Of course
10
you have.
times.
Everybody has. Yeah. Like my dad used to slam a book on the ground. And like if you heard that thump, it meant, oh, you're being too loud. You're waking him up. But my problem is that the
They call it
conversation-
what? Blank. Tons of fun rouille, right? Blank of fun rouille.
Well, they don't. But
Oh.
what they do is have consideration for their fellow man. I went to bed at 11:30, so it's not
Yeah.
like I was asleep at 7:15, like full dad. I went to a bachelor party. My buddy, my cousin-in-law, Jimmy.
In name only. I mean, did you get after it a little bit?
No, I didn't drink
Yeah.
alcohol, but I went to the bachelor party, stopped in, hung out with a bunch of dudes before I hit the wall because I'd gotten up so early in the morning to come
Of
down
course.
and see you guys. So anyway, I went to sleep at 11:30, and it's like 12:15. So like I had just woken up, couldn't fall back asleep. It wasn't the talking. If there's an effort being made to do something about it, I don't fault that. It's frustrating, but I don't fault it. What I fault are the extra efforts to make as much noise as possible. Like if you'd had a New Year's Eve noisemaker, or if you'd had like an horn, you would have like, excellent swatting. We should go next to Danny's room and go and the thumping, the thudding. My room is across from the bathroom. Whoever used the toilet spiked it like Gronkowski crossing the goal line.
But in fairness, I mean, it's not like we were banging on your door being like little kids and let's go open Danny's door and yell. I mean, we were literally just trying to be cognizant of you.
You weren't.
But we were having a night.
Well, until I came out and everyone went, oh, that's right. There's another human being we should consider. That's when everyone made the effort. So afterwards, I wasn't mad. But the mad part is if anybody at any point in time, because Toby's the only person who went, told you guys you might be annoyed, like at the carrying on and the unbelievable amounts of noise and inconsiderate behavior. If there's an effort, any kind of effort made, then you go, it is what it is. You're in a small house with a bunch of buddies, nothing you can do. But there was something you could do, and you didn't do it.
What was the something?
Try. There was zero effort.
Yeah.
So we didn't mean to wake you up. As my great friend Pat Barry said, you didn't mean not to. There was never a single moment in time as you guys barreled in going, thump, 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 loud, thump, thump, toilet, slam. There was never a single second where you went, oh, Danny might be asleep. It's 12:15. Someone might be asleep.
Yeah. Okay.
That never happened.
I'm not going to say
I got the electronics wet just now.
Yeah,
by the
you
way.
did.
I think
I'm not going to say there was zero effort. That is categorically incorrect because we were lowering our voices and a couple times we're like, remember, Danny's asleep. But no, this was before. This was before. After we just whispered. After there was like 95% effort. Before, I'm going to say there was 10 to 15% effort. Something like that. 10 to 15 sound about right to you, Danny? Not zero.
No, the only number in there was that zero part.
Oh, look, Ryan's back with his
Hey, Ryan.
laptop. Did you take your laptop anywhere it shouldn't have been? Anything interesting happen?
I mean, yeah, I just had to go to the bathroom there. But
is that a corporate laptop? You can never turn that in again.
It is a corporate laptop.
Was there a security guard sitting right outside?
There was a security guard sitting outside, and there is also a Nationals PR person sitting right outside and was like, what are you doing? And I'm like,
They did ask?
Yes.
See, that's so weird. I can't believe I'm the only one that thinks that.
Well, it is weird, but I have to do a job.
Yeah.
And it's awkward, but I have to do a job.
Right, but couldn't you have just put us on camera like before you went to the bathroom, before we came back from break?
I wish I could have.
Why couldn't have you have?
Because I wasn't sure if I was going to make it back in time.
Back in time to what?
To like put you guys off camera, and then it's just you guys are just on camera during the commercial break, and
Then we just be like, hey, can you guys just stand off to the side? I got to go to the bathroom.
But no, it's because it's bad. Like I have a job to do. I'm committed to my job. I feel like I should be applauded for this. Like
taking a laptop into the bathroom.
It's a bad bit. Like I get it, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and I chose work.
The show must go on. Grant and Danny on the Fan. James Wood, face of the franchise for the Nationals, going to join us next on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In spring training action, the Nationals trail the Cardinals 6-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Earlier today, Nationals manager Davey Martinez announced that Mackenzie Gore will be the opening day starter. He made the start today for the Nationals, just 10 days till opening day, going 5 innings. Giving up 2 runs on 7 hits and 1 walk, striking out 4 on 90 pitches. One more start for him before he'll take the hill on opening day against the Phillies. In the NFL, the Bengals signed both their wide receivers over the weekend, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Chase getting a 4-year, $161 million deal worth $112 million guaranteed, becoming the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. T. Higgins got a 4-year deal as well, worth $115 million. First 2 years are fully guaranteed. The Texans signed their cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. to an extension worth 3 years, $90 million, $89 million of it guaranteed. Tonight in the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers at 10 o'clock. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. And in college hoops, the NCAA tournament going to get underway tomorrow. 16-seed American taking on number 16-seed Mount St. Mary's in the first 4 on Wednesday at 6:40. And the number 4-seeded Terps will take on 13-seeded Grand Canyon on Friday at 4:30. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. Live from West Palm Beach, Grant and Danny continuing on The Fan. This is the spring training site of the Washington Nationals. Opening day is 10 days away. We've got a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to opening day in 1 hour at 4 o'clock right here on G&D. You've got to be listening. But we're pleased right now to welcome onto the program the starting left fielder and the face of the franchise for the Washington Nationals, the big fella, 6'7" James Wood. Got the big leagues last year and is now a household name in this organization at just 22 years old, the pride of Rockville, Maryland. James, thanks so much for joining us on Grant and Danny. 4 home runs in your first 27 at-bats this spring. Got off to an amazing start. We've already seen you hit a homer since getting here, your 3rd of the spring. How have things been going for you, and how's camp gone?
Yeah, I feel good. It's always good to be back. A couple new guys, some vets coming in, and just having them around and along with everybody else. I feel like it's been a very good camp.
What feels different this year, maybe compared to last year, right, where you're making such a splash impression? Now, you've been in the big leagues. You're a big leaguer. Everybody kind of knows the word's out. What's different for you this go-around?
Yeah, I think for me specifically, I just think it's just a lot more familiar. We brought back pretty much the same coaching staff. So I feel like I've been able to build a relationship with those guys, and then just a lot of teammates. A lot of guys I've came up through the minor leagues with, and we got some new guys, some vets, and some younger guys coming in. And I feel like it's been a good locker room. I feel like we're having a lot of fun.
Text Ryan and tell him to come get pictures for social. I have no idea where those guys are. Last year at this time, you're just trying to get to the big leagues, as Danny pointed out, and the difference in kind of your life now. What benefits are there from seeing the league and playing as much as you did in the show last year? Because I imagine with you, like the physical stuff you've got, but the mental maturation of hitting is where your next leap's going to be. So what's that like now?
Yeah, I think that's really kind of where you take the next step. I think at this level, a lot of guys, they're all physically gifted, and it's just a matter how sharp you can be up there. So just being consistent, not giving away at bats, I feel like that'll be the difference.
Have you noticed how people are attacking you kind of differently as that kind of evolves? It's high school level. It's like, let's see if you can hit an outside pitch, and mission accomplished, obviously for you with your power the other way. But have you noticed kind of an evolution there? As how teams are attacking you?
Yeah, I think every guy's a little bit different, and every team's a little bit different. But I feel like the approach kind of remains the same. Pitchers, they make mistakes all the time, so we just got to be patient on all the stuff on the edges and just wait them out for some over the middle.
So are you a wait for the mistake, like you're going to get your pitch each at bat, or is it more I'm almost kind of like I'm not going to get mistake, but I know I'm good enough to hammer the mistake? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you just got to be ready for the mistake. Okay. I mean, sometimes you just get dotted up, and I mean it happens. So what are you really going to do about that? But yeah, I just think when they come over the plate, which they do a lot, they do a lot more than they would like to admit. You just got to be ready for it.
James Wood of the Nationals here on Grant and Danny joining us on the Fan. I think there were more balls called strikes against you last year than I've ever seen for a player in a stretch. And maybe some of it is you're a rookie, so you're not going to get like a lot of respect necessarily. But also, I wonder with your size, I've heard Aaron Judge talk about this, where like umpires are just not used to guys. You're legit 6'7", and the strike zone does change, as we're seeing now with like the automated strike zone stuff. Has that been a thing for you for a long time? And how do you combat that and not let it affect you as you're trying to, Soto this thing, so to speak, and not expand?
Yeah. I mean, it's just part of the game. I mean, the umps are just like that, like us. I mean, no one's really going to be perfect, but, I mean, I got coaches behind me that'll stay on them. So,
do you agree with the size though, that it could be a factor?
Of just the ABS or just
no,
general?
like the strike zone for you, maybe. Like, is that a factor where I saw a Judge saying because of his size, he thinks sometimes they're used to 5'11", 6 foot, and then a big guy comes.
Yeah, for sure. I think some guys more than others. I think the bottom will get expanded a little bit, but it's not a whole lot I can really do about it. I mean, if I expand my zone and start swinging at those pitches, I'll be in a lot of trouble too. So I just try not to worry about it and just still try and lay off them.
What's growth for you this year in terms of next steps? I mean, again, you're a Major League Baseball player, but you're still so young. The talent obviously just jumps off the page. What do you want to do a little bit better this year, grow a little bit? What do you want to do more of?
Yeah, I just think being consistent. I mean, whether it's hitting or pitching, hitting or defense.
That would have been a
huge
pitching
too.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Breaking news: Shohei Wood.
Yeah, but just being ready every pitch, not giving away a pitch, not giving away an at bat. Yeah, just being more just focused on that and just trying to improve that as much as I can.
I want to get your thoughts on something I hear all the time, which is people talking about you pulling the ball to right field more. Your swing naturally right now is left center, left field. And if you tried to pull the ball to me, that would make you tweak things. And why are we doing that? Because you're hitting for average and for power, and everyone needs to shut up. But, like, what's your thought on that? Like, most of your homers, all of them this spring, and I maybe all but one last year, were to left center. I keep comping Judge, but you and him are kind of the two guys that look like you in the big leagues. Like, a lot of his home runs early in his career were to right center field. So I don't know if you hear that or you pay any attention, but what's your thought on that?
I mean, to be honest, like, I just try and see the ball deep, and I want to put a good swing on it. And as long as I hit it hard, I could care less if it's left field, center. As long as I'm hitting it hard, I mean, that's all I'm really worried about. And I mean, the goal is just to see the ball deep. And
what does that mean? Like, for someone listening, what does that mean?
Yeah, just let the ball travel. I just think the deeper you let the ball get, the easier it is to lay off of all speed stuff and all that. So, I mean, if I go up there trying to pull a fastball, you're going to see me swing at a whole bunch of sliders and changeups in the dirt, which I don't think anybody really wants. So, I'm going to just stay hitting the ball over there. I mean, that's kind of how letting it deep, like, that's kind of how it goes, really.
Well, Danny, 2 of the home runs he's hit in spring are 2 of the lowest line drive home runs I've ever seen go over a fence. Like, the one, I think, a week and a half ago was comical. Like, it was like 8 feet. You're nodding your head. Like, did you think that was gone?
No. I thought it was off the wall, and I kind of had to look at the umpire, and he did that, so I was like, okay, I'm good then.
Oh, you didn't even see it go over the wall?
No, I mean, I'll hit it, and then I kind of just look and try and pick up the base, and then usually I look, and I can't really find it, so I'm going off the outfielders sometimes.
So give it to the outfielders.
That's what we're doing. Well, it's funny because we've talked to so many guys, and I'm talking like established big leaguers like Lowe's come over or DeYoung, and I'm like, what's impressing you? And they're like, this dude is just different. Like, there's nothing I've seen like him. And I'm wondering, from your standpoint, like, how you just kind of do those guys come up to you and say that? Like, after, are they, dude, that was ridiculous, right? Is that, or are they not talking to you like the way they talk to us?
I don't know, not really.
Like, after that home run, that wasn't a big talk in the dugout about how wild that was?
Yeah, people were definitely talking about it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really notice too much, I guess. I don't know.
James rather talks about other people than James Wood. That's what I've learned about James Wood.
So at this stage, just that pulling the ball conversation I find so interesting. You know how many millions of dudes have had pull side power? Like the thing that you do is the harder thing to do, and you already have that kind of naturally. So I would be more of a jerk than you are, I think. Obviously, I'd never had your ability, but if I did, I would tell people to shut up a lot more. You know what I mean? Kind of about that, because I'm already doing the harder thing that you're trying to teach every kid that's ever picked up a bat to do. I guess maybe it's not a great question, but maybe why aren't you more of a jerk?
I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of people on the internet kind of talking about it, I guess. And I mean, they're not really in the locker room. They're not in the cage with me doing all that stuff. So, I mean, they never really had to catch up to 98 before. So, I mean, it's easy to say pull the 98 mile an hour heater and spit on the 85 mile an hour slider from the screen. So, I mean, I don't really worry too much about it.
If you've ever wanted just reasonable discourse, just get on Twitter sometime and just see like the interactions with people. It's like a really fun place.
Really, I might have to check it out sometime.
Might not want to. James Wood is with us here on Grant and Danny. All right, before we move on to talk a couple non-baseball things and let you go, defensively, you came up last year. I remember talking to you at one point at the ballpark. You hadn't played a lot of left field, getting reads and stuff with the new ballpark. Higher ballpark was a little tougher. By the end of the year, it seemed like you'd kind of come into your own. What are some of your goals defensively, and just how much more comfortable are you now out there?
Yeah, I think I was starting to feel a little bit better towards the end of the year, but I think it's still a lot more room to grow, which I kind of look at it as a good thing. But I mean, I've just been working with Para a lot. I mean, the main emphasis is just being ready for every pitch. Just been talking with AC and Jacob Young and Cruzy a little bit. I mean, I'm surrounded by a lot of really good outfielders, which works out in my favor. So just picking their brains and yeah, I just think I got to be ready for every pitch and just ready to move.
Something on that front. Having some continuity there is probably pretty good, right? Because you can cheat a certain way because Jacob Young is like a predator drone out there going from gap to gap. So maybe you could cheat line a little bit more, reading swings, things like that. Is it a way to maybe be more aggressive and more comfortable knowing that he's there to back you up?
Yeah, I definitely think it plays a part. I mean, you got the best defense center fielder in baseball. I mean, to your left, I think it definitely helps. But that's definitely something I would like to kind of approach thing defensively with, just kind of going hard after everything. And if I make a mistake, I mean, I want it to be an aggressive one.
So base running, you could probably steal 40 bags, definitely 30. I don't know if I want you to, because the whole thing's got to be keeping you healthy and your body needs to be in that box, swinging that bat, that 35-inch bat that you like to swing. How do you balance that? Because, anytime you go first to second on a double and you slide into second, I'm, petrified because you just have so many limbs going in different directions. But, stealing bases, being aggressive, crashing around on the dirt, and knowing I got to play 157 or whatever that is.
Yeah. I mean, I just got to be in the training room talking with whether it's the strength and conditioning guys or the guys in the training room, and just got to be on the same page and just make sure my body's feeling good as the best it can every day. So, I mean, I'm not going to feel 100% every day, but, I mean, I would like to as many days as possible.
What have you learned about that in terms of what you need to do to be available for a long time going through this? I mean, see some of the veterans, these guys are doing, like Bell, for example, has this unbelievable routine. picking things up like that, where it's going, this is how you, it may not seem like I need it now in February, but this is how you do that 157.
Yeah, I mean, y'all might get sick of me saying this, but it's just consistency.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, JB's been doing it for a long time, so he knows what works for him. And I mean, he's a guy that I like to learn from. And I just think being in there every day, I think it's not something you can do like, oh, when I feel like this. Like, so I think at that point it's too late. So.
James, what are the Nats? All right, before we let you go, the New York Giants have the 3rd pick. That's your old favorite team. You came over to the Commanders last year with Jaden Daniels, and we appreciate that NFC Championship game run. Yeah. What was your first season as a Commanders fan like? What was the highlight of getting to see your new team get to the NFC title game?
I mean, it was a rough season last year.
For the Commanders? No, your team got to they got to the NFC Championship game.
Picking 3rd, I mean, we'll see what we got to do. I think we just got to go best player available here.
You're not – if Shador's there, are you taking him?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think he'll be there.
Okay.
But
so you think it goes Cam Ward, Shador 1-2, and then non-quarterback 3. So who's your starter? Are you going Russ Wilson? That's awful. Aaron Rodgers? That's no fun.
I don't want either of them. I'd just get like Jalen Milroe or I don't know. I don't even know who in the second round. I'll wear it and we'll suck for another year and we'll try again at quarterback.
But I will just make one more offer. The Washington's good now. You're in D.C. and you went to St. John College High School, not St. John's College in New York. What about the Commanders?
Yeah, I've been hearing it too much. I'm already sick of it. I thought the Eagles were bad, but
you heard they got to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, but they lost. So
that was a good point. They did lose. All right, so 3rd overall. If Shador's there, you're taking him or you're passing? I just want your GM James knows ball take.
I would take him, honestly.
Okay.
I'm not an expert. I'm not gonna act like I am. Shoot, even the people taking, they're wrong a lot on quarterbacks. So I'll just take him. If he works out, then you got your guy. If he doesn't, then you do it again in a year or 2, which sucks. But the last thing I want is him to just be okay, and then we got a Daniel Jones situation for another 6 years.
Thanks for the time. Stay healthy. Go have a big season.
Thank you.
James Wood of the Nationals. I'm going to get him to convert to the Commanders soon enough.
We sleep on the fact that he goes, you don't want a Daniel Jones situation for another 6 years. Oh, it's so good.
But you know what he's talking about, that spinning your wheels.
Yes,
is he the guy? Isn't he the guy? You'd rather be bad and know you don't have a quarterback, or good and have one, than maybe have one and just keep waiting year after year to see if you do.
Yeah, I'd rather stink and wear it for another year than be just mediocre. He gets it.
I kind of thought this would be the year we'd get a conversion into James Wood, but it didn't happen. This will be the year where we get immense power out of James Wood. What's amazing, and we talked about it in that interview, I do get frustrated when I see so many people complaining about a lack of pull-side power. Now, that will eventually happen. That is one of the last things to come with guys that look like James Wood, as big as he is. I still go back to Aaron Judge, as I mentioned in the question. He used to go to right center all the time. He did not pull the ball for power until a few years into his career. But James Wood's natural swing, where he's at now, he's going to be backing further off the plate a little bit. It's about extension for him.
Yep.
If you want him to pull the ball, he could force himself to do it and lose a bunch of points on the batting average, as you heard him say.
Yeah, then you have Adam Dunn.
Yeah, swing a bunch of times and miss. No. He can hit for average.
Mm-hmm.
He can be an extra base villain. He's going to shop at the gap a bunch, and he's going to hit a bunch of balls out to left field, and occasionally, when he pulls one down the line, it'll go into the second deck and right. But that is coming. The idea that he should be thinking about that or trying to do that couldn't be more wrong.
If anybody played the game beyond Little League, you know that every hitting coach, every person you played for has begged and pleaded and implored and tried to find 1,001 and times 1,001 drills to get you to stay in the middle of the field and look the opposite way, to use that part. It's the hardest part of anything to do in sports. Going the other way, trying to get ready, go fast, then slow down that extra beat to let the ball travel past your front leg, past even your midsection, and drive it before it gets to the catcher's glove is simply the hardest thing to do in all of sports. He does that naturally better than everybody else around here. It usually is the last thing to come, right? For a great hitter, you show up with pull side power. Everybody and their grandmother has pull side power. What people don't have is the thing that he's got. please stop shouting at him, analytics Andy, with if he hit the ball in the air to right field more, it'd be better. Okay. You know the thing that he does that nobody else can do? They're all jealous of it. Be yourself. It's going to happen.
A career 302 hitter with a 940 OPS in the minors, who's already played half of a big league season as a 22-year-old and been maybe the best player on his team at the major league level while doing it. He had a 781 OPS last year as a 21-year-old in the big leagues in a bad lineup with little protection. I think one of the coolest things I saw at the ballpark, by the way, out here in West Palm, were some youngsters wearing James Wood T-shirts.
Yeah.
Because I've made this case on the show a lot. It's a frustration of mine that most of the jerseys or tees or something that you see kids wearing are old ones, even grown-ups. I mean, people wear Zimmerman's 11 or Werth or Desmond or Rendon or Harper or Strasburg or Scherzer. There's barely any jerseys ever worn at Nats Park of current players. And that's the team's fault mostly because all those stars left and, then for a few years they didn't have stars. Well, it's just good to see that 29 of James Wood getting some run when they had first called him up, and now I think fans are going to get more and more used to watching him play and his, demeanor and so nonchalant, so chill. I don't know if the guy has a pulse.
Seriously.
He's just slow heartbeat. It's everything that you want out of a ball player, and he's just a genuinely really good person. Getting to know his dad, bumping into him at games occasionally. Kenny, a former basketball star down in Richmond, and I don't know the mom quite as well. I believe Paula would, but they seem like just such an exceptional family, and I root for James. He's just first time I've been old enough now, in my mid-30s, where a player's young enough. We're like, I could have babysat this kid,
Right.
So calling him a kid is kind of true. He's 22.
He's closer to my son's age.
But yeah, exactly. I mean, he could better relate to my daughter who's 6 than me almost, and I just root for him. He's such a good person, but man, does he have a skill set that doesn't exist.
Call your shot. How many homers this year for James?
So I'm going to answer it real quick. I want to do my scale. So I think if he hits over 20, that's fine. If he hits 25, we should be thrilled. If he hits 30, that's unbelievable. I'm going to say he hits 24 home runs. The over-under is 19.5.
Yeah, which I love the over on that. Love the
I
over
think
on
25 is in play. 30 would be a lot, in this first full season in the majors. And again, I don't know that the swing right now is just he's going to miss hit balls out. He's going to hit line drives over the fence. But I think it's like 24 homers. And more importantly, I hope he, the OPS is high, but I hope he can hit for some average and walk a bunch. That's what I want to see.
I think that's all coming.
What's your home run count?
26.
I'll take it.
That's the number I've had in my head from Jump Street.
Okay, I'm going to say 27. I'm just kidding.
I've been thinking over the number. I think that's so weird. It's 28.
Jim Hickey's the pitching coach for the Nationals. How is this rotation shaping up behind Mackenzie Gore, who will start on opening day? We'll discuss that with him next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. You know who it is. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Ronald's Power Home Team with Keller Williams. I love them. We used them a couple years ago to sell our condo. Excuse me. They did an unbelievable job. Here's what they do. They sell your home fast and for top dollar. That's the whole point, right? They're going to get you more money than the average agent. Don't go with average. Go with the best. They get their sellers 6.1% more money on average, netting their sellers, just like us, $30,500 more in their pockets. So many uncertainties in the world right now. One thing that is certain is your home is going to sell if you use Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds' Power Home Team. They're so confident in their services that, listen to this, if your home, for some reason, doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. Nobody else can offer that. They are the best at this, and they know it. So when you engage, they're going to sell your home, and if it doesn't, they're going to buy it at a price agreeable to you. You cannot beat that. Do what we did and give them a call to find out more about this guarantee. That's 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Do me a favor. Go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. In baseball, Nationals and Cardinals spring training action. The Nationals trailing 6-2 in the top of the ninth inning. Earlier today, Nationals manager Davey Martinez announced that Mackenzie Gore will be the opening day starter, just 10 days away from opening day. One more start for him before he takes on the Phillies on opening day. Today, going 5 innings, giving up 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts on 90 pitches. He was slated to go 6, unable to get to 6, but still went 5. In the NFL, Bengals signed wide receiver Jamar Chase and T. Higgins over the weekend, both with 4-year deals. Jamar Chase becoming the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history at $161 million, $112 million guaranteed. T. Higgins getting $115 million first 2 years fully guaranteed. Also, the Texans signed cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. to a big extension, making him the highest paid corner, 3 years, $90 million, $89 million guaranteed. The tournament is here, and Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka is your game day MVP. Whether you're hosting a watch party or watching the action solo, Surfside is smooth, refreshing, and just 100 calories. No bubbles, no carbonation, just easy sipping. Grab a variety 8-pack and enjoy every clutch moment. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
So we're broadcasting live from the Nats facility, which is right next to the ballpark of the Palm Beaches, where they're playing the Cardinals this afternoon in the ninth inning right now, trailing by 4 runs. When the game ends, Davey Martinez, Sean Doolittle, Dylan Cruz, among others, are going to come over here and swing by and chat with us on Grant and Danny, which we are looking forward to. But we had the opportunity earlier today to catch up with pitching coach Jim Hickey, who is closing in on the finish line of putting this pitching staff together with Davey Martinez. We know Mackenzie Gore will be the opening day starter. We talked about that and some other burning questions with Jim Hickey today as the Nats get ready to open the season in 10 days.
Well, we're definitely getting a look at the finish line. It's only a week from tomorrow that we'll be out of here. I feel really good, and the main reason that I feel really good is because what we emphasize every year at the beginning of camp is simply that we're healthy when we're going to break camp, and for the most part, knock on wood, we are healthy. That being said, the performances have been, for the most part, pretty productive as well. So I'm happy with the performance. I'm happy with the help. I'm happy with the whole entire progression so far.
How do you read into performances, spring training numbers? Guys can be working on stuff or certain goals and metrics. What are those maybe different from, a hit's allowed or a ball falls in here and there? What sort of metrics are you looking for that makes you say, you know what, I'm happy where we're at?
Yeah, it's really tough to evaluate sometimes, especially if you're doing it via the numbers. A great example is Lord pitched in the ball game the other day, and it was extremely ugly. I think he allowed 7 or 8 runs, but he actually threw the ball well. The inning could have been over in 3 or 4 batters, except we failed to come up with a couple of balls. And then he becomes fatigued, and a couple of guys, that he's unfamiliar with just go ahead and jump on a first pitch fastball. But it just totally depends upon the customer. If they have a track record, you're certainly not too worried about the production. If it is a younger guy like we're talking about with Lord, or we're talking about some of these younger starters, Parker, DJ Hers, those types of guys, I think you pay a little bit more attention to the results. But when I say results, I don't necessarily mean the bottom line, the results and how was he throwing the ball, what the velocity was, what he did when he was ahead in the count, did he execute, that type of a thing. And it's tough because, as we're at the end of the day, we're a results driven business, but not all the time in spring training is it results based.
Nats pitching coach Jim Hickey. So your big league role is known and fairly obvious, but I saw you with Dew sitting in the chairs on the backfield today. Were you back there monitoring because Chino was throwing, or would you be back there anyway to watch some of the minor leaguers?
No, after our last couple of days and our late arrival, we wouldn't have been out there had it not been for Chino today. But I do like to get out onto the backfields and see some of the guys, especially the people that you read about all the time, but you're unfamiliar with, and you're so close sometimes, but you're yet so far away. So we were back there today for Shinosuke for the most part, but we've been back there probably 4 or 5 times, when our guy hasn't been pitching.
Just getting to watch him a little bit. He's got a really good changeup he showed today. But what have you seen from him in games? And then just generally your thoughts on what he might be able to provide. Obviously, he's doing everything for the first time and kind of drinking through a water hose here.
Well, that's a great point, and that was what I was going to start my answer with, was you have to realize how many things are brand new to this guy. It's a brand new country, it's a brand new language, it's a brand new culture, it's a brand new league, it's a brand new baseball, it's a brand new team. He's never worked on 5 days rest before. He's never worked with a pitch clock before. He's never worked with the, what am I looking for? With the pitch com. Thank you very much. He's never worked with a pitch com before. He's got an interpreter for the first time in his life as well. So all that being said, I couldn't be happier with where he's at. If you asked him, he would probably like a little bit more results, like we were talking about earlier, a little bit more production. But he's a solid 4-pitch guy. He really, really knows how to pitch. He works quick. He's an attacker of the strike zone. He's not a big swing and miss guy. He's not a big walk guy, but he knows exactly who he is and how he needs to pitch. And today was probably the best that I've seen him, 1 through 5. He threw 86, I believe, pitches today. But for the most part, he was on point all day long. So I'm very happy with what I saw.
How have you evolved as a coach over the years? And the reason I ask is now you mentioned some of the young guys, they're coming up and they've been in these labs. So they're learning to supinate their pronated hip flexor, torque minus, and then you're like, do you mean throw the ball over the plate? Like, how have you had to balance some of that as you've continued your career?
Well, it's a good question because it's a totally different game than when I first started. My first year in the major leagues was in 2004 with the Houston Astros, and had 3 horses in the rotation that they thought they were pitching 9 innings every time out. Had you went to go pull them after 5 or 6 innings, they'd look at you like you had 2 heads, and now, we're cultivating that. We're cultivating, hey, 2 times through the order, and you've done a great job. So it's way, way different in that way. The bullpen's really, really evolved. It used to be just the closer was the 1-inning guy, and now almost the whole entire bullpen, for the most part, is a 1-inning guy. All the data, all the metrics, all the ability to measure things has really changed things. But it's interesting because it's a big pendulum swing, and I mean, it really, really went one way as this started to evolve. And I think it's kind of going back the other way right now to more of the art of pitching versus the science of pitching. And that's kind of, we embrace the science absolutely positively, but we really, really embrace the art as well. And I think that stems from Mike Rizzo just being, the old school baseball, soul that he is. And really at the end of the day, it comes down to your starting pitching for the most part. You look at the playoffs, you look at the World Series, and time again, even in this age of all the information, it comes down to having 3 stud, starting pitchers for the most part.
Along those lines, Doolittle coming in last year is kind of your right-hand man. I don't know how much of that was like planned initially or just naturally happened. You could educate us on that. But what has he provided, and what's the dynamic like between the two of you in the role?
Well, the dynamic, first of all, is outstanding. It's tremendous. He's a really, really accomplished human being, not just a baseball person. And when you start talking about his baseball history, he's been through essentially every facet of the game that you can imagine. He was drafted as a hitter in the first round. He ended up becoming a pitcher, pitched for 10 seasons in the major leagues. I mean, how many people could even say that? In terms of injuries, he's been through almost everything, known to man as well. So he knows what they're going through in the rehabilitation process. All those types of things. He is definitely he's a technical wizard, if you will. I'm not that, I don't understand that stuff, but he speaks it in a whole nother language to the guys. He emphasizes it a lot more than probably I do, instead of, talking about how many vertical inches of break that this particular guy has. I mentioned this earlier. It's just our ability to measure these things now, where you used to know this guy had some really good ride on his fastball. His fastball had finish, his fastball had length, but now we know that it has 21 inches of induced vertical break, and it's, that's 3 inches better than the industry, and blah, 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 blah. So it's a great working relationship. I'm really, really glad he's on board, to tell you the truth. I'm not sure what the role even was when it was originated, what they envisioned, but it's turned into, in my opinion, like the perfect fit.
Do you have philosophies that you've kind of maintained throughout your career just in terms of attacking hitters, or do you sort of vary per guy? In other words, like, hey, let's get some early contact because you're throwing a sinker, or you can punch guys out. Let's not be afraid to work deeper into counts. So how do you vary that per guy?
No, it's a really good question. And I do have some core philosophies that don't change no matter who you are. One of my is to make them hit, not to let them hit or not to allow them to hit, but to make them hit. So if you're Shinosuke and you make them hit, you're probably getting some early contact. But if you're Mackenzie Gore and you make them hit, which means you're challenging them in the strike zone, there's a really good chance that you're going to end up with more strikeouts. So, the message is kind of the same. The result may be a little bit different, but to work quick, to throw strikes, to change speeds, that's really almost in a joking manner. That's the bedrock of, my philosophy, if you will. We talk a lot about the 0-0 pitch, but we talk a lot more about the 1-1 count and winning the 1-1 count. And that's really another one of those core values that we have. I never have an outcome goal for the pitching staff. Of course, it would be nice to lead the league in whatever strikeouts, but a lot of that's out of your control. The only outcome goal I ever have is to have the least amount of walks in the league, because if you can do that at the end of the year, then you know exactly who you are. You know exactly where you stand. You're not an outlier for the most part, where some other numbers might skew the picture a little bit.
You guys have done a great job, especially developing, with guys like Irvin and Parker and Hers really cutting down on the walks as they get to the big leagues. You mentioned Mackenzie. He has been very good at times. How does he become the ace that is in there? I mean, number 3 overall pick, the stuff is obvious. How does he make that leap?
Consistency, and that's the end of the story for the most part. Last year was a perfect example, and the year before that was a great example as well, because when he was good the year before, his numbers were otherworldly. They were all-star. They were borderline Hall of Fame type numbers. When he had bad games, the numbers were the complete opposite. He was a really bad, minor league pitcher coming up and pitching. And then last season was very specific. The first third, the middle third, and the third third, if you will. The first third was all-star caliber. The backside of it was all-star caliber, and the middle of it, he mucked that up pretty good for about 8 or 10 ball games. And if he can simply eliminate those blow-ups, he's going to be an all-star caliber guy for a number of years to come.
Jim Hickey with us here on Grant and Danny. When you're going to make a tweak to a guy, make a change, whether somebody notices or not, or notices themselves rather, and do you almost have to figure out a way to deliver that to each individual person where they're going, this is how I'm feeling? And it's like, well, this is what you're doing, whether you feel it that way or not. Do you have to know each guy differently to kind of make those tweaks?
Yeah, it's a good question. You have to approach each guy differently, especially when you're talking about making changes, whether they're delivery changes, physical changes, philosophical changes. And, I don't think it's a big secret, but I think the best way to get them to buy on or to buy in is to somehow, some way work it to make them think that it was their idea. You know what I mean? This is the, hey, I was just thinking this, and, then to get him to go ahead and kind of lead the way. But different guys, as you can imagine, that, we have, on the pitching staff, you've got 13 alpha males, basically. You got 26 alpha males in the room. So, that can be a little bit challenging at time. But I would say this with this particular group, which is not a veteran group overall, it's probably a little bit easier to suggest different changes and things like that than it would be to somebody who's been around for 10 or 12 years.
Last one for me, the back end of the bullpen, kind of sorting that out, presumably getting Finnegan back. He gets a chance to close games. I've just been blown away by Jose Ferrer's stuff. First time I ever saw him was in the Futures game. And I feel like even from then, he's just a different guy. Could we see him get early, like high leverage situations if you're facing tough lefties in the division? Or do you maybe not think he's quite there yet? He's thrown in the 7th inning, something like that.
Well, the 7th inning can certainly be high leverage. Well, you know what I mean?
I'm like that big inning, let's say a starter goes the distance. Yeah. Is he on that level for you guys?
I would say, as we sit here and speak, yes, that he is. But the next time that we do it will be the first time. But I have total confidence in him. I mean, if you've got Kyle Schwarber, Trey Turner, and then Bryce Harper, and we had to make the phone ring for him, I would have total confidence in that. So I think you'll see he's very similar to, we're talking about Philadelphia, just coincidentally, the guy Jose Alvarado from Philadelphia, who had a couple of really, really good years, maybe fell off a little bit last year, but a very similar type of guy. It doesn't get rattled. We all talk about the fastball velocity, but this guy has a changeup that's out of this world. And he's also got a slider now that's coming along pretty well also. So I have total confidence in him. And I guess this is a roundabout answer to your question, but I certainly see him pitching very high leverage innings this year and not excluding the 9th inning.
Coach, this is awesome. I really appreciate the time catching up with you.
All good on my part too. Thank you.
Jim Hickey, the pitching coach of the Nationals, takes a little bit of heat from the fan base occasionally because he's not thought of as an analytical guy necessarily, but I think that's a big reason why they have Sean Doolittle on this staff at this point, something we can talk about as we continue. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We do have tickets to opening day and Nats baseball at Nationals Park coming up at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock, as we are just 10 days away from kicking this season off. You're listening to the Fan. FanDuel's turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament, which is set to kick off. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now that's an upset that won't upset you. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Visit FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day. FanDuel.com/GP, because in March, anything can happen. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live money line wager or lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot will be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable. Expire in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We are in West Palm Beach for a very special day of Nats coverage. Flying back this evening and going back to our regularly scheduled programming, but getting a chance to catch up with all the best players and members of the staff here for the Nationals as they are 10 days away from opening their season. Feels like just yesterday, we were looking forward to this trip, and here we are getting down to West Palm and headed home. You got one beach trip in, I believe.
We got to the beach, yeah.
How did it treat you?
Perfect. It's the best thing there is. It's so relaxing. It's so just calm. And it was interesting, Grant, and Ryan and I helped this, I think, but there were so many attractive people there. I always wonder what are they doing? Where are you going? Like, why are you so attractive just around? You know,
were they getting tan?
Yeah, they're just tan. The older attractive gentlemen were like windsurfing. We saw guys like setting up I don't even know how to describe it, like a mini parachute with like a surfboard, and they're just out in the waves, taking off, doing aerial stuff. Some like 70-year-old, that's like some dude's grandpa right there. So like 70-year-old Mortimer is out there doing spin tricks and stuff.
Yeah, you and Ryan went and did your beach thing.
So
attractive. And Tobes and I hung back and did an episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball. But when you got back in the car, like Ryan had sand and dirt all over his face and in his hair. Mm-hmm. Like, were you guys laying in the sand? He didn't take a towel, but he said basically his head was in the sand. And at that moment, I knew I had made the right decision. Like, there's sunlight out there, and it's hot.
Right.
And the water's good. That's the best part. I would get in the water. Mm-hmm. But it's the sand all over your face that I knew I'd done the right
Grantic and Skywalker, neither of you get that reference. But, yeah, I don't know why Ryan had so much sand on his head. Body parts,
you saw it, right?
I did. I didn't get that. I get why sand got on us.
But also, he was so comfortable with leaving it there.
Yeah.
Like, to me, sand on me is like one of those, I'm going to say something that I don't even know what it means, but gives me the ick. Like, do you know what I'm saying? The sand feeling.
I know it gave me the ick.
On your skin. That's good. The sand feeling on your skin is just unacceptable. But you were just chilling in the car like, so how's the day going, guys? And there's just so much sand all over.
It was the hair sand.
I mean, yeah, there was a lot of sand there that I had to deal with. But overall, I mean, like, you're at the beach. I mean, it's like going on a baseball field and being in the dirt. And you're like, oh, my God, my pants are dirty. Like, yeah, you're in the dirt. You're in the beach there with the sand all over you. So,
but Danny didn't have all that on him. You guys were doing the same thing.
Well, to be fair, Danny was very good at cleaning himself off. I wasn't. It just, I don't know why, for whatever reason, it stuck with me. I think I was just really sweaty.
And didn't you make a solo beach trip yesterday?
I did.
So you guys went, what day was that? Saturday?
Yep. They're all wrong. What day is today? Monday?
Yesterday was the spring breakout game. So Toby and I got to watch a bunch of the top minor league prospects for the Nationals. You went back, took a nap.
I did.
And Ryan lived it up West Palm Beach style.
You
went back to the beach for more sun.
I did. And I saw those same grandfathers. They were doing the windsurfing thing. I mean, by the way, like, we kind of understand. I mean, incredible life. They're no joke. They're like 70 years old, and these people go like 20 feet off the water in the air and do like flips and stuff.
What do you mean off the water?
Like the parachute catches a certain thing of wave, and it takes them up in the air, and they're
half piping.
Yeah, so it's attached to you, but you also hold on to a harness like you're water skiing. I'm calling it windsurfing. I have no idea if it is or not.
But there is a time where they're in the air, like crashing back down to land on the
like,
water.
And literally, doing flips and figure eights and spinning around.
That's pretty amazing.
It's some 70-year-old. It's just it's like what's Grandpa up to? Oh, he's windsurfing again, brah.
That's not parasailing, is it?
I don't know.
What is that called?
I don't know. I've called it windsurfing without knowing what it's called.
That sounds right.
Yeah, para.
And you really think they were in their 70s?
100%. Both of them.
Yeah, 100. Like, no joke. The two same people were out there yesterday doing the same thing. They're doing flips. I mean, it was a literal show out there.
That's what they're doing, by the way. Like, every single day.
Yeah.
That's Wednesday. Like, hey, Paul, what are you doing tomorrow? I'm going to go do the thing where I jump up in the air on the surfboard.
Like, my next door neighbor worked forever, and he just retired.
Yeah.
And he plays golf at the Army Navy Club every day. That's what he's doing. That's what these guys are doing. That's their version of playing golf at Army Navy every day.
I'm
amazed by it. I'm jealous.
Good for those guys.
Yep.
Your double play driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. Maybe the biggest star on this Nationals team from a national perspective is Dylan Cruz, the former College World Series champion at LSU, who is the favorite to win the Rookie of the Year award in the National League this year. He'll join us live next on Grant and Danny from West Palm Beach on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. In baseball, spring training action today. Cardinals beat the Nationals 6-2. Also today, Nationals manager Davey Martinez announcing that Mackenzie Gore will be the opening day starter. Today on the mound, Gore went 5 innings, giving up 7 hits, 2 runs, a walk, and had 4 strikeouts on 90 pitches. In the NFL today, the Texans signed cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. to an extension worth $90 million over 3 years, $89 million guaranteed. It's now the highest paid DB in NFL history. And in the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers in Portland tonight, 10 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Hit nothing but net this spring at Meadows Farms Nurseries with our Mulch Madness event. Score 4 large bags of shredded hardwood mulch for just $15. This special offer is exclusive to Meadows Farms VIP customers. Sign up in store at meadowsfarms.com. Hustle in. This play runs out March 19th. meadowsfarms.com. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
As promised, caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets to the Nationals home opener, opening day, Thursday, March 27th against the Phillies. First 20,000 fans are getting an opening day t-shirt for the complete Nat schedule, and tickets go to thefandc.com. Speaking of DC and opening day, a guy who's going to be in the outfield for the Washington Nationals in right and batting near the top of the order is Dylan Cruz, one of the favorites to win the Rookie of the Year award in the National League and the number 2 overall pick back in 2023. Fresh off of the field, he just played
moments ago
in a spring training game where the Nats got second against the Cardinals. We won't focus on that part, but we appreciate a couple of minutes today. Thanks so much for carving out some time for us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
How's the spring been, man? How you feeling?
Feel great physically.
Good.
Yeah, feel great. I mean, we're just getting in the groove of things, as far as culture and moving forward together. I think it's a big shift as far as from this year to last year, no doubt. I mean, we got guys that are, we're really close. We're really close. We've been moving up in the minor league system for a while, and we got some young guys on the team already, and mixed in some vets, but overall, I mean, the team looks great.
On that front, there's a card game every day. We'll be coming in the clubhouse in the morning, and it's like it's heated, but it's that fun heated, right? Obviously, guys are competitive, but it's also everybody's having a blast together, and that's the thing you can't fake, right? We've been around teams where I can't remember whose adage it was, but 25 guys, 25 different cabs. Doesn't feel like that with this group.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, we're trying to do whatever we can to get this team as close as possible.
Yeah.
We're trying to play crazy card games or, have dinner together, lunch together, whatever it is. But we're trying to get the team together as close as possible.
That's one of the ways that, you can help the culture. Another, though, is there's more of a veteran presence, it feels like, even if it's kind of on the outskirts of the roster. It helps that James has played in the big leagues, you've played in the big leagues, and you guys aren't just prospects on your way now. But like Paul DeYoung, who we've chatted with, has been around forever, has played in LCSs, thinking about Lowe coming over, being a World Series champion. How much has that shifted things in the clubhouse, too?
Definitely helps, for sure. I mean, they've been there, done that. So, us young guys, when we have questions, we ask those guys, and they've been very helpful, very helpful. They each got a little different piece to kind of make this thing, blossom into something special. So, we're moving in the right direction. That's all that matters right now.
Dylan Cruz with us here on G&D. What did you learn last year? 30-plus games, 30 at-bats, give or take, right, for you in the show. What did you feel like it's in the supercomputer for you?
Yeah, I mean, that last month there, we got a really good taste of what a playoff team should be like. We played the Mets, the Phillies, the Yankees. There's a bunch of some other teams, the Royals. We played some playoff teams right there at the end. And if we want to get to where we want to get to, we have to, minimize our mistakes as much as possible and capitalize off mistakes when they're given to us. And that's what those teams did, and that's why they were in the playoffs. So if we want to get to where we want to get to, we need to do those things, the little things.
One of the reasons you were drafted as high as you were at number 2 is your ability to play elite defense. Even in center field, I think you'd be a well above average player, but now you're in right, and you've had a banner spring. I mean, another great catch today, sliding and throwing a runner out. I saw doubling a guy up. Just curious, the work you put in the outfield, take us through the regiment, and then playing right instead of center, what that transition's been like.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good when you got 3 center fielders out there in the outfield. It's some special talent. It's been awesome to pick their brains in the outfield, and not taking practice for granted either. We're going out there, taking it game-like speed. So we're working really hard. Like I said, picking each other's brains as far as situational stuff and little things like that. But it's awesome to have a good group that exactly how they feel and how I feel, and so it's just good to feed off of each other. But as far as moving from center field to right field, it's no different really. I mean, you're going out there trying to be aggressive, but you just got to understand that center fielder's got priority over me, and if he calls it, just got to back off. But as far as the aggressiveness, it stays the same.
Different guys have said different things about this. Curious just to your perspective, coming up from the minor leagues, getting to the show, the pitching. Obviously, everybody's got stuff. You're in the SEC. You saw plenty of stuff on a weekly, nightly basis, pretty much, and you've always handled it. You get to the major leagues. What's different than the previous levels?
Yeah, I think obviously they're really good. They don't miss their spots. They know your weak zones, your hot zones, and your cold zones. So they tend to attack that as best as they can. So for me, it's just about minimizing the chase and trying to just work on my hot zones. Really, the heart of the plate is something that we're working on as far as just swinging at everything down the middle. If it isn't down the middle, then we won't swing. It's just something that we've been working on, and and being comfortable in deep counts and making the at bat go longer than usual. So, but also still having that aggressive approach. So just about minimizing the mistakes, like I said, as much as possible.
Dylan Cruz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Was there enough time for you in the big leagues last year where you're able to look back at the results and glean things from them? Or do you kind of dismiss some of it as, it's not a huge sample? And what I mean by that is, like, in 51 straight games in college, you got on base every single game. We're talking about one of the great offensive profiles in the minors. But last year, and I don't know how far back this goes, like, you destroy fastballs, you struggle more against breaking pitches. Mm-hmm. Is that something that if it matches what you actually think is true, you care about it? Or was there enough time where you said, you know what, I got to work on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's always room for improvement no matter what. I think if you establish that you can hit a fastball early on, it's always better than not hitting a fastball, So I mean, we always got stuff to work on. Always, it's a game of adjustments. But for me, just swing at the right pitches. My coach in college always used to say, swing at strikes, take balls, and the line of scrimmage is the zone, the strike zone for baseball, and so you control that from both sides. Good things will happen.
We were talking to James Wood earlier, and curious about this. He gave an answer about one thing where sometimes it's the major leagues; these guys get paid to play too, and there's some at bats where you just get dotted 3 times, and you go, "All right, I got a couple more coming." Like you didn't
that
get
was
your
fun.
mistake.
Thanks.
Yeah, I really appreciate you having me. I gotta go get back to my seat. But is it that kind of mentality? I think would be so hard for so many people to get to. But you're a big leaguer, and you can have that longer thinking approach, right?
For sure. I mean, these guys are paid to get us out.
Yeah.
We're paid to not get out, or paid to get up there and have a good approach, and but they drive nice cars too. So
yeah.
they're very good. But yeah, I think it's just about getting the right pitch and doing damage on it as much as possible. Not trying to hit a pitcher's pitch. Hitting your pitch is very important, and sticking to your approach.
What do you make of how much competition they've created among the young guys here in a really short time? That you've been thrust into. Yourself and James and Jacob as a starting trio in the outfield is awesome. But behind you guys, getting to watch the spring breakout game, Dalen Lyle, Andrew Pinckney, Elijah Green. I mean, there's a litany of outfield prospects here.
Yeah, it's been awesome. It's been great. We're all pushing each other to the fullest we can. I mean, we're out there working every single day, pushing each other. They're pushing us. We're pushing them. Like, we're no different than them. So it's a great group that we have that's hungry and ready to get after it. And, the culture has been amazing so far this spring, and we're just trying to carry it forward.
How do you fold that competition into the camaraderie? I imagine that might get hard, right? Because there's some of that. I want to beat the brakes off of you, but also, let's go to dinner afterwards. How tough is that?
I mean, you trying to for us as teammates?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't view it as that way, really. We're working together.
Yeah.
We don't see it as a competition, because I don't know. I mean, we're like I said, we're pushing each other. We're in the same organization. We don't view it as a competition. We're always trying to learn and trying to get better. So, we're just supporting each other no matter what through this whole way out.
Dylan Cruz on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. We're 10 days from opening day. Have you thought at all about what that's going to feel like being on the line for the first time? Not just that, but in the nation's capital, going to be close to 40,000 people there. You played in the College World Series, so you've been in some great atmospheres, but that one might be near the top.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I'm really excited. First opening day, start my rookie season. It's going to be special and something that I'll cherish for a while. But I'm ready to go out there and compete with the guys. It's going to be a fun year.
Are you a goal setter guy? I mean, obviously team goals, you talked about those. You guys want to win. Your competitors are at the highest level. Do you set personal goals? Like, is there a number? Is there a feel that you want to have?
I don't really try to trace numbers. Obviously I have goals, but I think if I just be myself at the end of the day, all the numbers will be there. And, it's about doing it every single day, not taking days off, just going out there and being myself every day. But I mean, I want to push for the playoffs this year really badly. I want to go, push for a wild card spot, just go out there and play for something, for a playoff spot. So I'm really excited for that.
Dylan, last time I saw you, we were on the sideline in New Orleans ahead of the Commanders and the Saints, not far from where you're from there at the Superdome. And I bring that up because we saw a heck of a football game that day.
Yeah.
Came down to the final whistle. But Washington and your buddy Jaden Daniels ended up getting to the NFC Championship game. I don't know if you guys have interacted since or you hit him up, but what a year he had. A couple of guys that went number 2 overall to DC.
Yeah, it's been awesome. He had a tremendous year. It's really special to watch his composure, how locked in he is, his preparation. I haven't talked to him since, but he's so locked into what he does, and what a year he had.
We got to find a way to keep the LSU thing going after the run.
Seriously.
Back-to-back number 2 overall picks. And then these guys hit the lottery and get the first overall pick this year.
Oh, us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like I said, we're moving in the right direction,
Are there any basketball or hockey players down there that can help DC sports at all to change things as we go? In terms of, if you look back at the end of 162, and you mentioned some of the team goals that you had, where will you be able to say, you know what, I grew here? These are some of the faders I turned up from what was already nice, really successful, month plus for you last year. When you look back and you go, you know what, I'm satisfied with that. That felt good in terms of growth. What are some of those things?
I mean, I think I think growing as a leader, really, as a leader and being mature through that whole process is something that I'm proud of. And when I got up, it wasn't what I was expecting to do, but I learned a lot as far as what I need to do in order for this year. Almost as how do I need to prepare, how I need to do X, Y, Z, just go out there and perform. So I'm, like I said, I'm excited for this year. I really am. The guys are excited, and they're we're ready to go.
Do you have a place did you guys get in the DMV, or do you rent during the season and live elsewhere?
I rent.
Yeah,
I rent during the season.
Did you get enough time away from the game? You only had a handful of off days probably to have your own spot you like to go to eat. Have you kind of gotten comfortable yet, or is it still going to be a lot of first time things?
No, I mean, definitely feel comfortable there. You never want to feel too comfortable there, you take it for granted. But
yeah.
I mean, I definitely feel comfortable there. I've been there obviously the last month and was up there earlier this off season for a season ticket holder thing. So, but yeah, we got some good spots to eat down there. I think there was another. I forget what the place is called, but
you steak guy, Italian guy, something else?
Yeah, steak. Both really.
Okay.
Yeah, Georgetown's got a good spot. Old Town, I heard, has got some good spots too.
Georgetown steak, you got bourbon steak.
Bourbon steak. I think I went there.
That's
yeah.
the spot.
It's at a nice hotel there.
Yeah, Mackenzie told me about that spot. So
good.
we went there.
So we're talking to a couple of the PR guys. like you're like a beetle. You're getting mobbed. Like everybody wants a piece of the Dylan Cruz, man. Like, are you sort of used to that? Is that still kind of like, wait, you want my autograph? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how was that?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely something you work for. I don't try and view myself that way. You know, I go out there and just be myself. But no, it's awesome. You know, I love the fans here. They're great. They're very supportive. So, I mean, we had a great fan base over at LSU, and they supported us as well. So it's nothing new to me. But, you know, I go out there and just try and work on something every day. And then, you know, like I said, if I go out there and be myself every day, everything else will take care of itself. So
last one for me. You're not really a big time celebration guy. Like, you're more of a nose to the grindstone and kind of, I mean, I'm sure you show emotion, but the college game, just watching games this year, I feel like even from last year to this year, the leap has been crazy. There's like a pitcher that like basically like shoots arrows at batters after he gets them out. And like this, I saw a home run where a guy army crawled around all the bases. And,
all of them?
That's a joke. He's like looking at me like, seriously?
Yeah.
But I mean, it really, like, I like it, celebrations. I'm not like some old dude that doesn't. And even for me, I'm like, oh my God, what's happening here? What do you make of it? Because you're a young guy in that era, but where are we headed here? It's wild.
I don't know. I mean, I try not to get so caught up in the celebration part, but I mean, I love guys showing their emotions, you know, leaving it out on the field. I think to an extent, though, you know, it's like not so much, but like pump up and pump up for your guys. You know, I think that's huge.
That's the line, right? Is like, if you're, because it's almost literal. If you're facing your own dugout, it seems like if the idea is, if it's about me being positive with my team, it's cool.
Yeah.
But when it starts to be negative toward your team, it's not.
Yeah.
Like some of the pitchers are like screaming at dudes. I mean, it's wild.
It doesn't feel right.
Yeah, you got to keep it organic too. You know, I don't want to look like it's forced almost.
Right.
So, no, but I mean, I love guys showing emotion, especially pitchers when they're on our team. You know, I like I like when they're showing emotion and having a good time. But yeah, I mean, I like to keep it locked in, and you know, I feel like the game will come back to you if you show too much emotion. So keep it one pitch at a time. Just keep it to yourself, and yeah.
Away from the field, you got to forget about baseball for a day, 2 days, whatever. What are you doing?
Either chilling out at the house, watching some movies, or, I mean, we've checked out all the monuments so far,
Right.
so that's been fun.
Are you a golf guy? This seems to be the greatest golf clubhouse in human history. You guys are like freaking out about some tournament I've never heard of.
Yeah, the pitchers can get away with it.
Yeah.
You know, us hitters, we can't. Some guys go.
You have
golf
to
on
actually
some-
work.
Yeah. some of us. Yeah. No, the hitters. I mean, sometimes it affects the swing
yeah.
and all, but I mean, some guys go though. I know Stone goes a lot, and Lipscomb will sometimes go out. But for me, I try on my off days. I try and chill out as much as I can.
Dylan Cruz on Grant and Danny. Before we let you go, at the Pirates, the 14th through the 17th, do you and Skeens like put a little lunch bet down on those ABs, or how does that work?
No bets, but it'll be fun. I'm excited to see him. You know, he's doing great so far, and I know it's going to be fun for the fans too.
A couple of guys will be linked together in LSU lore forever after winning a College World Series and then going first and second in the draft. It's always awesome to catch up.
Yeah,
we appreciate you. Have a great season. Stay healthy.
Thanks, guys.
Dylan Cruz on Grant and Danny. The skipper is going to be writing his name in the lineup card every single day. Davey Martinez will join us live. That's next from West Palm Beach right here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and vodka. In baseball, the Nationals fall to the Cardinals in spring training action today, 6-2. A little bit earlier today, manager Davey Martinez announced that the Nationals will be starting Mackenzie Gore on opening day. He pitched today, going 5 innings, giving up 2 runs on 7 hits and a walk, struck out 4 on 90 pitches. In the NFL today, the Texans signed cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. to an extension, 3 years, $90 million, $89 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid defensive back in NFL history. And in the NBA tonight, the Wizards in Portland taking on the Trailblazers at 10 o'clock. You hear that game over on the Team 980. The tournament is here, and Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka is your game day MVP. Whether you're hosting a watch party or watching the action solo, Surfside is smooth, refreshing, and just 100 calories. No bubbles, no carbonation, just easy sipping. Grab a variety 8-pack and enjoy every clutch moment. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Jason Werth, longtime terrific Washington National, will be on the show with us coming up in about a half hour at 5 o'clock. And Danny, equally as long a time, a friend of this here radio program.
I still can't get over it. I'm just not there. I was trying to explain this to my mother-in-law, who has come out and helped us out so much with the baby and stuff like that, because she didn't know who Jason Werth is or care or whatever. And I was like, imagine if somebody that hated everything about you for a long time,
right,
now became like your super best buddy in a very public setting.
Yes, it's a good way to describe it.
Imagine that.
Absolutely. Werth on the show at 5, an instructor here at Nat Spring Training. Something they're doing that I kind of like, by the way, is having a bunch of their former players and some of the great Nationals over the years take part in spring training in various capacities. And so we'll have to ask Werth exactly what they'd asked him to do and what he's been up to here. But I think it's a cool idea. I mean, these are players that had great careers. So if you're a member of this organization now, you see and hear and are constantly reminded of some of the great moments that these guys had. And now it's your chance to pick their brain.
It's like having Darryl Green come to training camp, or Charles Mann work on pass rushing moves with whoever their defensive end is going to be. You know what I mean? Like it makes too much darn sense. And so many of these guys are either just a quick 2-hour flight away or in the States somewhere. I mean, so many of these dudes live not too far from here. I feel like everything's about 2 hours away in Florida. So yeah, it makes so much sense. It's awesome they're doing it.
We're joined now by the skipper of the Washington Nationals, fresh off of today's game, kind enough to join us over here at the facility on the other side of their 9 innings of ball, Davey Martinez. Davey, it has been a fun couple of days hanging out around the facility with you. How are you?
It's good, buddy. Good. This is really, really fresh, by the way.
Yes.
Coming off the field.
Yeah.
You're like, we're just on the field.
Came straight over here.
Absolutely. First us, then the shower. That's how fresh it is.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Danny can smell the anger at the umpire from the 4th inning right now. Let's start with the news of the day. You named Mackenzie Gore your opening day starter. Feels like a pretty big step for him.
Absolutely. I mean, he gets to represent game 1, for the Nationals, and that is big. But he earned it. He's been throwing the ball really well this spring. He's come a long way as far as maturity, his growth. We expect big things from him.
He said something to us that I thought was really interesting, Davey. I'm going to butcher the exact quote, but it was, "I got to compete with the guy in the box, not compete with me," because he's obviously so hyper competitive. Everything matters so much to him that maybe sometimes that one pitch that didn't go his way or something wouldn't happen. Maybe it snowballs and you get that big inning, crooked number comes up, but it's still the next guy's going to stand in there. I thought that was such a profound way to look at how he's got to go compete, and that's kind of what an ace sounds like.
That's 100%.
Yeah,
and I'm glad that he understands that.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, that's like I said. We talked about his growth and his maturity. Him understanding who he is and how he has to get himself over that one bad pitch or over that one bad batter, that was big. And I think that, watching him this spring, he really understands who he is and what he needs to do and who he wants to be moving forward. So it's a big, it was a big step for him. And like I said, he's he's our number one guy. He's going to go out there and compete and do everything he can to help us win.
Last year, you guys led Major League Baseball in stolen bases. Way more aggressive, took advantage of the new rules, and it helped you a lot. But you also ran into way more outs than anybody else did on the base paths. What is that line between wanting to be aggressive? You joked with this last year. Everybody but Riley Adams is going, right? But then also not running into so many outs, which is the one thing sometimes when I watch this team that makes me frustrated. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah,
we can't do this every game.
Well, you know, if you look at our club last year, we had to create stuff.
Yeah,
we really did. This year it's a little bit different. You know, we have some guys in the middle of our lineup that we feel like that could drive in runs for us with Bell, with Lowe, the maturity with Louis Garcia. This, Wood. So we're gonna still push the envelope. We got to be a little bit smarter about it. But we definitely want to be aggressive. We have guys that can steal bases. Those guys can have the leeway to steal bases when we feel the opportunity is there. So, but we definitely have guys in the middle of our lineup that we feel like they could hit that 3-run homer now. And so we're excited about that.
Davey Martinez of the Nationals on G&D. What's the balance with James Wood as a base stealer? Because he is capable of stealing 30 or 40 bags with his speed, I would think. But also, he's so big, and you got to keep him healthy. And diving into the dirt and sliding around every time he's around second, I'm sure you're kind of, grin at your teeth a little bit. Is there a sweet spot, or do you want him to be as aggressive as possible?
No, we're not going to put any limitations on him. I do want him to be smart. I really do. I mean, like you hit it on the head. We want him to be healthy for the whole year. But we're gonna pick spots for him to go ahead and steal. He's pretty smart about that. He's pretty smart about taking care of his body and himself. So, but we definitely don't want to put any limitations because he doesn't look like he's moving, but he's getting down. He's getting after. He's getting down that line. He runs hard, out of the box every at bat. So, and around the bases, once he gets going, man, he's moving.
Dave, another guy that can steal a lot is CJ Abrams, and we're not rehashing anything that happened last year, just turning it into a compliment. Seems like a ton of maturity, handling what happened and not pouting about it, but rolling with it, using it as a growth opportunity. It looks like he really dedicated himself, looks bigger and stronger, and sky's the limit for that dude. Seems like, though, that this is the exact response you as a leader would want.
Absolutely. I mean, he handled the situation really well. We talked over the winter. It's way beyond us now. He understands how we feel about him, how I feel about him. So he came to spring training. Again, another young kid that's matured a lot. Understand that, who he is right now, but what he can be. Mm-hmm. He's an all-star, right? So he's done everything right this spring. He is a little bit bigger. He is a little bit stronger. I expect him. The biggest thing for him, one is to accept his walks. It's going to make him a lot. It's going to get him on base, make him a lot better. But also be aggressive too. I want him to still be aggressive. When he gets a fastball, he thinks he can hit. I want him, to really put a swing on it. So he's in a good place. He really is. Defensively, we talked to him a lot about positioning, throwing, using his legs to get the ball over to first base. He's done better with that. His throws have been a lot more accurate this spring. So it's just fun to watch him play this spring.
Davey, a couple of roster things. So third base, is that a true platoon or is it not that simple?
No, it's not that simple. DeYoung's he's gonna play third base. We'll definitely have to give him some days off. But he looks really good over there. He really does. He's a Gold Glove shortstop. He took the role to get over there at third base. He worked really hard, to learn the position. He's done really well, and he's done really well this camp. But he's smooth over there. He really is. I mean, defense is important for us. It really is. As I always talk about, there's 3 constants that we need to do, right? We got to pitch and throw strikes. We got to play defense, and we got to run the base as well. Adding him is definitely going to help our defense.
The next is the outfield. You guys are so deep in the minor leagues there too, so it's beyond just the 3 that we know. But Jacob Young played at an elite level, probably should have won gold or platinum glove last year. Part of the reason I think Dylan Cruz was the number 2 overall pick, though, is he could stay in center field. And you've got him in right, where he's going to be a gold glove caliber guy. if Hassel keeps hitting and really impresses in the minors, is there a path for him to find a corner, moving him over? Or do you see JY as the guy in center every day for 162?
Right now, JY is our center fielder. I mean, I spoke to him. He shouldn't be worried about anything but going out there and playing defense like he's capable of playing and getting on base for us. Hassel's got to go play. He's got to go play. He's done really well. Really he has. He's done really well. But we're going to keep a close eye on him as well. I mean, if he goes out there, he's knocking the door down. Yeah, of course. We're going to do whatever we can to put the best team we have, on the field. But Dylan can play right field, as we all know. He's potentially another Gold Glover, in any position we put him in the outfield, really. So, but he's going to play right field, and you got Big James that's going to play left field.
Keibert Ruiz looks in great shape, Davey. Last year, I
think he told us he's down. He was 238. Now he's 222 or something. Down 16 pounds.
I mean, it looks like a different person. Last year, I just felt for him. It just felt like he could never get right with an injury, and then the illness just sort of never got his season going. So again, kind of seems like he's turned the page there. Sounds like he's really working defensively, and his bat to ball is so good that sometimes gets you into trouble where you're hitting a pitch that you shouldn't be swinging at, right? I mean, it's just that growth. Talk about him.
Right. There's no doubt that when he swings the bat, he puts the ball in play. Not a good thing all the time with him, right? I mean, so we're actually spent a lot of time getting him to understand what pitches he really hits the ball hard, because when he gets those pitches, he really does hit the ball hard. So he's done really well with that. He did great the whole winter. He wanted to come back in better shape. He wanted to lose the weight. He was just really hard on himself this winter because he felt like, he was disappointed. He felt like he let people down. I love the kid. The kid's got tremendous upside, not only behind the plate, but as a hitter as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he did everything he's supposed to do to get himself ready. He's had a good spring. He's hit the ball. He's hit the ball hard. He's got some homers this spring. So he looks really good.
Well, and just to give the numbers behind what Davey was saying to back up that point, he's 99th percentile whiff. He does not swing and miss. He's the hardest guy at the position, and 98th percentile, one of the hardest guys in baseball to strike out. The ball's always in play. But that isn't a win if the ball's in play on a pitch you can't do damage with.
Right.
And that's what you guys have been working so hard on. In the bullpen, Jose Ferrer. Whoa.
Filthy.
Oh. Okay, let's do this. Opening day, Mackenzie just shoved. He went 8. Right? You're up 1-0. You're going to the 9th, and Harper and Schwarber are coming to the plate in that inning. Is Finney getting that inning, or can I see Jose Ferrer go left on left?
How about I say it's TBD?
Okay. Give me a comp for him.
Is there one?
There is not. Look, the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, it's over.
I used to call him my secret weapon. He's no longer a secret. Yeah, I mean he's good. He's legit. He's healthy. And he's throwing the ball really well this spring. But you will definitely see him closing out some games for us this year. You will. I mean, we did it with him last year just to kind of get him to feel that, and but I think he's definitely going to help us in the back end of the bullpen.
Is that an authentic thing? I mean, like, I'd play fantasy baseball. I don't mean in real life, although I do too. But in my mind, I think we all do, where it's like he throws 101. He's got a good slider. We've seen him be a great setup man. Just close him, Davey. What's it like? Is there actually a 9th inning mentality thing that you've got to kind of figure out, or if he's got the stuff, can he do it?
Hey, I would say that if you have the stuff, you should be able to close the 9th. A lot of guys couldn't do it. A lot of guys. We had a guy here, that when Doolittle was down or whatever, Matson did not want to close games. He really didn't. So that last out is awfully tough. It's a mental thing. Some guys are really good at it. Some guys are iffy on it. I could tell you a story about Huddy when he came over, and
Daniel Hudson.
I put him in the, I put him to close the first game. He came in my office and he says, "Hey, I don't like pitching tonight."
Really?
Yeah.
Tough luck.
And I looked at him. I said, "Hey, have a seat. I'm gonna, we're gonna share a glass of whiskey together. By the way, you will pitch the 9th inning and close games for us." So, but he had to get that over that fear that, hey, it's no different. I tell all these guys that are in the bullpen, when you come in the game, you're closing out that inning. period. End of story. No matter what it is, that you got to get 3 outs for us. That's a close situation because when you guys come in the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, we have a chance to win the game. If you hold the teams to where they're at, we have a chance to win that game. So they should be all prepared for it.
3 months later, he's throwing his glove in the air as they win World Series Game 7 with the 9th inning save.
Hey, look, he was godsend, right? We couldn't have done it without him. Those guys in the back in that bullpen, they were something else.
Remember that strikeout against Seager? We were like, yeah, we had Bubble Guts watch that. He goes, I had Bubble Guts doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
In terms of the bullpen and kind of back end of the rotation, you don't have to write anything in Sharpie right now, but you guys are heading up north here pretty soon. How close to formulating roles and spots are you in terms of those decision-making processes with Dew and with Jim Hickey and company?
Yeah. We're constantly looking to get better, as you know.
Yep.
We have things on paper. Things can change. My conversations with Riz every day is, if this goes well, this is what we got. We still got time. We're looking at some different things, different options. Do we want to use certain guys in the bullpen right now? Do we not? So there's a whole lot of teeter-tottering still going on. I will say this, we're pretty set with, Finn, Ferrer, Sims, Lopez, Law, so there's still some room for wiggle there. Salazar's thrown the ball tremendously. Ribalta has thrown the ball really, really well. We brought a guy in the camp, Poche, left-hand reliever, who's really thrown the ball well as well. So, we still got, like I said, we still got time. We're still working some things out. As you guys are well aware, Riz is always looking, to make us better. So this is conversations that we will have every day for the next, week to finalize our roster.
Davey Martinez, manager of the Nationals, quite literally walking off of the field and over to join us after today's game. We appreciate you. Thanks for kicking it for a few minutes.
I appreciate you guys very much. And I'm looking forward to get back home.
I'm sure it's time for you. Yeah.
Yeah. This last week is always like you're biting your nails because every time somebody runs the bases hard, every time somebody slides, somebody throws a pitch, you're just saying, please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. So we're itching to get back.
10 days from now, opening day. Jason Werth was a part of many of those openers at Nats Park. He joins us coming up at the top of the hour at 5 right here on Grant and Danny. Hey there, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at Copair. This is the old EMP 180. New name, same drill. You get a coach. They coach you up. I'm going to West Palm Beach. I tell them this is going to be a little bit of a struggle. They give me some thoughts, some takes on what I should do, and then when I get back, get on the grind. What I like about them is they carve out a program that fits you. So I'm down 20 pounds. Danny's down 5 pounds. And different listeners already down 10, 8, 11 pounds that we're hearing about, all doing things very differently that work for our lifestyles with their coach. The old EMP 180, again, it's Copair.
That's the beauty of this thing, right? It's not a one-size-fits-all cookie-cutter type program. Everybody's got different challenges in their life, different pitfalls, different problems, different issues. I've been trying to do it on my own for years, GP, banging my head against the wall, exercising a ton, trying to eat right. And, I got to the point that I was way heavier than I should be. So welcome back into Copair. You can do what so many have done, just like Grant and I. Give them a call, do what so many are doing, and take advantage of the Spring to Weight Loss offer for fan listeners. Call 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 to get started, or go to copairhealth.com.
At West Palm Beach at Nats Spring Training, Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We are in the process as we speak. Corporate Clary is carrying our Comrex over to a new table. We probably should have done this an hour ago. Danny, you just got in the sun like 10 minutes ago, and you're
I've
already
had
melting.
enough. Yeah.
I've been in the sun for an hour just getting pummeled. But we finally reached the decision together after about 10 minutes of Danny being in the sun that we're going to move.
That was too much. That was awful. Just started pitting out super bad. Like Davey was probably looking at me like, why is this guy so nervous to talk to me? I'm just sitting there schwitzing up a storm. But that was a good way to kind of cap off my weekend here.
Today's been a special G&D. We're live in West Palm. If you're just getting out of the office, we're with the Nats at spring training. We're taking you up to 6:30. The flight, when we're done, for Toby, for Ryan, for Danny, back to D.C. I've got the family coming in, so I'll actually be here for a few more days this week. But the regularly scheduled program, plenty of conversation about the Commanders and the tourney and everything going on in DC sports, including Ovi's chase for greatness, will resume tomorrow at 2 o'clock from our DC studios. But I had to get out here for a few days and get people ready for baseball, man. This team's gotten better. This is not going to be a year, I don't think, where they make the playoffs, but they do have a chance and should absolutely improve the record they've had the last 2 years. And if things go well, they need some things to bounce their way, but maybe they're in the mix fighting for 500 with a month or two to go.
And I think that's kind of where my realistic goal is. And not to say that I'll be disappointed if they don't get there for, whatever reason, but to me, the story is the young core of this team. We talked Mackenzie Gore extensively just now with Davey Martinez, but you're really talking about Wood, Cruz, and Abrams, 3 guys all under 24 years old that are capable of whether it's stardom to superstardom. I mean, you could have MVP candidates. I mean, if CJ Abrams does what he did in 3 of the 6 or 6.5, call it 7 months of the season, for 5 months, he's a superstar, and he's in line for one of those multi-$100 million type extensions that are just being given out like Pez at the holiday time. I mean, he's incredible in terms of his talent level. Same with James Wood, who jumps off the page at you, and Dylan Cruz is one of the odds-on favorites for Rookie of the Year. So it's really, to me, about that core, and along with Mackenzie Gore, sort of continue to take those next steps. Not to disrespect anybody else, but if those guys start to elevate a little bit, earlier maybe than scheduled or expected, this is the kind of team for a while that nobody's really going to want to play, right? If you're fighting for a playoff spot down the stretch, it's, oh crap, it's the Nationals instead of, yes, it's the Nats, right? You know what those bottom feeders are like, and I don't expect this to be one.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're locked into the Fan. Those two guys, James Wood and Dylan Cruz, eventually, both represented, by the way, by Scott Boras, are going to get a whole lot of money. Reminds me of a big contract. Garrett Stingley Jr. signed today. Did you see this?
I
the
did.
Texans corner. It's one of the better young corners in football. 3 years and $90 million. But here's what's
Is there any guaranteed money there?
Almost all of it guaranteed. $89 million of the
Yeah.
$90 million bucks. This is like the Cousins deal with the Jets a few years ago, with the Vikings rather, when they pried him away from going to the Jets for more money. Cousins signed the fully guaranteed 3-year deal. This is nearly a fully guaranteed contract for a defensive player, which we've never seen before. Stingley surpassing J.C. Horn, who got $100 million over 4 years with the Panthers, as the highest paid corner in league history.
How about that? I mean, remember, there was a while, when he and Sauce Gardner are forever linked because of how the draft went. And, he was sort of thought of as the second fiddle there, or like, I don't want to call him a bust because it was too early for that, but Houston fans were disappointed. Now, how much, how funny is it that not that long a time makes?
Next on Grant and Danny, our long-lost friend. Many, many years we've been good pals with friend of the program, Jason Werth. He'll join us on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In baseball, spring training today, the Nationals fell to the Cardinals 6-2. Also, the Nationals announced today that Mackenzie Gore will get the start as the opening day starter for the Nats. 10 more days till opening day. Today, Gore was on the hill going 5 innings, giving up 7 hits and a walk, 2 runs, striking out 4 on 90 pitches. In the NFL today, the Texans signed cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. to an extension, 3 years, $90 million, 89 of it guaranteed. Becomes the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. In the NBA, the Wizards on the West Coast tonight, late night whiz, taking on the Trailblazers in Portland, 10 p.m. tip-off. You know that game over on the Team 980. College hoops, 16 seed American going to take on 16 seed Mount St. Mary's in the first 4 on Wednesday in Dayton. 6:40 tip-off for that one. And the 4th seeded Terps will take on the 13th seeded Grand Canyon on Friday at 4:30 to open up their NCAA tournament. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
At West Palm Beach's Nats Spring Training Complex, Grant and Danny on the Fan, welcoming you back. Jason Werth joins us in a moment.
As Washington prepares this offseason to protect its star quarterback, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Jason Werth delivered one of the great swings in Nats history in Game 4 of the 2012 NLCS. Of course, an All-Star and a World Series champion in his major league career, joining us now in West Palm Beach. Jason, I don't know what to say. We talked to you at the Super Bowl. Now we're talking to you a few weeks later after 12 years of not even having any interactions with our best friend, for longtime friend of the program, Jason Werth. You're about to become the 3rd host of this show, Grant and Danny and Jason.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Good to be here. Good to see you guys. And a long time coming.
What's your role this week? What are you doing? What's kind of the program?
I don't know. I'm here to find that out. I told Mike last year that I've been away long enough. I'm ready to kind of get back into the game. I miss it enough to come back around. Obviously, I think some guys may have, go around and do other stuff with other teams, but I'm a Washington National. Obviously, I got some ties to the Phillies, but it's still the same staff. Mike's still here. The kids are all different, the players different, but I feel like I'm a Washington National, so I'm here to help.
Are you answering questions? Like, will they come up to you knowing, oh my God, Jason Werth, and ask you questions, or is it more like casual than that?
I think a little bit. I think they were a little afraid of me the first day, and I talked to them yesterday, so then they kind of softened them up a little bit, and they're starting to come around and ask me stuff. But I think that's what I want to do. I want to be able to help the players. Obviously, as a player, you typically don't want any help. That's kind of the thing. You don't want to hear from anybody. You just want to go out there and do that. So I got to respect that. But if somebody needs something, or if somebody has questions, or they just want to talk about, life in the big leagues, life after the big leagues, we'll see. I think the role for me here with the Nats is yet to be defined.
So there have been several milestones throughout Nationals history. I think your signing here is one of them. Go back. It's amazing how long ago that was. It's 14 years, I guess, right? How's the game evolved since then? I mean, it's still some fundamentals are the same, obviously, but it just feels like everything's different. There's so much data. Just what are you noticing from players, and kind of compare it to your time?
Yeah, for better or for worse, right? I think some of the stuff is overkill, but I think some of the stuff that they've kind of they figured out, they've quantified it. They figured out what it means. And when I was my last year in 18, I went and played for the the Seattle Mariners, and I got the like extended spring. I didn't sign until April, and I got down to extended spring, and I'm hitting I'm hitting in the cage, taking flips, and their minor league. I don't know, assistant minor. Everybody has all these like titles nowadays. Yeah, and it's some kid that obviously looks like he's never played baseball. Maybe he knows something about baseball. I'm not sure.
He's watched the game.
He's definitely watched and he's analyzed. And they've got this TV. I think it's called Hit Tracks or something. So every swing you take, they quantify or measure all the statistics and analytics off the batted ball. And so I get done, and he's like, "You want to take a look at your cage work?" And I'm like, "Okay." And he starts talking to me, and he's telling me all this stuff, and it's just like it's like mumbo jumbo, I don't even know what he's saying. Finally, I stopped him. I was like, "Don't ever talk to me again." Like, just
you said that?
Yeah, I'm like, you're gonna put me in a slump. Like, the season hasn't even started yet. I'm like, just don't talk to me, like, please. Like, that. Some of that stuff, that's kind of how I feel about it. But, this is the new age of baseball. But also, I do know that baseball is cyclical. So some of this stuff, that has come in will be weeded out. And already has a little bit. The one thing I do really like that I didn't think I would like is the pitch clock. So I'm like, baseball's timeless. It's not. There's no shot clock. There's no. We're out there until it's over. But what it's done is it's reinstated the internal clock in the player's head. So you're back to that, come on, pitch it in there, kind of the game my grandpa played, like the game that he liked to see. And so it's sped up the game in a good way. And I don't think it really doesn't have any bearing on the game. It's just now the players, like, that's their internal clock now. And it's changed that, and for the better. So for a fan, for the players, for everybody involved, the pace of the game is sped up. And I think it's a good thing.
Noted analytics savant Jason Werth on Grant and Danny. So I read this book about data in baseball a couple of years ago, and they had this really cool idea of teams are hiring what they called conduits, which is like a player who's super into it. And when you told that story, what I thought of is like Sean Doolittle is this guy here in a lot of ways, where he's way into the data, but he was a great closer. And if Sean comes up and talks to a reliever who might not like data, I think there's a better chance than if a dumpy guy like me walks up, pushes up my glasses and says, "Mr. Werth, your swing path," or whatever, right? So I guess my question is, like, do you buy that, where it's like Daniel Murphy, as an example, could be that conduit? Sure. Where would you be more receptive to talking to him about it than like me, who hit 214 in Little League?
Yeah, I don't think it matters who came up to me and said that. I just, like,
you would hate them.
Well, it's not hate them. I just don't want to hear what they have to say. I would just because you play the game, one way for so long, and then out of nowhere, here is this, right. That's basically what I'm saying.
No feel, right?
If there could have been a cloud of smoke, it would have been
I've never heard a vehicle make that sound, and it made it right there.
That was a very Nationals golf cart. It probably they need a new golf cart.
We call that Nats, baby. But good stuff. Oh man, only the best here. I don't know. And again, like, this is where you get away from the game, and then the game changes on you, and then you come back in, and you're kind of out of touch. I think that's probably a little bit more accurate of what's going on. But I do know the game. It's still baseball. I'm a third generation big leaguer. I grew up listening to my grandpa talk about this 50s, 60s, and 70s. I watched my uncle play in the 80s and 90s, and then I played the 2000 and the 2010. So here we are in the 2020s, and it's like it's still the same game. It's changed in some regard, but at the end of the day, we're it's round bat with a round ball. You got to score runs. You got to figure out how to win. So as the game evolves, the players evolve, the thinking has to evolve, but it's cyclical. It all comes back around. So some of the stuff that they're talking about, that they're using some of this data, it'll get thrown out. It's just one of those things. So as the game goes, we go.
So I think it's an interesting sort of push and pull there, right? Because What the number guy who can look at any kind of bit of video or data or whatever, they don't know what it feels. They don't know the feel of like when my front foot hits, does my weight going forward or whatever, right? And there's always got to be that balance because I can know every bit of data in the world. I can't hit 98. Like that doesn't matter. So you still need that instruction. Where's the line and where should it go? And like, how is it different maybe for you than it would be for like one of your teammates that wants the info?
Yeah. So I've got a great story that I heard, and it's a little inappropriate. I might have to edit it, but it goes something like this. Like, the analytical guys, they can look at all the analytics and they that have never played, and they say, the hitters have a lot of success when they pull the ball in the air. Right? No kidding. Right?
Just do that.
Right. And so they say they get the coaches around. This is kind of like this. This is how it goes, guys. If we could teach these guys to pull the ball in the air, we would have more success. We win more games. It's just the data proves that. Right. But how do you get there? Right. This is like telling a guy to walk in the bar naked with that's basically what you're telling them, like, no kidding, that's where you want to be. But maybe teach them how to have a conversation and buy a girl a drink, and have a little, maybe hit the ball the other way or stay, have an approach or something. Like, you just, we know that's where you want to be at the end of the night, but you got to know how to get there, right? And that's part of the problem here is they don't know the approach. They know the end game, but they don't really know the approach. And I think it's a pretty good, although a little out of the box thinking on that sort of thing. But it
wasn't the analogy I thought of.
But it plays. It plays. And it's accurate because it's that type of thinking. That's kind of where we're at in this whole thing. And I think sometimes that's the disconnect between, the front office, I call them the twirly birds. It's like the kid that's carrying all the books. It's got the weird hat and the little spinner thing on the top. That's these guys. They've never done it, so they don't really know. They can tell you the data, and sometimes the data is useful. And, for a guy like me, I can look at this and be like, oh, okay, like I understand. Okay, so to get there, we got to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z. So that's where I think there's some give and take and some push and pull, like you say. I did, when I got done playing, I started playing golf, and they have those machines that you put behind you, and you track me. There you go, and you quantify it. You can feel what you're doing, and you can see it right away. And that was the first time I've ever used anything like that. But the sport was new to me, and then the data was helpful. So I think as these kids are coming up, and they're using the data when they're young.
So if you were your son's age, maybe you would be into it.
Yeah, or younger. I think if you start with it's one of those things that it could make sense. But to try to get a dinosaur to use a treadmill or something, it's just it's not really gonna. It didn't work for me, and I don't think I needed. I had all that data kind of in my head. So would it have helped at a younger age? I'm sure, but for me to come in at the end and try to make sense of it just didn't.
Jason Werth on Grant and Danny. So you like the pitch clock. I love the pitch clock. What about the challenge system and automated strike zone, which we're headed toward? How do you feel about where we're at there? Would you want fully automated, or you like it out the old way?
No. I think I love the umpire. The human element of the game is what's great. I think, and this is my opinion. I don't even know if this is a opinion that people have already, but why not use all this data on the umpires and create a system where you have the umpires. There's a ranking system with the umpires, right? You can pretty much tell who's the better umpires. I did hear that the guys in AAA that they do 3 days with it and then 3 days without, and that makes a lot of sense to me because now they're seeing pitches and they know right away if it's a ball or strike, so they're getting real time data. And then they're becoming better umpires. So I think that system's great. In the big leagues, I think it's let's do a situation, a system where you grade the umpires, and then the top umpire makes the most money.
All the way down.
All the way down. And then the bottom umpires get relegated to minor leagues. I know the umpires union is probably going to be against this, but I mean, let's get the best umpires in the game, and then and then the best umpires get the games that mean the most. Like, I mean, that's when the games are on the line. The games are, everything's at the highest state. Let's take that human element out of it as much as we can, but then we also keep it in. And then the guy is rewarded for being the best.
Most of us know who a lot of the really bad umpires are too. Like, and players know better than we do.
Buckner.
CB Buckner. Yeah. So I was going to bring that up. So for those of you that don't know, Jason's doing a new podcast, which you should check out, with Sean Kelly. It's very entertaining, and it's a bit of a wild ride, I will say. You never really know where they're going, but I've enjoyed it.
Well, it's called off the rail.
Well, it works. but I asked this because CB Buckner came up, and you unloaded the clip a little bit. Your least favorite umpire, I would imagine, was CB Buckner. I've always said Angel Hernandez was the worst, and he's now out. But Buckner's a guy that seems to have a lot of run-ins too.
Yeah, that's part of this whole thing with the human element. Like, there's a relationship there that when you play every day, these guys are around, and when you play for a long time, the umpires don't go anywhere. So you got to, there's a mutual respect between the player and the umpire. And I don't want to say like that you're going to get any calls because of that relationship, but if the umpire doesn't like you, he has the ability to stick it to you. And for whatever reason, I don't know what I did, but CB Buckner I definitely didn't get any calls from CB Buckner, and the relationship was poor. And he's a bad umpire on top of it, and he was really bad for me. So for me, he's easily the worst. I mean, he's the worst across the board, anyways. But for me, there was an attitude, there was a poor relationship.
Like, you think he actively just didn't like you?
He was out to get me.
Yeah.
And I
did he run you at all?
No, I didn't get kicked out of games. I towed the line a lot, and I probably talked more smack to umpires than anybody without getting kicked out of games.
How do you do that? Just not saying certain words, or
you can tell when they've had enough.
Okay.
So you get them all fired up, and then you just shut it down. And that, like, maybe that was the case with CB, that I just went too far too many times. But a lot of the umpires respected me because of it. Because I would tell them how I felt, and get them to that point where they were ready, but I wouldn't go over. I wouldn't cross the line. And a lot of the umpires told me, they've said that you do it the right way. You don't show them up, you don't give them bad body language, but you can have a conversation in the outfield, and very professional, pointed conversation. And then when you're on the play, I had a great way of getting my point across when I was hitting. That let them know that I didn't like that call, or that they were.
I see guys talking. Are you saying like, hey, like, what do you say? Is that? Can they go further out, or like, what are you asking?
No, see, that was the thing. There wasn't a conversation. It was me telling them that they sucked. Like,
really?
It was me telling them that wasn't close. And I wouldn't do it like on close pitches, because as your eyes are, you don't have a best angle, but you can go back in the video room and see the overhead, and and so you can go and be like, all right, and you know what pitches are and are not. But when it wasn't, and I knew I was right, they heard about it. And it wasn't being nice, because that's one strike against me. It doesn't matter to them. There's no, they're at the time, the grading system didn't do a whole lot. They got the report at the end of the day, and they saw it, and they're like, oh, okay. If I said something and I was wrong, well, then I made a point to go tell them the next day and apologize that I was wrong, you were right. But then I think that sort of relationship is important. It's not only important for you, it's important for the guy behind you. It's important for the guy behind him. Is important for your team. So if you're a dick and you treat these guys bad, I mean, that's coming back not only to you, but it's coming back on your teams. But if you're like, hey, like get it going, get it right, get the ball on the plate, and you that stands him up a little bit. And if that's the end of it, he wants to, as a human being, you want to be better. So you're like, oh man, maybe I missed that one. That guy doesn't ever say anything unless it's right. So that sort of thing with the umpires, I think, goes a long way. And it drives me crazy when I see these kids in the minor leagues, and they're like, oh, they throw their arms in the air, and like they do all this bad body language. Like, you think that's helping? You think that's helping? You think it's helping the guy behind you? You know, like I've had those conversations with those kids. I mean, there's a winning baseball is more than just scoring runs and you know, being a good player and win and you know, beating the other team. There's so much to it, you know, and winning's hard. Like, and we look at the team last year, they were 71-91. They were the worst base running team in baseball. If they were the best base running team in baseball, they're who knows what they would have done. You know, so it's fun. It's the fundamentals. It's the things you don't think about. It's the things you don't see. It's behind the scene things, stuff like that that changes, you know, the outcome of not only a game but a season. And that's part of the reason why I'm here. We got a bunch of young kids that you know, they're lacking a veteran leader on the team, and I think, you know, it might be the right time for this team, you know, next year maybe to have that Jason Werth, Adam LaRoche signing, you know, that starts to change the culture a little bit in that terms. But I think the talent's in the minor league is coming. The talent on the team is here, and I think that's you know, maybe that's why I'm here, because I see an opportunity.
Last one for me. I think one of the big reasons you touched on this, like dorks like us want either a challenge system, electronic zone, or whatever, is because of that lack of accountability you're talking about with umpires. Like if a guy's, you know, dog crap, doesn't matter. He's out there the next day. So, but you look back at like videos of the 90s where Maddox is dotting like a foot and a half off the outside and Eric Gregg is bringing people up, you know, like it's gotten better. But like we're like, it's too hard. The velocity's too good. Movement's too good. That's sort of kind of the thought there. Just want your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But I still think that like we can't just get away from the essence of the game, you know. And so I think my idea is like, because in AAA they do it for 3 days. They do. They have the automated for 3 days, and those umpires are back there calling balls and strikes, so they get to see. And then for 3 days they have a challenge system, right? And then they get their grades. But what I'm hearing is those umpires that are coming up from the minor leagues are unbelievable ball and strike callers. So I think that's working, and maybe you keep that at the minor league to get those umpires, you know, at a level that's never really been seen before, because they're getting real time data. And so those good ones, they come up. You can grade those umpires nightly, you know, and then the best ones become the best umpires. They get paid the best. I mean, there's incentive of being good from the umpires, and then I think that would make the game even better. It would create this system of like, oh, this umpire is the best, and really, like, I mean, who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to have the best umpires umpiring the best game? And that's just one more thing to talk about, one more thing to sell. And then the umpires that are the best, they get paid the best. I think that would be an incredible way to go about it.
Are you okay with, or where was your kind of mindset? End of your career, we started to see the shift, and it's really gotten further and further now with celebrations. You know, individually, players, whether it's the pitcher, used to be into the glove, maybe. Now, I don't know if you watch college baseball, but like dudes are basically army crawling off the field, and I mean hitters are, you know, the Padres last year. I mean, Jerks and Profar in front of the Nats dugout, kind of pointing at him as he's going down the line, and I was talking to K-Bear about it today. He got in his face first at bat the next night, which I loved because I didn't necessarily think anyone on the team was going to do anything. And it kind of led to the benches clearing a bit. But even he was saying, like, we're not hitting him. You know, we don't want to hit the guy. But someone had to say something. Well, 10 years ago, you just hit him. And I'm not for that necessarily, throwing 98 as, you know, maybe injuring him. But what's your take on kind of where we're headed in that regard? And
you just hit him. Just drill him. I mean, you're going to disrespect a guy on my team, or disrespect my team, then you're going to wear one. I mean, that's just how it is. And people say, "Oh, you can't hit people." Well, yeah, you can. It's really easy. I mean, you just line them up. Now, you don't want to hit people in the head, but I mean, you know, you throw a pitch in a very small window, and with purpose, that stops all that. Now, you know, that's part of the game that you let the players police, and you let the players handle. The commissioner's office got way too involved in that whole thing, and that's what's led to this very disrespectful style of play. But that's, you know, I'm an old school guy. I've been around the game a long time and came up in that era, and you know, people will disagree with me, but I feel very strongly about it. If you're going to disrespect my team, you're going to feel it.
And do you watch college? I mean, do you see any of the stuff now? Like, If that's where it's headed, then I don't mind celebrations. I think personality's fun, but the stuff in college is way different than even what you see in the big leagues.
It's out of control. It's going to lead. What's ultimately going to lead to is fight. Like people are going to fight. Like that, you're only going to take so much, and then the fights are what are dangerous. You know, getting hit by a pitch, that's a purpose. You know, but like the baseball fights, it's very unruly. There's no rules.
It's not like hockey where it's governed and two guys are there.
I think we could move into that, which would be better. Which is probably where it's going to have to go if we don't get a handle on it. But it's a respect thing. It's you have a mutual respect for the other team. You know, you can celebrate. You can celebrate, right? But then showing people up and disrespecting, there's a line there. And when you cross that line, like now I don't appreciate what you're doing to my teammate, and now we've got problems, and now it's ultimately going to lead to fighting. So I think we've got it wrong in that regard, and you can see it what it's spilled over to into college, and even like at the amateur level, like high school, and even the kids now. They're just, it's outright disrespectful. So I do think that we got some work to do in that regard.
Jason Werth at Nat Spring Training as an instructor, one of the longest tenured friends of the program. We go back many years with our great buddy Jason Werth. We're talking about Wednesdays with Werth, by the way. We'll send the paperwork over to your people. Every Wednesday, we're thinking from like 2 to 6:30.
I've moved on from things in my past, and now I'm a honorary coach, and I'm borderline media at this time.
Grant and Danny and Jason has a nice ring to it.
But check out the podcast, Icon Racing, Off the Rail podcast. I think it's on Spotify and Apple podcast. But I'm open to it. We're doing this new horse racing thing. It's been a lot of fun. We're bringing new owners into the sport. My syndicate is off and running, and we got some nice horses, and we're going to be doing this year in, year out. I got a horse running on Saturday at Turfway in the Jeff Ruby Stakes, Flying Mohawk. It's a Derby prep. You run one or two in that race. We're back in the Derby, so keep us posted, or keep watching and stay tuned. And I'm up for doing more of this stuff with you guys.
Well, it's a lot of fun, and you're good at it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
Jason Werth of the Nationals. Speaking of outfielders, Jacob Young is one of the best defensive players in center field in all of Major League Baseball. We will talk to the speedy Young Nat next on Grant and Danny from West Palm Beach.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Cardinals in spring training today 6-2. Today, the Nationals announced that Mackenzie Gore will be the opening day starter. He made the start today for the Nats, going 5 innings, giving up 2 runs on 7 hits and a walk, struck out 4 on 90 pitches. In the NFL, the Bengals signed both of their wide receivers, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, to 4-year deals. Jamar Chase becoming the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, getting $161 million. $112 million guaranteed. T. Higgins getting $115 million, and his first 2 years were guaranteed. Tonight in basketball, the Wizards taking on the Trailblazers, 10 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back in West Palm Beach, a special Grant and Danny Nats content throughout the program. Jacob Young, the starting center fielder on opening day, 25 years old, a former 7th-round pick. Probably should have won a Gold Glove award last year, Danny. He didn't, but now that he's an entrenched veteran at the major league level worth almost 3 wins of WAR last year, I think there's a chance he'll get some of that credit he didn't get last year defensively.
Could be a bit of an X factor too at the plate. And of course, you know, for somebody that obviously the speed jumps off the page, you see him both in the outfield and stealing bases or beating out ground balls or making plays tough on infielders. So there's some upside here, certainly, with him as he continues to develop. But you would hope now that he's established and has the rep of that good of a defensive center fielder, he does get the recognition he deserves.
4 for 4, stealing bases at spring training. One of the things we talked about when we caught up with Jacob Young. Joined by very swole Jacob Young.
Fitness influencer Jacob Young.
That's right. I was just saying, you do look physically bigger, like you've been working at it. But with all due respect, that picture overhyped it a little bit. You look like a WWE wrestler who was ready to fight for the heavyweight title.
Yeah, you know, I don't think it was AI, but whoever took the angle of that picture, like I said before, needs a raise. I need probably higher than myself for a media campaign, the way they took the picture.
But how hard was it? I mean, as a guy that's like athletic and sleek and thin and like not pudgy like us, to put on that kind of muscle and keep it on, it's actually probably harder than you think.
Yeah, I've always had struggle putting on weight. As a kid and just going into young adult, I've always had trouble kind of keeping weight on or putting on weight. And it honestly became more of a job than baseball does. It's just so much eating. You eat till you don't eat till you're you feel good. You eat till you can't eat anymore. It's kind of how I've been doing it, and a lot of late night snacks and just stuff like that to get the calories up as much as I can in the offseason.
The regiment, let's go through it. I mean, when you talk about eating, you're not just like doing our thing. We're like, oh, it's 2 quarter pounders. Can I get a third? Like, what were you actually eating and what kind of working out were you doing?
Yeah, you know, I did the same workout program the last couple of years. I've done it last 3 or 4 years with the same guys down in Jacksonville. They do a great job down there, and it's fun kind of hanging out with them. But food-wise, a lot of rice and then whatever protein I want. So it's chicken, steak, whatever fish is kind of going that day, whatever the wife wants to cook, whatever we want to do. So a lot of rice, just high-calorie things that are easy to get down, but don't keep me too full for too long.
What was the goal? Because obviously power is never going to be a big part of your game. It doesn't need to be. Like, what did you want to accomplish by getting bigger?
Yeah, it's all about sustainability. So that durability during the season, the more weight you have, just the longer your body will hold up and you'll have less injuries. So just kind of, I know during the season, spring training, I'm going to lose the weight. So put on a little extra so that when I do come during the season, I get back to a weight that's higher than, what it was at the end of last season, whatever that number is, just trying to keep weight on and keep healthy.
Jacob Young with this year on G&D. So to that end, how do you translate it to baseball stuff? In other words, it's like, it's awesome to be swole and strong and big. And like, I could do more on the clean, more on the bench press, more on the squats, whatever. But now skill wise, you don't want to lose anything, but you're trying to add. Like, that balance has got to be tougher than people think.
Yeah, it is. It's like I said, the health wise of it, is the biggest part of it. And of course, you can use that size to your advantage, the strength of it, and just learning to actually use that strength. You know a lot of big guys that probably still can't do a lot of stuff with a baseball bat in their hands. So it's keeping that mobility, keeping being able to move and keeping the speed, which is honestly the most important thing for a guy like me. So keeping all that while also putting on good weight and good muscle, and hopefully resulting in just harder contact and more doubles and more on base.
That's where I was going with translating the hitting. You want things to be easier. Does you feel like added strength sort of makes some of those things feel easier, where it's like you can be 80%, you can be kind of in control and still get a little more off your bat than going, I got to, muscle up here, max effort to get to the gap. Now it's a little bit more smooth. Is that how it feels?
Yeah, exactly. It's just you're able to control the bat more, and then you don't have to, maybe in the past late in the season, maybe you have to go to a smaller bat to be able to control the barrel. Instead, now you can control that same bat, get a little more oomph on it, and be at a better weight and do it more easily. So those are the type of things exactly that that the weight kind of helps out and allows you to do things easier instead of trying to muscle up.
One of the best defensive center fielders in baseball, Jacob Young, is with us on Grant and Danny. Got screwed out of some gold last year at the end of the season. How do you go about trying to add defensively? For a guy like you, is it just sustaining what you already do?
Yeah, I think obviously I do a lot of good things, with first step and running down fly balls. Personally, I think I made a few mistakes more than I wanted to on simple things like ground balls that I either bobbled or clanked off that shouldn't have. So just, is
that like concentration?
Yeah, I think it's, concentration, or maybe just, maybe doing a couple more ground ball work, whatever it is. Maybe my feet were going too fast. I just need to slow down. I move fast doing everything, talking, moving. So slowing down doesn't always, isn't always a bad thing, especially in ground ball, stuff like that. And then, just, I think arm strength, not even arm strength, but just, being able to, I had couple things that hindered my throwing last year that kind of were out of my control, but just being able to, throw the bases better and control the running game more than I did last year.
Team goals, obviously, you guys want to be competitive, you want to win games, you want to be, in the conversation. Personal goals for you in terms of next steps, development-wise. What are some of the things that you're thinking about? Are you a numbers, write them down guy and add them up at the end, or how do you approach it?
Yeah, I try not to add them up. I think it's great to have goals and milestones that you're going for. But I think also if you start out slow, then you can start pressing, and those things can kind of, it can spiral you the wrong way. So the big thing for me is kind of what we've preached all of spring training and all of season is just get on base more. Try to get that chase rate down. It's not high necessarily, but it's definitely not low. So, trying to lower it, a couple more takes, a couple percentage points down, that's skyrockets your walks. So, just trying to find different ways to get on base, different ways to, affect the game. If I'm on first, I feel like it's a double. So if I can just get on first base in a different ways is the big thing.
Jacob Young of the Nats. Last thing for me, there's a 7th-round pick who I remember seeing at Fredericksburg and thinking, with all the outfielders in the system, it's going to be a grind for you. Now you're the everyday opening day center fielder. I saw a guy at the spring training game yesterday was wearing your jersey.
My wife took a picture of that.
So that actually answers my question. Yeah. But my question was going to be is that still cool for you? And do you think about that's really neat that a kid wants your autograph, or is it kind of you're a big leaguer and you're over it a little bit?
Yeah, no, you're definitely never over it. It's a cool thing, every time I think if you do start feeling like you're over it, you think about what 12-year-old you would think about you right now. It'd be pretty sick. Even if you're hitting 110, you're 12-year-old you still think you're pretty cool. So, I know we just signed a bunch of stuff for the Nats Foundation, and just writing your autograph on, 7 dozen baseballs. It's just a cool feeling that people actually want these things. And it's a humbling thing, and it's a cool experience to know where all your hard work has come through, and you're getting to live out the dream of not only yourself, but your family members who have done all this, and your parents who have helped you, and your wife who's, supported you throughout the whole thing. So being able to live out your dream and really just, have fun doing it has been a blessing. And I definitely don't take it for granted.
You mentioned getting on first, you feel like it's a double. Well, so do we, as people that watch games, and fans do too. Are you a craft of stolen base guy, or you just keep it simple? Just, try to get a jump and go, or are you studying it in the lab, figuring things out? Which way do you go?
Yeah, it definitely started out as kind of a, I'm fast, let's go type of thing. And then as especially last year, they posted some new data through Baseball Savant, I think it was. So they posted some more data about, just even lead distances, jumps, stuff like that. And there's areas I saw that we can improve on. And so as we do that, I've been more in the lab of, not just the reads of the pitchers, which obviously important. You can get a lot of steps on that, but just what do I do less efficient than maybe some of the guys that are stealing more bases or at a better percentage. So just looking at that and trying to work on those things and seeing where I can get better.
Have a great season, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Go Nats.
Jacob Young, who swiped 33 bags and played platinum glove caliber defense for the Nationals last year. We'll talk to another of the Nationals' best athletes, CJ Abrams, their starting shortstop, as we continue our Nats special from spring training on Grant and Danny. Next, you are listening to The Fan. As spring training winds down for the Washington Nationals, they play the final few games they have on their Grapefruit League slate. They're getting ready to get back to D.C. This time next week, CJ Abrams and his teammate will be getting ready for opening day in the nation's capital. And the 24-year-old Georgia native joins us now on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The Nats starting shortstop coming off of a 20-homer, 31-steal season. CJ, how did camp go?
Yeah, camp went really well. You know, everybody kind of came in ready to go. So just kind of getting things together with the team, getting a tight group, and got some new faces. I'm getting ready to go.
You feel stronger than last year at this point? You look a little bigger, more muscular.
Yeah, definitely. I'm weighing in at like 200 pounds, which is all good weight. You know, I'm able to move it, and that was big this offseason, so paid off.
What were your priorities this offseason as far as trying to improve on last year? What did you zone in on?
Yeah, I wanted to get bigger, faster, stronger, obviously, you know, just getting better on all aspects of the game. You know, not many big changes on the swing, but did a lot of defensive work too as well.
CJ, I feel like that might be underrated how hard that is. You get bigger, but what got you here wasn't being big and muscular, but you're adding muscle to your game. You still want to maintain that, as you said, the quickness, agility, everything. So you've been able to add the good weight, as you said, still feel the same at shortstop, still feel good, and then at the plate, what's different?
Oh, not much, you know, at the plate and just getting the at-bats, swinging at my pitch, you know, kind of giving the pitchers the gray areas on the outside of the zone, swinging at the heart of the plate. You know, that's what we've been working on as an offense. So, you know, I think it's going to show up in the season.
CJ Abrams of the Nationals, ascending star off of his first All-Star appearance here on Grant and Danny. When you're going good, those 3 months last year where you put some numbers up, you were a top 5 player in the sport probably, statistically. And then there's the other months where you weren't at that level. What's the difference for you? Because, like, if you make 3 of those months, maybe 4 months, now your numbers are huge, right? Like, how do you know if you're locked in or not, or how can we know watching you?
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, just being consistent. I was in the gym, you know, those first 3 months, kind of got tired and stayed out of it. But being in the gym, making sure my body's ready every day, and, you know, keeping the health as a priority will help me be consistent as well.
Mechanically speaking, is there something when you're going good that's like really locked in versus not? Or for you, is it more just how you're feeling?
Yeah, I think it's more mental, you know, just kind of at the plate being disciplined. You know, the first 3 months was really good discipline-wise. The second half wasn't as good, so I think being consistent, like I said, would be a big change.
Obviously, team goals, you guys want to win, be competitive, and you know, kind of keep establishing yourselves. Personal goals for you this year. What I know you mentioned staying healthy, but are there numbers that you like to write down and set, or is there something else that kind of drives you day to day?
No, not. I just want to get the task at hand done. You know, being able to come ready, stay healthy, like I said, and then, you know, help the team win. I think we're going to win a lot of games this year, and I'm really excited.
Defensively, you make so many of the spectacular plays with the range at short. What are the areas of your game you feel best about? And then what are the areas you think, okay, this year I think people are going to see I'm even better in this regard?
Yeah, I think the range and making them athletic plays are good. You know, just being able to move my feet, make those routine plays every time, making good throws, good strong throws. And I think a lot of it had to do with my feet. And we did a lot of work in the offseason, so I think we're going to be good.
We were talking, Danny and I, just about the subtleties of like defending at shortstop and catching balls at the right, you know, height on a bounce, or all those things that fan may not see that you have to worry about in terms of movement. Just how much goes into the position and the amount of balls you see, the better you're getting and putting that work in. Do you take infield during the season? Like, what's that like?
Yeah, definitely. You know, there's a routine. There's things that we do before the game, but, you know, just putting yourself in the best position to make the play is the biggest thing, and that was my feet. So the more I can move my feet and put myself in a position to make a play is going to be good.
In terms of base running, stolen base attempts, is it a conscious choice maybe to not run as often, just to try to be healthy and feel good later in the season? Or is it something that you now want to, you know, every time you feel comfortable, you're going to go? Like, where are you at in terms of that part of your game?
Definitely. Stay aggressive. You know, Pyro does a great job over there letting us know what counts or stuff like that to run on. And every chance I get, I want to take that extra 90 feet, help my teammates win. So that's what we're going to do.
So is he giving you, like, for example, you know, 2-1, the last three guys he's had 2-1, it's been off speed, it's been breaking balls, so this might be a good pitch to run on? Is it that advanced, or is it like, hey, here's a tendency? Like, how much is he telling you between?
Yeah, a little bit of both. You know, counts, like off speed, obviously you want to run on, or balls in the dirt, trying to get a good read. You know, then the pitcher's tendency as well. So if he has a count or something that we can key off on, we can just go. So just staying aggressive every day at first.
I remember from talking to you last year, your kind of way to get away from the game off the field was gaming. Is that still your go-to hobby, or do you do something else?
Oh, yeah, I don't do much. I might game a little bit, just chill. I read a little bit.
Do you golf?
No, I don't golf. Not yet.
I feel like everyone in the clubhouse, all they talk about is golf.
They do golf a lot.
Then you're on the outside, I think. I mean, they're always talking about golf. What are you doing during those conversations?
I don't know. Maybe I'll get in there soon. Maybe I'll get in on a golf.
But are you an outdoors guy at all? Just
Yeah. I sit outside, just chill. I don't do much after the games, but
In terms of, kind of moving through the season, there's so many downs. It's such a game of failure. It's so damn hard, obviously, right? You're playing at the highest level possible. How do you move on to the next in terms of letting, kind of water off a duck's back? Like, there can be down times. Even the greatest players have slumps and have weeks and months where they can't find water because they fell out of a boat. How do you kind of let that roll off of you and kind of move on to the next?
yeah, you got to stay present. You got to control what you can. You can't control the outcome all the time, so just control what you can at the plate, whether that's swinging at your good pitches and, in the field as well. Things that happen, you just got to put it behind you. Like you said, it's not as easy as you could say it, but I think that's the biggest part in baseball, being able to stay where your feet are.
last couple from me. The way you've come back this season and just handled everything that happened last year has been really impressive. The head on your shoulder seems like very positive. No animus toward the team or anything. Like, did that take a little time, or like, what would you say to people? Because you've handled that adversity very well.
Yeah, like I said, it's a big thing. I'm just putting things behind us and getting better. You just learn from everything that you do, and you don't take L's. L's are lessons. So we're good.
Last thing would be when last year went down, I was worried maybe this could affect you wanting to be here long-term, extension or anything like that. Is this still a place you think that you could stay at for your whole career?
I mean, I love DC. I want to bring a championship back, and I'm going to do whatever I can to do it.
CJ Abrams on Grant and Danny. I would have been remiss if I didn't bring up what happened at the end of last year. For those of you that don't remember, he got in trouble for staying out late. Team booted him and sent him back to this facility, actually, with just a couple of days left in the season. But I will tell you this. He showed up here, seemingly having left that in the rear view. He did. One day, he wants to be a veteran leader, a guy that people look to in the clubhouse and say, let's do it the way CJ does it. Josh Bell has long been that guy. He is back in D.C., got $6 million to come back and DH for the Nationals. We will talk to Bell on Grant and Danny on the Fan in moments.